1. Where do old birds go to die? She lived in the graveyard like a tree. At dawn she saw the crows off and welcomed the bats home. At dusk she did the opposite. Between shifts she conferred with the ghosts of vultures that loomed in her high branches. She felt the gentle grip of their talons like an ache in an amputated limb. She gathered they weren't altogether unhappy at having excused themselves and exited from the story. When she first moved in, she endured months of casual cruelty like a tree would without flinching. She didn't turn to see which small boy had thrown a stone at her, didn't crane her neck to read the insults scratched into her bark. When people called her names clown without a circus, queen without a palace, she let the hurt blow through her branches like a breeze and used the music of her rustling leaves as balm to ease the pain. It was only after Ziauddin, the blind imam who had once led the prayers in the Fatehpuri Masjid, befriended her and began to visit her that the neighborhood decided it was time to leave her in peace. Long ago a man who knew English told her that her name written backwards, in English, spelled Majnu. In the English version of the story of Lila and Majnu, he said, Majnu was called Romeo and Lila was Juliet. She found that hilarious. You mean I've made a kikdi of their story? She asked. What will they do when they find that Lila may actually be Majnu and Romy was really Julie? The next time he saw her, the man who knew English said he'd made a mistake. Her name spelled backwards would be Mujana, which wasn't a name and meant nothing at all. To this she said, it doesn't matter. I'm all of them, I'm Romy and Julie, I'm Lila and Majnu. And Mujana, why not? Who says my name is Anjum? I'm not Anjum, I'm Anjuman. I'm a mehfil, I'm a gathering. Of everybody and nobody, of everything and nothing. Is there anyone else you would like to invite? Everyone's invited. The man who knew English said it was clever of her to come up with that one. He said he'd never have thought of it himself. She said, how could you have, with your standard of Urdu? What do you think? English makes you clever automatically. He laughed. She laughed at his laugh. They shared a filter cigarette. He complained that Will's navy-cut cigarettes were short and stumpy and simply not worth the price. She said she preferred them any day to Foursquare or the very manly red and white. She didn't remember his name now. Perhaps she never knew it. He was long gone, the man who knew English, to wherever he had to go. And she was living in the graveyard behind the government hospital. For company she had her steel Godrej almirah in which she kept her music-scratched records and tapes, an old harmonium, her clothes, jewelry, her father's poetry books, her photo albums and a few press clippings that had survived the fire at the Quabga. She hung the key around her neck on a black thread along with her bent silver toothpick. She slept on a threadbare Persian carpet that she locked up in the day and unrolled between two graves at night, as a private joke, never the same two on consecutive nights. She still smoked. Still navy cut. One morning, while she read the newspaper aloud to him, the old imam, who clearly hadn't been listening, asked affecting a casual air, is it true that even the Hindus among you are buried, not cremated? Sensing trouble, she prevaricated. True. Is what true? What is truth? Unwilling to be deflected from his line of inquiry, the imam muttered a mechanical response. Sach Khuda hai. Khuda hai Sach hai. Truth is God. God is truth. The sort of wisdom that was available on the backs of the painted trucks that roared down the highways. Then he narrowed his blind green eyes and asked in a sly green whisper, tell me, you people, when you die, where do they bury you? Who bathes the bodies? Who says the prayers? Anjum said nothing for a long time. Then she leaned across and whispered back, untree-like, Imam Sahib, when people speak of color red, blue, orange, when they describe the sky at sunset, or moonrise during Ramzan, what goes through your mind? Having wounded each other thus, deeply, almost mortally, the two sat quietly side by side on someone's sunny grave, hemorrhaging. Eventually it was Anjum who broke the silence. You tell me, she said. You're the Imam Sahib, not me. Where do old birds go to die? Do they fall on us like stones from the sky? Do we stumble on their bodies in the streets? Do you not think that the all-seeing, Almighty One who put us on this earth has made proper arrangements to take us away? That day the Imam's visit ended earlier than usual. Anjum watched him leave, tapping his way through the graves, his seeing eye cane making music as it encountered the empty booze bottles and discarded syringes that littered his path. She didn't stop him. She knew he'd be back. No matter how elaborate its charade, she recognized loneliness when she saw it. She sensed that in some strange tangential way, he needed her shade as much as she needed his. And she had learned from experience that need was a warehouse that could accommodate a considerable amount of cruelty. Even though Anjum's departure from the Quabga had been far from cordial, she knew that its dreams and its secrets were not hers alone to betray. 2. Quabga. She was the fourth of 5 children, born on a cold January night, by lamplight, power cut, in Shahjahanabad, the walled city of Delhi. Alam Beji, the midwife who delivered her and put her in her mother's arms wrapped in 2 shawls, said, "It's a boy." Given the circumstances, her error was understandable. A month into her first pregnancy, Hahanara Begum and her husband decided that if their baby was a boy they would name him Aftab. Their first 3 children were girls. They had been waiting for their Aftab for 6 years. The night he was born was the happiest of Hahanara Begum's life. The next morning, when the sun was up and the room nice and warm, she unswaddled little Aftab. She explored his tiny body, eyes, nose, head, neck, armpits, fingers, toes with sated, unhurried delight. That was when she discovered, nestling underneath his boy parts, a small, unformed, but undoubtedly girl part. Is it possible for a mother to be terrified of her own baby? Hahanara Begum was. Her first reaction was to feel her heart constrict and her bones turn to ash. Her second reaction was to take another look to make sure she was not mistaken. Her third reaction was to recoil from what she had created while her bowels convulsed and a thin stream of shit ran down her legs. Her fourth reaction was to contemplate killing herself and her child. Her fifth reaction was to pick her baby up and hold him close while she fell through a crack between the world she knew and worlds she did not know existed. There, in the abyss, spinning through the darkness, everything she had been sure of until then, every single thing, from the smallest to the biggest, ceased to make sense to her. In Urdu, the only language she knew, all things, not just living things but all things, carpets, clothes, books, pens, musical instruments had a gender. Everything was either masculine or feminine, man or woman. Everything except her baby. Yes, of course she knew there was a word for those like him, hijra. 2 words actually, hijra and kinner. But 2 words do not make a language. Was it possible to live outside language? Naturally this question did not address itself to her in words, or as a single lucid sentence. It addressed itself to her as a soundless, embryonic howl. Her sixth reaction was to clean herself up and resolve to tell nobody for the moment. Not even her husband. Her seventh reaction was to lie down next to Aftab and rest. Like the God of the Christians did, after he had made heaven and earth. Except that in his case he rested after making sense of the world he had created, whereas Hahanara Begum rested after what she created had scrambled her sense of the world. It wasn't a real vagina after all, she told herself. Its passages were not open, she checked. It was just an appendage, a baby thing. Perhaps it would close, or heal, or go away somehow. She would pray at every shrine she knew and ask the Almighty to show her mercy. He would. She knew he would. And maybe he did, in ways she did not fully comprehend. The first day she felt able to leave the house, Hahanara Begum took baby Aftab with her to the Dargah of Hazrat Sarmad Shahid, an easy, 10-minute walk from her home. She didn't know the story of Hazrat Sarmad Shahid then, and had no idea what turned her footsteps so surely in the direction of his shrine. Perhaps he had called her to him. Or perhaps she was drawn to the strange people she had seen camped there when she used to walk past on her way to Meena Bazaar, the kind of people who in her earlier life she would not have deigned to even glance at unless they'd crossed her path. Suddenly they seemed to be the most important people in the world. Not all the visitors to Hazrat Sarmat Shahid's Dargah knew his story. Some knew parts of it, some none of it, and some made up their own versions. Most knew he was a Jewish Armenian merchant who had travelled to Delhi from Persia in pursuit of the love of his life. Few knew the love of his life was Abhay Chand, a young Hindu boy he had met in Sindh. Most knew he had renounced Judaism and embraced Islam. Few knew his spiritual search eventually led him to renounce Orthodox Islam too. Most knew he had lived on the streets of Shahjahanabad as a naked fakir before being publicly executed. Few knew the reason for his execution was not the offence caused by his public nakedness but the offence caused by his apostasy. Aurangzeb, emperor at the time, summoned Sarmad to his court and asked him to prove he was a true Muslim by reciting the kalima, La ilaha illallah, Muhammadur Rasul Allah, there is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is his messenger. Sarmad stood naked in the royal court in the Red Fort before a jury of qazis and Maulanas. Clouds stopped drifting in the sky, birds froze in mid-flight, and the air in the fort grew thick and impenetrable as he began to recite the kalima. But no sooner had he started than he stopped. All he said was the first phrase, La ilaha. There is no God. He could not go any further, he insisted, until he had completed his spiritual search and could embrace Allah with all his heart. Until then, he said, reciting the kalima would only be a mockery of prayer. Aurangzeb, backed by his qazis, ordered Sarmad's execution. To suppose from this that those who went to pay their respects to Hazrat Sarmat Shahid without knowing his story did so in ignorance, with little regard for facts and history, would be a mistake. Because inside the Dargah, Sarmad's insubordinate spirit, intense, palpable and truer than any accumulation of historical facts could be, appeared to those who sought his blessings. It celebrated, but never preached, the virtue of spirituality over sacrament, simplicity over opulence, and stubborn, ecstatic love even when faced with the prospect of annihilation. Sarmad's spirit permitted those who came to him to take his story and turn it into whatever they needed it to be. When Hahanara Begum became a familiar figure at the Dargah, she heard, and then retailed, the story of how Sarmad was beheaded on the steps of the Jama Masjid before a veritable ocean of people who loved him and had gathered to bid him farewell. Of how his head continued to recite his poems of love even after it had been severed from his body, and how he picked up his speaking head, as casually as a modern-day motorcyclist might pick up his helmet, and walked up the steps into the Jama Masjid, and then, equally casually, went straight to heaven. That is why, Hahanara Begum said, to anyone who was willing to listen, in Hazrat Sarmad's tiny Dargah, clamped like a limpet to the base of the eastern steps of the Jama Masjid, the very spot where his blood spilled down and collected in a pool, the floor is red, the walls are red, and the ceiling is red. More than 300 years have gone by, she said, but Hazrat Sarmad's blood cannot be washed away. Whatever color they paint his Dargah, she insisted, in time it turns red on its own. The first time she made her way past the crowd, the sellers of itters and amulets, the custodians of pilgrims' shoes, the cripples, the beggars, the homeless, the goats being fattened for slaughter on Eid, and the knot of quiet, elderly eunuchs who had taken up residence under a tarpaulin outside the shrine and entered the tiny red chamber, Hahanara Begum became calm. The street sounds grew faint and seemed to come from far away. She sat in a corner with her baby asleep on her lap, watching people, Muslim as well as Hindu, come in ones and twos, and tie red threads, red bangles and chits of paper to the grill around the tomb, beseeching Sarmad to bless them. It was only after she noticed a translucent old man with dry, papery skin and a wispy beard of spun light sitting in a corner, rocking back and forth, weeping silently as though his heart was broken, that Hahanara Begum allowed her own tears to fall. This is my son, Aftab, she whispered to Hazrat Sarmad. I've brought him here to you. Look after him. And teach me how to love him. Hazrat Sarmad did. For the first few years of Aftab's life, Hahanara Begum's secret remained safe. While she waited for his girl part to heal, she kept him close and was fiercely protective of him. Even after her younger son, Saqib, was born, she would not allow Aftab to stray very far from her on his own. It was not seen as unusual behavior for a woman who had waited so long and so anxiously for a son. When Aftab was 5 he began to attend the Urdu Hindi madrasa for boys in Churiwali Gali, the Bengal Sellers Lane. Within a year he could recite a good part of the Quran in Arabic, although it wasn't clear how much of it he understood. That was true of all the other children too. Aftab was a better than average student, but even from the time he was very young it became clear that his real gift was music. He had a sweet, true singing voice and could pick up a tune after hearing it just once. His parents decided to send him to Ustad Hamid Khan, an outstanding young musician who taught Hindustani classical music to groups of children in his cramped quarters in Chandni Mahal. Little Aftab never missed a single class. By the time he was 9 he could sing a good 20 minutes of Bada Kale and Rag Yaman, Durga and Bhairav and make his voice skim shyly off the flat rekab in Rag Puriya Dhanashri like a stone skipping over the surface of a lake. He could sing Chaiti and Thumri with the accomplishment and poise of a Lucknow courtesan. At first people were amused and even encouraging, but soon the snickering and teasing from other children began. He's a she. He's not a he or a she. He's a he and a she. She he she he. He. When the teasing became unbearable Aftab stopped going to his music classes. But Ustad Hamid, who doted on him, offered to teach him separately, on his own. So the music classes continued, but Aftab refused to go to school anymore. By then Hahanara Begum's hopes had more or less faded. There was no sign of healing anywhere on the horizon. She had managed to put off his circumcision for some years with a series of inventive excuses. But young Saqib was waiting in line for his, and she knew she had run out of time. Eventually she did what she had to. She mustered her courage and told her husband, breaking down and weeping with grief as well as relief that she finally had someone else to share her nightmare with. Her husband, Malaikat Ali, was a Hakim, a doctor of herbal medicine, and a lover of Urdu and Persian poetry. All his life he had worked for the family of another Hakim Abdul Majid, who founded a popular brand of sherbet called Ruafza, Persian for elixir of the soul. Ruafza, made of kurfa seeds, purslane, grapes, oranges, watermelon, mint, carrots, a touch of spinach, couscous, lotus, 2 kinds of lilies and a distillate of damask roses, was meant to be a tonic. But people found that 2 tablespoons of the sparkling ruby-colored syrup in a glass of cold milk or even just plain water not only tasted delicious, but was also an effective defense against Delhi's scorching summers and the strange fevers that blew in on desert winds. Soon what had started out as medicine became the most popular summer drink in the region. Ruafza became a prosperous enterprise and a household name. For 40 years it ruled the market, sending its produce from its headquarters in the old city as far south as Hyderabad and as far west as Afghanistan. Then came partition. God's carotid burst open on the new border between India and Pakistan and a million people died of hatred. Neighbors turned on each other as though they'd never known each other, never been to each other's weddings, never sung each other's songs. The walled city broke open. Old families fled, Muslim. New ones arrived, Hindu, and settled around the city walls. Ruafza had a serious setback, but soon recovered and opened a branch in Pakistan. A quarter of a century later, after the Holocaust in East Pakistan, it opened another branch in the brand new country of Bangladesh. But eventually, the elixir of the soul that had survived wars and the bloody birth of 3 new countries, was, like most things in the world, trumped by Coca-Cola. Although Malaikat Ali was a trusted and valued employee of Hakim Abdul Majid, the salary he earned was not enough to make ends meet. So outside his working hours he saw patients at his home. Hahanara Begum supplemented the family income with what she earned from the white cotton Gandhi caps she made and supplied in bulk to Hindu shopkeepers in Chandni Chowk. Malaikat Ali traced his family's lineage directly back to the Mongol Emperor Changiz Khan through the emperor's second-born son, Chagatai. He had an elaborate family tree on a piece of cracked parchment and a small tin trunk full of brittle, yellowed papers that he believed verified his claim and explained how descendants of shamans from the Gobi Desert, worshippers of the eternal blue sky, once considered the enemies of Islam, became the forefathers of the Mughal dynasty that ruled India for centuries, and how Malakat Ali's own family, descendants of the Mughals, who were Sunni, came to be Shia. Occasionally, perhaps once every few years, he would open his trunk and show his papers to a visiting journalist who, more often than not, neither listened carefully nor took him seriously. At most the long interview would merit an amusing mention in a weekend special about Old Delhi. If it was a double spread, a small portrait of Malakat Ali might even be published along with some close ups of Mughal cuisine, long shots of Muslim women in burqas on cycle rickshaws that plied the narrow filthy lanes, and of course the mandatory bird's-eye view of thousands of Muslim men in white skullcaps, arranged in perfect formation, bowed down in prayer in the Jama Masjid. Some readers viewed pictures like these as proof of the success of India's commitment to secularism and interfaith tolerance. Others with a tinge of relief that Delhi's Muslim population seemed content enough in its vibrant ghetto. Still others viewed them as proof that Muslims did not wish to integrate and were busy breeding and organizing themselves, and would soon become a threat to Hindu India. Those who subscribed to this view were gaining influence at an alarming pace. Regardless of what appeared or did not appear in the newspapers, right into his dotage Malakat Ali always welcomed visitors into his tiny rooms with the faded grace of a nobleman. He spoke of the past with dignity but never nostalgia. He described how, in the 13th century, his ancestors had ruled an empire that stretched from the countries that now called themselves Vietnam and Korea all the way to Hungary and the Balkans, from northern Siberia to the Deccan Plateau in India, the largest empire the world had ever known. He often ended the interview with a recitation of an Urdu couplet by one of his favorite poets, Mir Taki Mir. Jis Sar Ko Gurur Aaj Hi Yan Tajvari Ka. Kalusspe Yahin Shor Hi Fir Nar Hagari Ka. The head which today proudly flaunts a crown, will tomorrow, right here, in lamentation drown. Most of his visitors, brash emissaries of a new ruling class, barely aware of their own youthful hubris, did not completely grasp the layered meaning of the couplet they had been offered, like a snack to be washed down by a thimble-sized cup of thick, sweet tea. They understood of course that it was a dirge for a fallen empire whose international borders had shrunk to a grimy ghetto circumscribed by the ruined walls of an old city. And yes, they realized that it was also a rueful comment on Malakat Ali's own straitened circumstances. What escaped them was that the couplet was a sly snack, a perfidious samosa, a warning wrapped in mourning, being offered with faux humility by an erudite man who had absolute faith in his listeners' ignorance of Urdu, a language which, like most of those who spoke it, was gradually being ghettoized. Malakat Ali's passion for poetry was not just a hobby separate from his work as a hakim. He believed that poetry could cure, or at least go a long way towards curing, almost every ailment. He would prescribe poems to his patients the way other hakims prescribed medicine. He could produce a couplet from his formidable repertoire that was eerily apt for every illness, every occasion, every mood, and every delicate alteration in the political climate. This habit of his made life around him seem more profound and at the same time less distinctive than it really was. It infused everything with a subtle sense of stagnancy, a sense that everything that happened had happened before. That it had already been written, sung, commented upon and entered into history's inventory. That nothing new was possible. This could be why young people around him often fled, giggling, when they sensed that a couplet was on its way. When Jahanara Begum told him about Aftab, perhaps for the first time in his life Malakat Ali had no suitable couplet for the occasion. It took him a while to get over the initial shock. When he did, he scolded his wife for not having told him earlier. Times had changed, he said. This was the modern era. He was sure that there was a simple medical solution to their son's problem. They would find a doctor in New Delhi, far away from the whisper and gossip that went on in the mohallas of the old city. The Almighty helps those who help themselves, he told his wife a little sternly. A week later, dressed in their best clothes, with an unhappy Aftab fitted out in a manly steel grey patan suit with a black embroidered waistcoat, a skullcap, and juttis with toes curled like gondolas, they set off for Nizamuddin Basti in a horse-drawn tanga. The ostensible purpose of their day out was that they were going to inspect a prospective bride for their nephew Ijaz, the youngest son of Malakat Ali's older brother, Qasim, who had moved to Pakistan after partition and worked for the Karachi branch of Ruafza. The real reason was that they had an appointment with a Dr. Ghulam Nabi, who called himself a sexologist. Dr. Nabi prided himself on being a straight-talking man of precise and scientific temper. After examining Aftab, he said he was not, medically speaking, a hijra, a female trapped in a male body, although for practical purposes that word could be used. Aftab, he said, was a rare example of a hermaphrodite, with both male and female characteristics, though outwardly, the male characteristics appeared to be more dominant. He said he could recommend a surgeon who would seal the girl part, sew it up. He could prescribe some pills too. But, he said, the problem was not merely superficial. While treatment would surely help, there would be hijra tendencies that were unlikely to ever go away. Fitrat was the word he used for tendencies. He could not guarantee complete success. Malakat Ali, prepared to grasp at straws, was elated. Tendencies, he said. Tendencies are no problem. Everybody has some tendency or the other. Tendencies can always be managed. Even though the visit to Dr. Nabi did not provide an immediate solution to what Malakat Ali saw as Aftab's affliction, it benefited Malakat Ali a great deal. It gave him coordinates to position himself, to steady his ship that was pitching perilously on an ocean of couplet-less incomprehension. He was now able to convert his anguish into a practical problem and to turn his attention and his energies to something he understood well: how to raise enough money for the surgery. He cut down on household expenses and drew up lists of people and relatives from whom he could borrow money. Simultaneously, he embarked on the cultural project of inculcating manliness in Aftab. He passed on to him his love of poetry and discouraged the singing of thumri and chaiti. He stayed up late into the night, telling Aftab stories about their warrior ancestors and their valor on the battlefield. They left Aftab unmoved. But when he heard the story of how Temujin Changiz Khan won the hand of his beautiful wife, Bort Khatun, how she was kidnapped by a rival tribe, and how Temujin fought a whole army virtually single-handedly to get her back because he loved her so much, Aftab found himself wanting to be her. While his sisters and brother went to school, Aftab spent hours on the tiny balcony of his home looking down at Chitli Kabar, the tiny shrine of the spotted goat who was said to have had supernatural powers, and the busy street that ran past it and joined the Madhya Mahal Chowk. He quickly learned the cadence and rhythm of the neighborhood, which was essentially a stream of Urdu invective: "I'll fuck your mother, go fuck your sister, I swear by your mother's cock," that was interrupted 5 times a day by the call to prayer from the Jama Masjid as well as the several other smaller mosques in the old city. As Aftab kept strict vigil, day after day, over nothing in particular, Gutubai, the acrimonious early morning fishmonger who parked his cart of gleaming fresh fish in the center of the chowk, would, as surely as the sun rose in the east and set in the west, elongate into Wasim, the tall, affable afternoon non-Katai seller, who would then shrink into Yunus, the small, lean, evening fruit seller, who, late at night, would broaden and balloon into Hassan Mian, the stout vendor of the best mutton biryani in Madhya Mahal, which he dished out of a huge copper pot. One spring morning Aftab saw a tall, slim-hipped woman wearing bright lipstick, gold high heels and a shiny, green satin salwar kameez buying bangles from Mir, the bangle seller who doubled up as caretaker of the Chitli Kabar. He stored his stock of bangles inside the tomb every night when he shut shrine and shop. He had managed to ensure that the working hours coincided. Aftab had never seen anybody like the tall woman with lipstick. He rushed down the steep stairs into the street and followed her discreetly while she bought goat's trotters, hair clips, guavas, and had the strap of her sandals fixed. He wanted to be her. He followed her down the street all the way to Turkman Gate and stood for a long time outside the blue doorway she disappeared into. No ordinary woman would have been permitted to sashay down the streets of Shahjahanabad dressed like that. Ordinary women in Shahjahanabad wore burqas, or at least covered their heads and every part of their body except their hands and feet. The woman Aftab followed could dress as she was dressed and walk the way she did only because she wasn't a woman. Whatever she was, Aftab wanted to be her. He wanted to be her even more than he wanted to be Bort Khatun. Like her, he wanted to shimmer past the meat shops where skinned carcasses of whole goats hung down like great walls of meat. He wanted to simper past the new lifestyle men's hairdressing salon where Ilyas the barber cut Liaquat the lean young butcher's hair and shined it up with brul cream. He wanted to put out a hand with painted nails and a wrist full of bangles and delicately lift the gill of a fish to see how fresh it was before bargaining down the price. He wanted to lift his salwar just a little as he stepped over a puddle, just enough to show off his silver anklets. It was not Aftab's girl part that was just an appendage. He began to divide his time between his music classes and hanging around outside the blue doorway of the house in Gali Dakotan where the tall woman lived. He learned that her name was Bombay Silk and that there were 7 others like her: Bulbul, Razia, Hira, Baby, Nimo, Mary and Goody Ya, who lived together in the Haveli with the blue doorway, and that they had an ustad, a guru, called Kulsumbai, older than the rest of them, who was the head of the household. Aftab learned their Haveli was called the Quabga, the House of Dreams. At first he was shooed away because everybody, including the residents of the Quabga, knew Malakat Ali and did not want to get on the wrong side of him. But regardless of what admonition and punishment awaited him, Aftab would return to his post stubbornly, day after day. It was the only place in his world where he felt the air made way for him. When he arrived, it seemed to shift, to slide over, like a school friend making room for him on a classroom bench. Over a period of a few months, by running errands, carrying their bags and musical instruments when the residents went on their city rounds, by massaging their tired feet at the end of a working day, Aftab eventually managed to insinuate himself into the Quabga. Finally the day dawned when he was allowed in. He entered that ordinary, broken-down home as though he were walking through the gates of paradise. The blue door opened onto a paved, high-walled courtyard with a hand pump in one corner and a pomegranate tree in the other. There were 2 rooms set behind a deep veranda with fluted columns. The roof of one of the rooms had caved in and its walls had crumbled into a heap of rubble in which a family of cats had made its home. The room that hadn't crumbled was a large one, and in fairly good condition. Its peeling, pale green walls were lined with 4 wooden and 2 Godrej almiras covered with pictures of film stars Mutubala, Wahida Rehman, Nargis, Dilip Kumar, whose name was really Muhammad Yusuf Khan, Guru Dutt, and the local boy Johnny Walker, Badruddin Jamaluddin Kazi, the comedian who could make the saddest person in the world smile. One of the cupboards had a dim, full-length mirror mounted on the door. In another corner there was a beaten-up old dressing table. A chipped and broken chandelier with only one working bulb and a long-stemmed, dark brown fan hung from the high ceiling. The fan had human qualities. She was coy, moody, and unpredictable. She had a name too, Usha. Usha wasn't young anymore and often needed to be cajoled and prodded with a long-handled broom, and then she would go to work, gyrating like a slow pole dancer. Ustad Kulsumbai slept on the only bed in the Haveli with her parakeet, Birbal, in his cage above her bed. Birbal would screech as though he was being slaughtered if Kulsumbai was not near him at night. During Birbal's waking hours he was capable of some weapons-grade invective that was always preceded by the half-snide, half-flirtatious ai-hi that he had picked up from his housemates. Birbal's choicest insult was the one most commonly heard in the Quabga: Sali Randi Hijra, sister fucking whore Hijra. Birbal knew all the variations. He could mutter it, say it coquettishly, in jest, with affection and with genuine, bitter anger. Everyone else slept in the veranda, their bedding rolled up in the day like giant bolsters. In winter, when the courtyard grew cold and misty, they all crowded into Kulsumbai's room. The entrance to the toilet was through the ruins of the collapsed room. Everybody took turns to bathe at the hand pump. An absurdly steep, narrow staircase led to the kitchen on the first floor. The kitchen window looked out onto the dome of the Holy Trinity Church. Mary was the only Christian among the residents of the Quabga. She did not go to church, but she wore a little crucifix around her neck. Gudiyah and Bulbul were both Hindus and did occasionally visit temples that would allow them in. The rest were Muslim. They visited the Jama Masjid and those dargahs that allowed them into the inner chambers, because unlike biological women, hijras were not considered unclean since they did not menstruate. The most masculine person in the Khwabga, however, did menstruate. Bismillah slept upstairs on the kitchen terrace. She was a small, wiry, dark woman with a voice like a bus horn. She had converted to Islam and moved into the Khwabga a few years ago. The two were not connected, after her husband, a bus driver for Delhi Transport Corporation, had thrown her out of their home for not bearing him a child. Of course, it never occurred to him that he might have been responsible for their childlessness. Bismillah, formerly Bimla, managed the kitchen and guarded the Khwabga against unwanted intruders with the ferocity and ruthlessness of a professional Chicago mobster. Young men were strictly forbidden to enter the Khwabga without her express permission. Even regular customers, like Anjum's future client, the man who knew English, were kept out and had to make their own arrangements for their assignations. Bismillah's companion on the terrace was Razia, who had lost her mind as well as her memory and no longer knew who she was or where she came from. Razia was not a hijra. She was a man who liked to dress in women's clothes. However, she did not want to be thought of as a woman, but as a man who wanted to be a woman. She had stopped trying to explain the difference to people, including to hijras, long ago. Razia spent her days feeding pigeons on the roof and steering all conversations towards a secret, unutilized government scheme, DOPEC, she called it, she had discovered for hijras and people like herself. As per the scheme, they would all live together in a housing colony and be given government pensions and would no longer need to earn their living doing what she described as bad tamiza, bad behavior anymore. Razia's other theme was government pensions for street cats. For some reason her unmemoried, unanchored mind veered unerringly towards government schemes. Aftab's first real friend in the Khwabga was Nimo Gorakhpuri, the youngest of them all and the only one who had completed high school. Nimo had run away from her home in Gorakhpur where her father worked as a senior division clerk in the main post office. Though she affected the airs of being a great deal older, Nimo was really only 6 or 7 years older than Aftab. She was short and chubby with thick, curly hair, stunning eyebrows curved like a pair of scimitars, and exceptionally thick eyelashes. She would have been beautiful but for her fast-growing facial hair that made the skin on her cheeks look blue under her makeup, even when she had shaved. Nimo was obsessed with Western women's fashion and was fiercely possessive of her collection of fashion magazines sourced from the second-hand Sunday book bazaar on the pavement in Duryaganj, a 5-minute walk from the Khwabga. One of the booksellers, Naushad, who bought his supply of magazines from the garbage collectors who serviced the foreign embassies in Shanti Path, kept them aside, and sold them to Nimo at a hefty discount. "Do you know why God made hijras?" she asked Aftab one afternoon while she flipped through a dog-eared 1967 issue of Vogue, lingering over the blonde ladies with bare legs who so enthralled her. "No, why? It was an experiment. He decided to create something, a living creature that is incapable of happiness. So he made us." Her words hit Aftab with the force of a physical blow. "How can you say that? You are all happy here. This is the Khwabga," he said, with rising panic. "Who's happy here? It's all sham and fakery," Nimo said laconically, not bothering to look up from the magazine. "No one's happy here. It's not possible. Aryar, think about it, what are the things you normal people get unhappy about? I don't mean you, but grown ups like you. What makes them unhappy? Price rise, children's school admissions, husbands' beatings, wives' cheatings, Hindu-Muslim riots, Indo-Pak war outside, things that settle down eventually. But for us the price rise and school admissions and beating husbands and cheating wives are all inside us. The riot is inside us. The war is inside us. Indo-Pak is inside us. It will never settle down. It can't." Aftab desperately wanted to contradict her, to tell her she was dead wrong, because he was happy, happier than he had ever been before. He was living proof that Nimo Gorakhpuri was wrong, was he not? But he said nothing, because it would have involved revealing himself as not being a normal people, which he was not yet prepared to do. It was only when he turned 14, by which time Nimmo had run away from the Quabga with a state transport bus driver, who soon abandoned her and returned to his family, that Aftab fully understood what she meant. His body had suddenly begun to wage war on him. He grew tall and muscular. And hairy. In a panic he tried to remove the hair on his face and body with burn ointment that made dark patches on his skin. He then tried an French creme hair remover that he purloined from his sisters. He was soon found out because it smelled like an open sewer. He plucked his bushy eyebrows into thin, asymmetrical crescents with a pair of homemade tweezers that looked more like tongs. He developed an Adam's apple that bobbed up and down. He longed to tear it out of his throat. Next came the unkindest betrayal of all, the thing that he could do nothing about. His voice broke. A deep, powerful man's voice appeared in place of his sweet, high voice. He was repelled by it and scared himself each time he spoke. He grew quiet, and would speak only as a last resort, after he had run out of other options. He stopped singing. When he listened to music, anyone who paid attention would hear a high, barely audible, insect-like hum that seemed to emerge through a pinhole at the top of his head. No amount of persuasion, not even from Ustad Hamid himself, could coax a song out of Aftab. He never sang again, except to mockingly caricature Hindi film songs at ribald hijra gatherings or when, in their professional capacity, they descended on ordinary people's celebrations, weddings, births, housewarming ceremonies, dancing, singing in their wild, grating voices, offering their blessings and threatening to embarrass the hosts, by exposing their mutilated privates, and ruin the occasion with curses and a display of unthinkable obscenity unless they were paid a fee. This is what Razia meant when she said Badtamizi, and what Nimmo Gorak Puri referred to when she said, "We're jackals who feed off other people's happiness, we're happiness hunters." Kushikir was the phrase she used. Once music forsook Aftab, he was left with no reason to continue living in what most ordinary people thought of as the real world and hijras called Duniya, the world. One night he stole some money and his sister's nicer clothes and moved into the Quabga. Hahanara Begum, never known for her shyness, waded in to retrieve him. He refused to leave. She finally left after making Ustad Kulsum promise that on weekends, at least, Aftab would be made to wear normal boys' clothes and be sent home. Ustad Kulsum tried to honor her promise, but the arrangement lasted only for a few months. And so, at the age of 15, only a few hundred yards from where his family had lived for centuries, Aftab stepped through an ordinary doorway into another universe. On his first night as a permanent resident of the Quabga, he danced in the courtyard to everybody's favorite song from everybody's favorite film Pyar Kiya to Darnakiya from Mughal-e-Azam. The next night at a small ceremony he was presented with a green Quabga dupatta and initiated into the rules and rituals that formally made him a member of the Hijra community. Aftab became Anjum, disciple of Ustad Kulsum of the Delhi Gharana, one of the 7 regional Hijra Gharanas in the country, each headed by a Nayak, a chief, all of them headed by a supreme chief. Though she never visited him there again, for years Hahanara Begum continued to send a hot meal to the Quabga every day. The only place where she and Anjum met was at the Dargah of Hazrat Sarmad Shahid. There they would sit together for a while, Anjum nearly 6 feet tall, her head demurely covered in a spangled dupatta, and tiny Hahanara Begum, whose hair had begun to grey under her black burqa. Sometimes, they held hands surreptitiously. Malakat Ali for his part was less able to accept the situation. His broken heart never mended. While he continued to give his interviews, he never spoke either privately or publicly of the misfortune that had befallen the dynasty of Changiz Khan. He chose to sever all ties with his son. He never met Anjum or spoke to her again. Occasionally they would pass each other on the street and would exchange glances, but never greetings. Never. Over the years Anjum became Delhi's most famous Hijra. Filmmakers fought over her, NGOs hoarded her, foreign correspondents gifted her phone number to one another as a professional favor, along with numbers of the Bird Hospital, Fulan Devi, the surrendered dacoit known as Bandit Queen, and a contact for a woman who insisted she was the Begum of Oud who lived in an old ruin in the ridge forest with her servants and her chandeliers while she staked her claim to a non-existent kingdom. In interviews Anjum would be encouraged to talk about the abuse and cruelty that her interlocutors assumed she had been subjected to by her conventional Muslim parents, siblings, and neighbors before she left home. They were invariably disappointed when she told them how much her mother and father had loved her and how she had been the cruel one. "Others have horrible stories, the kind you people like to write about," she would say. "Why not talk to them?" But of course newspapers didn't work that way. She was the chosen one. It had to be her, even if her story was slightly altered to suit readers' appetites and expectations. Once she became a permanent resident of the Quabga, Anjum was finally able to dress in the clothes she longed to wear: the sequined gossamer kurtas and pleated pashala salwars, shararas, gararas, silver anklets, glass bangles and dangling earrings. She had her nose pierced and wore an elaborate, stone-studded nose pin, outlined her eyes with kohl and blue eye shadow and gave herself a luscious, bow-shaped Madhubala mouth of glossy red lipstick. Her hair would not grow very long, but it was long enough to pull back and weave into a plait of false hair. She had a strong, chiseled face and an impressive, hooked nose like her father's. She wasn't beautiful in the way Bombay silk was, but she was sexier, more intriguing, handsome in the way some women can be. Those looks combined with her steadfast commitment to an exaggerated, outrageous kind of femininity made the real, biological women in the neighborhood, even those who did not wear full burqas, look cloudy and dispersed. She learned to exaggerate the swing in her hips when she walked and to communicate with the signature spread-fingered hijra clap that went off like a gunshot and could mean anything: yes, no, maybe, wah. Behen Kalauda, your sister's cock, Pansadi K, you arsehole born. Only another hijra could decode what was specifically meant by the specific clap at that specific moment. On Anjum's 18th birthday, Kulsum Bai threw a party for her in the Quabga. Hijras gathered from all over the city, some came from out of town. For the first time in her life Anjum wore a sari, a red disco sari, with a backless koli. That night she dreamed she was a new bride on her wedding night. She awoke distressed to find that her sexual pleasure had expressed itself into her beautiful new garment like a man's. It wasn't the first time this had happened, but for some reason, perhaps because of the sari, the humiliation she felt had never been so intense. She sat in the courtyard and howled like a wolf, hitting herself on her head and between her legs, screaming with self-inflicted pain. Ustad Kulsum Bai, no stranger to these histrionics, gave her a tranquilizer and took her to her room. When Anjum calmed down, Ustad Kulsum Bai talked to her quietly in a way she had never done before. There was no reason to be ashamed of anything, Ustad Kulsum Bai told her, because hijras were chosen people, beloved of the Almighty. The word hijra, she said, meant a body in which a holy soul lives. In the next hour Anjum learned that the holy souls were a diverse lot and that the world of the Quabga was just as complicated, if not more so, than the Duniya. The Hindus, Bulbul and Gudiyya, had both been through the formal, extremely painful, religious castration ceremony in Bombay before they came to the Quabga. Bombay Silk and Hira would have liked to do the same, but they were Muslim and believed that Islam forbade them from altering their God-given gender, so they managed, somehow, within those confines. Baby, like Razia, was a man who wanted to remain a man but be a woman in every other way. As for Ustad Kulsum Bai, she said she disagreed with Bombay Silk and Hira's interpretation of Islam. She and Nimo Gorak Puri, who belonged to different generations, had had surgery. She knew a Dr. Mukhtar, she said, who was reliable and close-lipped and did not spread gossip about his patients in every gully and kucha of Old Delhi. She told Anjum she should think it over and decide what she wanted to do. Anjum took 3 whole minutes to make up her mind. Dr. Mukhtar was more reassuring than Dr. Nabi had been. He said he could remove her male parts and try to enhance her existing vagina. He also suggested pills that would undeepen her voice and help her develop breasts. At a discount, Kulsum Bai insisted. At a discount, Dr. Mukhtar agreed. Kulsumbai paid for the surgery and the hormones. Anjum paid her back over the years, several times over. The surgery was difficult, the recovery even more so, but in the end it came as a relief. Anjum felt as though a fog had lifted from her blood and she could finally think clearly. Dr. Mukhtar's vagina, however, turned out to be a scam. It worked, but not in the way he said it would, not even after 2 corrective surgeries. He did not offer to refund the money though, neither in whole nor in part. On the contrary, he went on to make a comfortable living, selling spurious, substandard body parts to desperate people. He died a prosperous man, with 2 houses in Laxmi Nagar, one for each of his sons, and his daughter married to a wealthy building contractor in Rampur. Although Anjum became a sought-after lover, a skilled giver of pleasure, the orgasm she had when she wore her red disco sari was the last one of her life. And though the tendencies that Dr. Nabi had cautioned her father about remained, Dr. Mukhtar's pills did undeepen her voice. But it restricted its resonance, coarsened its timbre and gave it a peculiar, rasping quality, which sometimes sounded like 2 voices quarreling with each other instead of one. It frightened other people, but it did not frighten its owner in the way her God-given one had. Nor did it please her. Anjum lived in the Quabga with her patched-together body and her partially realized dreams for more than 30 years. She was 46 years old when she announced that she wanted to leave. Malakat Ali was dead. Hahanara Begum was more or less bedridden and lived with Saqib and his family in one section of the old house at Chitli Kabar, the other half was rented to a strange, diffident young man who lived amidst towers of second-hand English books piled on the floor, on his bed and on every available horizontal surface. Anjum was welcome to visit occasionally, but not to stay. The Quabga was home to a new generation of residents. Of the old ones only Ustad Kulsumbai, Bombay Silk, Razia, Bismillah and Mary remained. Anjum had nowhere to go. Perhaps for this reason, nobody took her seriously. Theatrical announcements of departure and impending suicide were fairly routine responses to the wild jealousies, endless intrigue, and continuously shifting loyalties that were a part of daily life in the Quabga. Once again, everybody suggested doctors and pills. Dr. Bhagat's pills cure everything, they said. Everyone's on them. I'm not everyone, Anjum said, and that set off another round of whispers, for and against, about the pitfalls of pride and what did she think of herself? What did she think of herself? Not much, or quite a lot, depending on how you looked at it. She had ambitions, yes. And they had come full circle. Now she wanted to return to the dunya and live like an ordinary person. She wanted to be a mother, to wake up in her own home, dress Zainab in a school uniform and send her off to school with her books and tiffin box. The question was, were ambitions such as these, on the part of someone like herself, reasonable or unreasonable? Zainab was Anjum's only love. Anjum had found her 3 years ago on one of those windy afternoons when the prayer caps of the faithful blew off their heads and the balloon sellers' balloons all slanted to one side. She was alone and bawling on the steps of the Jama Masjid, a painfully thin mouse of a thing, with big, frightened eyes. Anjum guessed that she was about 3 years old. She wore a dull green salwar kameez and a dirty white hijab. When Anjum loomed over her and offered her a finger to hold, she glanced up briefly, grasped it and continued to cry loudly without pause. The mouse in a hijab had no idea what a storm that casual gesture of trust set off inside the owner of the finger that she held onto. Being ignored instead of dreaded by the tiny creature subdued, for a moment at least, what Nimo Gorak Puri had so astutely and so long ago called Indo-Pak. The warring factions inside Anjum fell silent. Her body felt like a generous host instead of a battlefield. Was it like dying, or being born? Anjum couldn't decide. In her imagination it had the fullness, the sense of entirety, of one of the two. She bent down and picked the mouse up and cradled her in her arms, murmuring all the while to her in both her quarreling voices. Even that did not scare or distract the child from her bawling project. For a while Anjum just stood there, smiling joyfully, while the creature in her arms cried. Then she set her down on the steps, bought her some bright pink cotton candy and tried to distract her by chatting nonchalantly about adult matters, hoping to pass the time until whoever owned the child came to get her. It turned out to be a one-way conversation. The mouse did not seem to know much about herself, not even her name, and did not seem to want to talk. By the time she had finished with the cotton candy, or it had finished with her, she had a bright pink beard and sticky fingers. The bawling subsided into sobs and eventually into silence. Anjem stayed with her on the steps for hours, waiting for someone to come for her, asking passers-by if they knew of anybody who was missing a child. As evening fell and the great wooden doors of the Jama Masjid were pulled shut, Anjem hoisted the mouse onto her shoulders and carried her to the Quabga. There she was scolded and told that the right thing to do under the circumstances was to inform the masjid management that a lost child had been found. She did that the next morning. Reluctantly, it has to be said, dragging her feet, hoping against hope, because by now Anjem was hopelessly in love. Over the next week announcements were made from several mosques several times a day. No one came forward to claim the mouse. Weeks went by, still no one came looking. And so, by default, Zainab, the name Anjem chose for her, stayed on in the Quabga, where she was lavished with more love by more mothers, and, in a manner of speaking, fathers, than any child could hope for. She did not take very long to settle into her new life, which suggested that she had not been unduly attached to her old one. Anjem came to believe that she had been abandoned and not lost. In a few weeks she began to call Anjem Mummy, because that's what Anjem had begun to call herself. The other residents, under Anjem's tutelage, were all called Apa, Auntie in Urdu, and Mary, because she was Christian, was Mary Auntie. Ustad Kulsum Bai and Bismillah became Badi Nanny and Kodi Nanny. Senior and Junior Granny. The mouse absorbed love like sand absorbs the sea. Very quickly she metamorphosed into a cheeky young lady with rowdy, distinctly bandicoot-like tendencies, that could only barely be managed. Mummy, in the meanwhile, grew more addle-headed by the day. She was caught unawares by the fact that it was possible for one human being to love another so much and so completely. At first, being new to the discipline, she was only able to express her feelings in a busy, bustling way, like a child with its first pet. She bought Zainab an unnecessary amount of toys and clothes, frothy, puff-sleeved frocks and made-in-China squeaking shoes with flashing heel lights. She bathed, dressed and undressed her an unnecessary number of times, oiled, braided and unbraided her hair, tied and untied it with matching and unmatching ribbons that she kept rolled up in an old tin. She overfed her, took her for walks in the neighborhood and, when she saw that Zainab was naturally drawn to animals, got her a rabbit who was killed by a cat on his very first night at the Quabga, and a he-goat with a Maulana-style beard who lived in the courtyard and every now and then, with an impassive expression on his face, sent his shiny goat pills skittering in all directions. The Quabga was in better condition than it had been for years. The broken room had been renovated and a new room built on top of it on the first floor, which Anjem and Mary now shared. Anjem slept with Zainab on a mattress on the floor, her long body curled protectively around the little girl like a city wall. At night she sang her to sleep softly, in a way that was more whisper than song. When Zainab was old enough to understand, Anjem began to tell her bedtime stories. At first the stories were entirely inappropriate for a young child. They were Anjem's somewhat maladroit attempt to make up for lost time, to transfuse herself into Zainab's memory and consciousness, to reveal herself without artifice, so that they could belong to each other completely. As a result she used Zainab as a sort of dock where she unloaded her cargo, her joys and tragedies, her life's cathartic turning points. Far from putting Zainab to sleep, many of the stories either gave her nightmares or made her stay awake for hours, fearful and cranky. Sometimes Anjem herself wept as she told them. Zainab began to dread her bedtime and would shut her eyes tightly, simulating sleep in order not to have to listen to another tale. Over time, however, Anjem, with inputs from some of the junior appas, worked out an editorial line. The stories were successfully child-proofed, and eventually Zainab even began to look forward to the nighttime ritual. Her top favorite was the flyover story Anjum's account of how she and her friends walked home late one night from Defence Colony in South Delhi all the way back to Turkman Gate. There were 5 or 6 of them, dressed up, looking stunning after a night of revelry at a wealthy Seth's house in D Block. After the party they decided to walk for a while and take in some fresh air. In those days there was such a thing as fresh air in the city, Anjum told Zainab. When they were halfway across the Defence Colony flyover, the city's only flyover at the time, it began to rain. And what can anyone possibly do when it rains on a flyover? They have to keep walking, Zainab would say, in a reasonable, adult tone. Exactly right. So we kept walking, Anjum would say. And then what happened? Then you wanted to sue. Then I wanted to sue. But you couldn't stop. I couldn't stop. You had to keep walking. I had to keep walking. So we sued in Argagra. Zainab would shout, because she was at the age when anything to do with shitting, pissing and farting was the high point, or perhaps the whole point, of all stories. That's right, and it was the best feeling in the world, Anjum would say, being drenched in the rain on that big, empty flyover, walking under a huge advertisement of a wet woman drying herself with a Bombay dyeing towel. And the towel was as big as a carpet. As big as a carpet, yes. And then you asked that woman if you could borrow her towel to dry yourself. And what did the woman say? She said, "Nahin. Nahin. Nahin." She said, "Nahin. Nahin. Nahin." So we got drenched, and we kept walking. With garam, warm, Sue running down your thanda, cold, legs. Inevitably at this point Zainab would fall asleep, smiling. Every hint of adversity and unhappiness was required to be excised from Anjum's stories. She loved it when Anjum transformed herself into a young sex siren who had led a shimmering life of music and dance, dressed in gorgeous clothes with varnished nails and a throng of admirers. And so, in these ways, in order to please Zainab, Anjum began to rewrite a simpler, happier life for herself. The rewriting in turn began to make Anjum a simpler, happier person. Edited out of the flyover story, for example, was the fact that the incident had happened in 1976, at the height of the emergency declared by Indira Gandhi that lasted 21 months. Her spoiled younger son, Sanjay Gandhi, was the head of the Youth Congress, the youth wing of the ruling party, and was more or less running the country, treating it as though it was his personal plaything. Civil rights had been suspended, newspapers were censored and, in the name of population control, thousands of men, mostly Muslim, were herded into camps and forcibly sterilized. A new law, the Maintenance of Internal Security Act, allowed the government to arrest anybody on a whim. The prisons were full, and a small coterie of Sanjay Gandhi's acolytes had been unleashed on the general population to carry out his fiat. On the night of the flyover story, the gathering, a wedding party that Anjum and her colleagues had descended on, was broken up by the police. The host and 3 of his guests were arrested and driven away in police vans. Nobody knew why. Arif, the driver of the van that brought Anjum and Co. to the venue, tried to bundle his passengers into his van and make a getaway. For this impertinence he had the knuckles of his left hand and his right kneecap smashed. His passengers were dragged out of the matador, kicked on their backsides as though they were circus clowns, and instructed to scram, to run all the way home if they did not want to be arrested for prostitution and obscenity. They ran in blind terror, like ghouls, through the darkness and the driving rain, their makeup running a lot faster than their legs could, their drenched diaphanous clothes limiting their strides and impeding their speed. True, it was only a routine bit of humiliation for Hijras, nothing out of the ordinary, and nothing at all compared to the tribulations others endured during those horrible months. It was nothing, but still, it was something. Notwithstanding Anjum's editing, the flyover story retained some elements of truth. For instance, it really did rain that night. And Anjum really did piss while she ran. There really was an advertisement for Bombay dyeing towels on the Defence Colony flyover. And the woman in the advertisement really did flat out refuse to share her towel. A year before Zainab was old enough to go to school, Mummy began to prepare for the event. She visited her old home and, with her brother Saqib's permission, brought Malakat Ali's collection of books to the Khwabga. She was often seen sitting cross-legged in front of an open book, not the Holy Quran, moving her mouth as her finger traced a line across the page, or rocking back and forth with her eyes closed, thinking about what she had just read, or perhaps dredging the swamp of her memory to retrieve something that she once knew. When Zainab turned 5, Anjem took her to Ustad Hamid to begin singing lessons. It was clear from the start that music was not her calling. She fidgeted unhappily through her classes, hitting false notes so unerringly that it was almost a skill in itself. Patient, kind-hearted Ustad Hamid would shake his head as though a fly was bothering him and fill his cheeks with lukewarm tea while he held down the keys of the harmonium, which meant that he wanted his pupil to try once more. On that rare occasion when Zainab managed to arrive somewhere in the vicinity of the note, he would nod happily and say, "That's my boy." A phrase he had picked up from the Tom and Jerry show on Cartoon Network, which he loved and watched with his grandchildren, who were studying in an English medium school. It was his highest form of praise, regardless of the gender of his student. He bestowed it on Zainab not because she deserved it, but out of regard for Anjem and his memory of how beautifully she, or he when she was aftab, used to sing. Anjem sat through all the classes. Her hole-in-the-head insect hum reappeared, this time as a discreet usher endeavoring to discipline Zainab's wayward voice and keep it true. It was useless. The bandicoot couldn't sing. Zainab's real passion, it turned out, was animals. She was a terror on the streets of the old city. She wanted to free all the half-bald, half-dead white chickens that were pressed into filthy cages and stacked on top of each other outside the butcher's shops, to converse with every cat that flashed across her path and to take home every litter of stray puppies she found wallowing in the blood and offal flowing through the open drains. She would not listen when she was told that dogs were unclean najis for Muslims and should not be touched. She did not shrink from the large, bristly rats that hurried along the street she had to walk down every day. She could not seem to get used to the sight of the bundles of yellow chicken claws, sawed-off goats' trotters, the pyramids of goats' heads with their staring, blind, blue eyes and the pearly white goats' brains that shivered like jelly in big steel bowls. In addition to her pet goat, who, thanks to Zainab, had survived a record 3 backrides unslaughtered, Anjem got her a handsome rooster who responded to his new mistress's welcoming embrace with a vicious peck. Zainab wept loudly, more from heartbreak than pain. The peck chastened her, but her affection for the bird remained undiminished. Whenever rooster love came upon her she would wrap her arms around Anjem's legs and deliver a few smacking kisses to Mummy's knees, turning her head to look longingly and lovingly at the rooster between kisses so that the object of her affection and the party receiving the kisses were not in any doubt about what was going on and who the kisses were really meant for. In some ways, Anjem's addle-headedness towards Zainab was proportionately reflected in Zainab's addle-headedness towards animals. None of her tenderness towards living creatures, however, got in the way of her voracious meat-eating. At least twice a year Anjem took her to the zoo inside Puranakila, the old fort, to visit the rhinoceros, the hippopotamus, and her favorite character, the baby gibbon from Borneo. A few months after she was admitted into KGB, Kindergarten Section B, in Tender Bud's nursery school and Yagan J. Saqib and his wife were registered as her official parents. The usually robust bandicoot went through a patch of ill health. It wasn't serious, but it was persistent, and it wore her out, each illness making her more vulnerable to the next. Malaria followed flu followed 2 separate bouts of viral fever, one mild, the second worrying. Anjem fretted over her in unhelpful ways and, disregarding grumbles about her dereliction of Khwabga duties, which were mostly administrative and managerial now, nursed the bandicoot night and day with furtive, mounting paranoia. She became convinced that someone who envied her, Anjem's, good fortune had put a hex on Zainab. The needle of her suspicion pointed steadfastly in the direction of Sida, a relatively new member of the Khwabga. Sida was much younger than Anjem and was second in line for Zainab's affections. She was a graduate and knew English. More importantly, she could speak the new language of the times. She could use the terms cis-man and FETOM and MTOF, and in interviews she referred to herself as a trans person. Anjum, on the other hand, mocked what she called the trans-France business, and stubbornly insisted on referring to herself as a hijra. Like many of the younger generation, Sida switched easily between traditional salwar kameez and Western clothes, jeans, skirts, halter necks that showed off her long, beautifully muscled back. What she lacked in local flavor and old world charm she more than made up for with her modern understanding, her knowledge of the law and her involvement with gender rights groups. She had even spoken at 2 conferences. All this placed her in a different league from Anjum. Also, Sida had edged Anjum out of the #1 spot in the media. The foreign newspapers had dumped the old exotics in favor of the younger generation. The exotics didn't suit the image of the new India, a nuclear power and an emerging destination for international finance. Ustad Kulsumbai, wily old she-wolf, was alert to these winds of change, and saw benefit accrue to the Quabga. So Sida, though she lacked seniority, was in close competition with Anjum to take over as Ustad of the Quabga when Ustad Kulsumbai decided to relinquish charge, which, like the Queen of England, she seemed in no hurry to do. Ustad Kulsumbai was still the major decision-maker in the Quabga, but she was not actively involved in its day-to-day affairs. On the mornings her arthritis troubled her, she was laid out on her charpai in the courtyard, to be sunned along with the jars of lime and mango pickle, and wheat flour spread out on newspaper to rid it of weevils. When the sun got too hot she would be returned indoors to have her feet pressed and her wrinkles mustard oiled. She dressed like a man now, in a long yellow kurta, yellow because she was a disciple of Hazrat Nizamuddin Aulia, and a check sarong. She wound her thin white hair that barely covered her scalp into a tiny bun pinned to the back of her head. On some days her old friend Haji Mian, who sold cigarettes and pawned down the street, would arrive with the audio cassette of their all-time favorite film, Mughal-e-Azam. They both knew every song and every line of dialogue by heart. So they sang and spoke along with the tape. They believed nobody would ever write Urdu like that again, and that no actor would ever be able to match the diction and delivery of Dilip Kumar. Sometimes Ustad Kulsumbai would play Emperor Akbar as well as his son Prince Salim, the hero of the film, and Haji Mian would be Anarkali, Madhubala, the slave girl Prince Salim had loved. Sometimes they would exchange roles. Their joint performance was really, more than anything else, a wake for lost glory and a dying language. One evening Anjum was upstairs in her room putting a cold compress on the bandicoot's hot forehead when she heard a commotion in the courtyard, raised voices, running feet, people shouting. Her first instinct was to assume that a fire had broken out. This happened often. The huge, tangled mess of exposed electric cables that hung over the streets had a habit of spontaneously bursting into flames. She picked Zainab up and ran down the stairs. Everybody was gathered in front of the TV in Ustad Kulsumbai's room, their faces lit by flickering TV light. A commercial airliner had crashed into a tall building. Half of it still protruded out, hanging in midair like a precarious, broken toy. In moments a second plane crashed into a second building and turned into a ball of fire. The usually garrulous residents of the Quabga watched in dead silence as the tall buildings buckled like pillars of sand. There was smoke and white dust everywhere. Even the dust looked different, clean and foreign. Tiny people jumped out of the tall buildings and floated down like flecks of ash. It wasn't a film, the television people said. It was really happening. In America. In a city called New York. The longest silence in the history of the Quabga was finally broken by a profound inquiry. Do they speak Urdu there? Bismillah wanted to know. Nobody replied. The shock in the room seeped into Zainab and she stirred out of her fever dream only to tumble straight into another. She wasn't familiar with television replays, so she counted 10 planes crashing into 10 buildings. Altogether 10, she announced soberly, in her new, tender buds English, and then refitted her fat, fevered cheek back into its parking slot in Anjum's neck. The hex that had been put on Zainab had made the whole world sick. This was powerful Sifli Jadoo. Anjum stole a sly, sidelong glance at Sida to see whether she was brazenly celebrating her success or affecting innocence. The crafty bitch was pretending to be as shocked as everybody else. By December Old Delhi was flooded with Afghan families fleeing warplanes that sang in their skies like unseasonal mosquitoes, and bombs that fell like steel rain. Of course the great politicos, which, in the old city, included every shopkeeper and Maulana, had their theories. For the rest, nobody really understood exactly what those poor people had to do with the tall buildings in America. But how could they? Who but Anjem knew that the master planner of this Holocaust was neither Osama bin Laden, terrorist, nor George W. Bush, President of the United States of America, but a far more powerful, far stealthier, force, Sida, Nagul Mohammed, R/Okwabga, Gali Dakotan, Delhi 110,006, India. In order to better understand the politics of the dunya that the bandicoot was growing up in, as well as to neutralize or at least preempt the educated Sida's Siflijadu, Mummy began to read the papers carefully and to follow the news on TV, whenever the others would let her switch away from the soaps. The planes that flew into the tall buildings in America came as a boon to many in India too. The poet Prime Minister of the country and several of his senior ministers were members of an old organization that believed India was essentially a Hindu nation and that, just as Pakistan had declared itself an Islamic republic, India should declare itself a Hindu one. Some of its supporters and ideologues openly admired Hitler and compared the Muslims of India to the Jews of Germany. Now, suddenly, as hostility towards Muslims grew, it began to seem to the organization that the whole world was on its side. The poet Prime Minister made a lisping speech, eloquent, except for long, exasperating pauses when he lost the thread of his argument, which was quite often. He was an old man, but had a young man's way of tossing his head when he spoke, like the Bombay film stars of the 1960s. The Mussalman, he doesn't like the other, he said poetically in Hindi, and paused for a long time, even by his own standards. His faith he wants to spread through terror. He had made this couplet up on the spot, and was exceedingly pleased with himself. Each time he said Muslim or Mussalman his lisp sounded as endearing as a young child's. In the new dispensation he was considered to be a moderate. He warned that what had happened in America could easily happen in India and that it was time for the government to pass a new anti-terrorism law as a safety precaution. Every day Anjem, new to the news, watched TV reports about bomb blasts and terrorist attacks that suddenly proliferated like malaria. The Urdu papers carried stories of young Muslim boys being killed in what the police called encounters, or being caught red-handed in the act of planning terrorist strikes and arrested. A new law was passed which allowed suspects to be detained without trial for months. In no time at all the prisons were full of young Muslim men. Anjem thanked the Almighty that Zainab was a girl. It was so much safer. As winter set in, the bandicoot developed a deep, chesty cough. Anjem gave her teaspoons of warm milk with turmeric and kept awake at night listening to her asthmatic wheeze, feeling utterly helpless. She visited the Dargah of Hazrat Nizamuddin Aulia and spoke to one of the less mercenary Khadims whom she knew well about Zainab's illness and asked him how she could neutralize Sida's Siflijadu. Matters had got out of control, she explained, and now that it concerned much more than the fate of one little girl, she, Anjem, who was the only one who knew what the problem was, had a responsibility. She was prepared to go to any lengths to do what needed to be done. She was prepared to pay any price, she said, even if it meant going to the gallows. Sida had to be stopped. She needed the Khadim's blessings. She became theatrical and emotional, people began to stare and the Khadim had to calm her down. He asked her whether she had visited the Dargah of Hazrat Gharib Nawaz in Ajmer since Zainab had come into her life. When she said that for one reason or another she hadn't been able to, he told her that that was the problem, not anybody's Siflijadu. He was a little stern with her about allowing herself to believe in witchcraft and voodoo when Hazrat Gharib Nawaz was there to protect her. Anjem was not wholly convinced, but agreed that not visiting Ajmer Sharif for 3 years had been a serious lapse on her part. It was late February by the time Zainab recovered enough for Anjem to feel that she could leave her for a few days. Zakir Mian, the proprietor and managing director of A1 Flour, agreed to travel with Anjum. Zakir Mian was a friend of Malaikat Ali's and had known Anjum since she was born. He was in his mid-70s now, too old to be embarrassed about being seen traveling with a hijra. His shop, A1 Flour, was basically a hip-high cement platform, a meter square, located under the balcony of Anjum's old home, at the corner where Chitli Kabar opened into the Madhya Mahal Chowk. Zakir Mian had rented it from Malaikat Ali and now from Saqib and had run A1 Flour from there for more than 50 years. He sat on a piece of burlap all day, making garlands out of red roses and, separately, out of brand new currency notes that he folded into tiny fans or little birds, for bridegrooms to wear on the day of their nikah. His main challenge was and had always been to keep the roses fresh and damp and the currency notes crisp and dry within the small space of his shop. Zakir Mian said he needed to go to Ajmer and then on to Ahmedabad in Gujarat where he had some business with his wife's family. Anjum was prepared to travel with him to Ahmedabad rather than risk the harassment and humiliation, of being seen as well as of being unseen, that she would have to endure if she travelled back on her own from Ajmer. Zakir Mian, for his part, was frail now, and happy to have someone to help him with his luggage. He suggested that while they were in Ahmedabad they could visit the shrine of Wali Dakhani, the 17th-century Urdu poet, known as the Poet of Love, whom Malaikat Ali had been immensely fond of, and seek his blessings too. They sealed their travel plans by laughingly reciting a couplet by him, one of Malaikat Ali's favourites. Gc ishq ka tir kari lage. Usi zindagi kutan and abari lage. For one struck down by Cupid's bow. Life becomes burdensome, isn't that so? A few days later they set off by train. They spent 2 days in Ajmer Sharif. Anjum pushed her way through the press of devotees and bought a green and gold chador for 1,000 rupees as an offering to Hazrat Gharib Nawaz in Zainab's name. She called the Khwabga from public payphones on both days. On the third day, anxious about Zainab, she called again from the Ajmer railway station platform just before she boarded the Gharib Nawaz Express to Ahmedabad. After that there was no news either from her or from Zakir Mian. His son called his mother's family home in Ahmedabad. The phone was dead. Though they had no news from Anjum, the news from Gujarat was horrible. A railway coach had been set on fire by what the newspapers first called miscreants. 60 Hindu pilgrims were burned alive. They were on their way home from a trip to Ayodhya where they had carried ceremonial bricks to lay in the foundations of a grand Hindu temple they wanted to construct at the site where an old mosque once stood. The mosque, the Babri Masjid, had been brought down 10 years earlier by a screaming mob. A senior cabinet minister, who was in the opposition then, and had watched as the screaming mob tore down the mosque, said the burning of the train definitely looked like the work of Pakistani terrorists. The police arrested hundreds of Muslims, all auxiliary Pakistanis, from their point of view from the area around the railway station under the new terrorism law and threw them into prison. The Chief Minister of Gujarat, a loyal member of the organisation, as were the Home Minister and the Prime Minister, was, at the time, up for re-election. He appeared on TV in a saffron kurta with a slash of vermilion on his forehead, and with cold, dead eyes ordered that the burnt bodies of the Hindu pilgrims be brought to Ahmedabad, the capital of the state, where they were to be put on display for the general public to pay their respects. A weaselly unofficial spokesperson announced unofficially that every action would be met with an equal and opposite reaction. He didn't acknowledge Newton, of course, because, in the prevailing climate, the officially sanctioned position was that ancient Hindus had invented all science. The reaction, if indeed that is what it was neither equal nor opposite. The killing went on for weeks and was not confined to cities alone. The mobs were armed with swords and tridents and wore saffron headbands. They had cadastral lists of Muslim homes, businesses, and shops. They had stockpiles of gas cylinders, which seemed to explain the gas shortage of the previous few weeks. When people who had been injured were taken to hospital, mobs attacked the hospitals. The police would not register murder cases. They said, quite reasonably, that they needed to see the corpses. The catch was that the police were often part of the mobs, and once the mobs had finished their business, the corpses no longer resembled corpses. Nobody disagreed when Sita, who loved Anjem and was entirely unaware of Anjem's suspicions about her, suggested that the soap operas on TV be switched off and the news be switched on and left on in case, by some small chance, they could pick up a clue about what might have happened to Anjem and Zakir Mian. When flushed, animated TV news reporters shouted out their pieces to camera from the refugee camps where tens of thousands of Gujarat's Muslims now lived. In the Quabga they switched off the sound and scanned the background hoping to catch a glimpse of Anjem and Zakir Mian lining up for food or blankets, or huddled in a tent. They learned in passing that Wali Dakhani's shrine had been razed to the ground and a tarred road built over it, erasing every sign that it had ever existed. Neither the police nor the mobs nor the chief minister could do anything about the people who continued to leave flowers in the middle of the new tarred road where the shrine used to be. When the flowers were crushed to paste under the wheels of fast cars, new flowers would appear. And what can anybody do about the connection between flower paste and poetry? Sita called every journalist and NGO worker she knew and begged him or her to help. Nobody came up with anything. Weeks went by with no news. Zainab recovered from her bout of illnesses and went back to school, but outside school hours she was querulous and clung to Sita night and day. 2 months later, when the murdering had grown sporadic and was more or less tailing off, Zakir Mian's eldest son, Mansoor, went on his 3rd trip to Ahmedabad to look for his father. As a precaution he shaved off his beard and wore red puja threads on his wrist, hoping to pass off as Hindu. He never found his father, although he did learn what had happened to him. His inquiries led him to a small refugee camp inside a mosque on the outskirts of Ahmedabad, where he found Anjem in the men's section, and brought her back to the Quabga. She had had a haircut. What was left of her hair now sat on her head like a helmet with ear muffs. She was dressed like a junior bureaucrat in a pair of dark brown men's terry cotton trousers and a checked, short-sleeved safari shirt. She had lost a good deal of weight. Zainab, though momentarily a little frightened by Anjem's new, manly appearance, got over her fear and propelled herself into her arms shrieking her delight. Anjem held her close, but responded to the tears and questions and welcoming embraces of the others impassively, as though their greetings were an ordeal that she had no choice but to put up with. They were hurt and a little frightened by her coldness, but uncharacteristically gracious in their empathy and concern. As soon as she could, Anjem went up to her room. She emerged hours later, in her normal clothes, with lipstick and makeup and a few pretty clips in her hair. It soon became obvious that she did not want to talk about what had happened. She would not answer questions about Zakir Mian. It was God's will, was all she would say. During Anjem's absence Zainab had begun to sleep downstairs with Sita. She returned to sleeping with Anjem, but Anjem noticed that she had started calling Sita mummy too. If she's mummy, then who am I? Anjem asked Zainab a few days later. Nobody has 2 mummies. Badi mummy, Zainab said. Big mummy. Ustad Kulsumbai gave instructions that Anjem was to be left in peace to do whatever she wanted, for as long as she wanted. What Anjem wanted was to be left alone. She was quiet, disconcertingly so, and spent most of her time with her books. Over the course of a week she taught Zainab to chant something that nobody in the Quabga could understand. Anjem said it was a Sanskrit chant, the Gayatri mantra. She had learned it while she was in the camp in Gujarat. People there said it was good to know so that in mob situations they could recite it to try to pass off as Hindu. Though neither she nor Anjem had any idea what it meant, Zainab picked it up quickly and chanted it happily at least 20 times a day, while she dressed for school, while she packed her books, while she fed her goat. Om Bhurbhuvasvaha. Tatsavatar Varanyam. Bargo Devasya Dhimahi. Dio Yo Naprakodaya. One morning Anjem left the house, taking Zainab with her. She returned with a completely transformed bandicoot. Her hair was cropped short and she was dressed in boys' clothes, a baby patan suit, an embroidered jacket, judis with toes curled upward like gondolas. It's safer like this, Anjem said by way of explanation. Gujarat could come to Delhi any day. We'll call him Mahdi. Zainab's wailing could be heard all the way down the street by the chickens in their cages and the puppies in their drains. An emergency meeting was called. It was scheduled during the 2 hours of regular power cut so that there would be no complaints from anybody about having to miss the serials on TV. Zainab was sent to spend the evening with Hassan Mian's grandchildren. Her rooster was in his customary snoozing place on a shelf beside the TV. Ustad Kulsum addressed the meeting propped up on her bed, her back supported by a rolled-up razai. Everyone else sat on the ground. Anjum skulked sullenly in the doorway. In the hissing blue light of the Petromax lantern, Kulsumbai's face looked like a dried riverbed, her thinning white hair the receding glacier from which the river once rose. She had put in her uncomfortable set of new dentures for the occasion. She spoke with authority and a great sense of theatre. Her words appeared to be directed at the new initiates who had just joined the Quabga, but her tone was directed at Anjum. This household, has an unbroken history that is as old as this broken city, she said. These peeling walls, this leaking roof, this sunny courtyard, all this was once beautiful. These floors were covered with carpets that came straight from Isfahan, the ceilings were decorated with mirrors. When Shah Jahan built the Red Fort and the Jama Masjid, when he built this walled city, he built our little Haveli too. For us. Always remember, we are not just any hijras from any place. We are the hijras of Shah Jahanabad. Our rulers trusted us enough to put their wives and mothers in our care. Once we roamed freely in their private quarters, the Zanana, of the Red Fort. They're all gone now, those mighty emperors and their queens. But we are still here. Think about that and ask yourselves why that should be. The Red Fort had always played a major part in Ustad Kulsumbai's recounting of the history of the Quabga. In the old days, when she was able-bodied, a trip to the fort to watch the sound and light show was a mandatory part of the initiation rites for new arrivals. They would go in a group, dressed in their best clothes, with flowers in their hair, holding hands, risking life and limb as they plunged through the Chandni Chowk traffic, a confusion of cars, buses, rickshaws and tangas driven by people who somehow managed to be reckless even at an excruciatingly slow speed. The fort loomed over the old city, a massive sandstone plateau, so vast a part of the skyline that local people had ceased to notice it. Had Ustad Kulsumbai not insisted, perhaps nobody from the Quabga would ever have worked up the nerve to go in, not even Anjum, who had been born and raised in its shadow. Once they crossed the moat full of garbage and mosquitoes and walked through the great gateway, the city ceased to exist. Monkeys with small, mad eyes paraded up and down the towering sandstone ramparts that were built on a scale and with a grace the modern mind could not conceive of. Inside the fort it was a different world, a different time, a different air, that smelled distinctly of marijuana, and a different sky, not a narrow, street-wide strip that was barely visible through a tangle of electric wires, but a boundless one in which kites wheeled, high and quiet, up in the thermals. The sound and light show was an old government-approved version, the new government had not got its hands on it yet, of the history of the Red Fort and the emperors who had ruled from it for more than 200 years, from Shah Jahan, who built it, to Bahadur Shah Zafar, the last Mughal, who was sent into exile by the British after the failed uprising of 1857. It was the only formal history Ustad Kulsumbai knew, though her reading of it may have been more unorthodox than its authors intended. During their visits, she and her little crew would take their place with the rest of the audience, mostly tourists and school children, on the rows of wooden benches under which dense clouds of mosquitoes lived. To avoid being bitten, the audience had to assume a posture of enforced nonchalance and swing their legs through every coronation, war, massacre, victory, and defeat. Ustad Kulsumbai's special area of interest was the mid-18th century, the reign of Emperor Muhammad Shah Rangila, legendary lover of pleasure, of music, and painting, the merriest Mughal of them all. She primed her acolytes to pay particular attention to the year 1739. It began with the thunder of horses' hooves that came from behind the audience and moved through the fort, faint at first and then louder, louder, louder. That was Nader Shah's cavalry riding all the way from Persia, galloping through Ghazni, Kabul, Kandahar, Peshawar, Lahore, and Sirhind, plundering city after city as it galloped towards Delhi. Emperor Muhammad Shah's generals warn him of the approaching cataclysm. Unperturbed, he orders the music to play on. At this point in the show, the lights in the Diwan-e-Khas, the hall of special audience, would turn lurid. Purple, red, green. The zanana would light up in pink, of course, and echo with the sound of women's laughter, the rustling of silk, the chan-chan-chan of anklets. Then, suddenly, amidst those soft, happy, lady sounds would come the clearly audible, deep, distinct, rasping, coquettish giggle of a court eunuch. There! Ustad Kulsum Bai would say, like a triumphant lepidopterist who has just netted a rare moth. Did you hear that? That is us. That is our ancestry, our history, our story. We were never commoners, you see, we were members of the staff of the royal palace. The moment passed in a heartbeat. But it did not matter. What mattered was that it existed. To be present in history, even as nothing more than a chuckle, was a universe away from being absent from it, from being written out of it altogether. A chuckle, after all, could become a foothold in the sheer wall of the future. Ustad Kulsum Bai would be furious with anyone who missed the chuckle after all the effort she had put into pointing it out. So furious, in fact, that in order to avoid what could turn into a public spectacle, the newbies were advised by the older ones to pretend they had heard it even if they hadn't. Once Gudiyat tried to tell her that hijras had a special place of love and respect in Hindu mythology. She told Kulsum Bai the story of how, when Lord Ram and his wife, Sita, and his younger brother Laxman were banished for 14 years from their kingdom, the citizenry, who loved their king, had followed them, vowing to go wherever their king went. When they reached the outskirts of Ayodhya where the forest began, Ram turned to his people and said, "I want all you men and women to go home and wait for me until I return." Unable to disobey their king, the men and women returned home. Only the hijras waited faithfully for him at the edge of the forest for the whole 14 years, because he had forgotten to mention them. So we are remembered as the forgotten ones. Ustad Kulsum Bai said. Wah! Wah! Anjum remembered her first visit to the Red Fort vividly for reasons of her own. It was her first outing after she had recovered from Dr. Mukhtar's surgery. While they queued for tickets, most people gawked at the foreign tourists, who had a separate queue and more expensive tickets. The foreign tourists in turn gawked at the hijras, at Anjum in particular. A young man, a hippie with a piercing gaze and a wispy Jesus beard, looked at her admiringly. She looked back at him. In her imagination he became Hazrat Sarmad Shahid. She pictured him standing proud and naked, a slim, slight figure, before the jury of malevolent bearded qazis, not flinching even when they sentenced him to death. She was a little taken aback when the tourist walked up to her. "You are very beautiful," he said. "A photo? May I?" It was the first time anybody had ever wanted to photograph her. Flattered, she threw her red ribboned braid over her shoulder coyly and looked at Ustad Kulsum Bai for permission. It was granted. So she posed for the photograph, leaning awkwardly against the sandstone ramparts, her shoulders thrown back and her chin tilted up, brazen and timorous all at once. "Thank you," the young man said. "Thank you very much." She never saw it, but it was the beginning of something, that photograph. Where was it now? God only knew. Anjum's drifting mind returned to the meeting in Ustad Kulsum Bai's room. "It was the decadence and indiscipline of our rulers that brought ruin on the Mughal Empire," Ustad Kulsum Bai was saying. "Princes frolicking with slave women, emperors running around naked, living lives of opulence while their people starved. How could an empire like that have hoped to survive? Why should it have survived?" Nobody who had heard her playing Prince Salim in Mughal-e-Azam would have guessed that she disapproved of him so thoroughly. Nor would anybody have suspected that, notwithstanding her pride about the Khwabga's vintage and its proximity to royalty, she harbored a socialist's anger about the Mughal rulers' profligacy and their people's penury. She then went on to make a case for principled living and iron discipline, the two things that according to her were the hallmark of the Quabga, its strength and the reason it had survived through the ages, while stronger, grander things had perished. Ordinary people in the dunya, what did they know about what it takes to live the life of a hijra? What did they know about the rules, the discipline, and the sacrifices? Who today knew that there had been times when all of them, including she, Ustad Kulsum by herself, had been driven to begging for alms at traffic lights? That they had built themselves up, bit by bit, humiliation by humiliation, from there? The Quabga was called Quabga, Ustad Kulsum by said, because it was where special people, blessed people, came with their dreams that could not be realized in the dunya. In the Quabga, holy souls trapped in the wrong bodies were liberated. The question of what would happen if the holy soul were a man trapped in a woman's body was not addressed. However, Ustad Kulsum Bai said, however, and the pause that followed was one that was worthy of the lisping poet Prime Minister. The central edict of the Quabga was Manzoori. Consent. People in the dunya spread wicked rumors about hijras kidnapping little boys and castrating them. She did not know and could not say whether these things happened elsewhere, but in the Quabga, as the Almighty was witness, nothing happened without Manzoori. She then turned to the specific subject at hand. The Almighty has sent our Anjum back to us, she said. She won't tell us what happened to her and Zakir Mian in Gujarat, and we cannot force her to. All we can do is surmise and sympathize. But in our sympathy we cannot allow our principles to be compromised. Forcing a little girl to live as a boy against her wishes, even for the sake of her own safety, is to incarcerate her, not liberate her. There is no question of that happening in our Quabga. No question at all. She's my child, Anjum said. I will decide. I can leave this place and go away with her if I want to. Far from being perturbed by this declaration, everybody was actually relieved to see a sign that the old drama queen in Anjum was alive and well. They had no reason to worry because she had absolutely nowhere to go. You can do as you like, but the child will stay here, Ustad Kulsum Bai said. All this time you spoke about Manzoori, now you want to decide on her behalf. Anjum said. We'll ask her. Zainab will want to come with me. Talking back to Ustad Kulsum Bai in this way was considered unacceptable. Even for someone who had survived a massacre. Everybody waited for the reaction. Ustad Kulsum Bai closed her eyes and asked for the rolled-up raised eye to be removed from behind her. Suddenly tired, she turned to the wall and curled up, using the crook of her arm as a pillow. With her eyes still shut and her voice sounding as though it was coming from far away, she instructed Anjum to see Dr. Bhagat and to make sure that she took the medicines he prescribed. The meeting ended. The members dispersed. The Petromax lantern was carried out of the room hissing like an annoyed cat. Anjum hadn't meant what she said, but having said it, the idea of leaving took hold and coiled around her like a python. She refused to go to Dr. Bhagat, so a little delegation headed by Sita went on her behalf. Dr. Bhagat was a small man with a clipped military mustache who smelled overwhelmingly of Pond's Dream Flower talcum powder. He had a quick, birdy manner and a way of interrupting his patients as well as himself every few minutes with a dry, nervous sniff accompanied by 3 staccato taps of his pen on the tabletop. His forearms were covered with thick black hair, but his head was more or less hairless. He had shaved a broad strip of hair off his left wrist, over which he wore a tennis player's toweling sweatband, over which he wore his heavy gold watch so that he had a clear, unobscured view of the time. That morning he was dressed the way he dressed every day, in a spotless white terry cotton safari suit and shiny white sandals. A clean white towel hung over the back of his chair. His clinic was in a shithole locality, but he was a very clean man. And a good one too. The delegation trooped in and sat down on what chairs were available, some perched on the arms of the others' chairs. Dr. Bhagat was used to seeing his patients from the Quabga in 2s and 3s, they never came alone. He was a little taken aback at the multitude that descended on him that morning. Which one of you is the patient? None of us, Dr. Sahib. Sita, the spokesperson, with occasional clarifications and elucidations from the others, described Anjum's altered behavior as carefully as she could: the brooding, the rudeness, the reading and, most seriously, the insubordination. She told the doctor about Zainab's illnesses and Anjum's anxiety. Of course she had no means of knowing about Anjum's Sifli Jadoo theory and her own part in it. The delegation had, after detailed consultations with each other, decided to leave Gujarat out of it because a. They didn't know what, if anything, had happened to Anjum there, and b. Because Dr. Bhagat had a biggish silver, or perhaps it was only silver-plated, statue of Lord Ganesh on his table, and there was always smoke from a fresh incense stick curling up his trunk. Certainly there were no concrete conclusions to be drawn from this latter fact, but it made them unsure of his views on what had happened in Gujarat. So they decided to err on the side of abundant caution. Dr. Bhagat, who, like millions of other believing Hindus, was in fact appalled by the turn of events in Gujarat, listened attentively, sniffing and tapping the table with his pen, his bright, beady eyes magnified by thick lenses set in gold-framed spectacles. He furrowed his brow and thought for a minute about what he had been told, and then asked whether Anjum's wanting to leave the Quabga had led to the reading or the reading had led to her wanting to leave. The delegation was divided on the issue. One of the younger delegates, Mayor, said that Anjum had told her that she wanted to move back to the Duniya and help the poor. This set off a flurry of merriment. Dr. Bhagat, not smiling, asked them why they thought it so funny. Dr. Sahib, which poor would want to be helped by us? Mayor said, and they all giggled at the idea of intimidating poor people with offers of help. On his prescription pad Dr. Bhagat wrote in tiny, neat handwriting, patient formerly of outgoing, obedient, jolly type nature now exhibits disobedient, revolting type of personality. He told them not to worry. He wrote them a prescription. The pills, the ones that he always prescribed to everybody, would calm her down, he said, and give her a few good nights' sleep, after which he would need to see her personally. Anjum flatly refused to take the pills. As the days passed, her quietness gave way to something else, something restless and edgy. It coursed through her veins like an insidious uprising, a mad insurrection against a lifetime of spurious happiness she felt she had been sentenced to. She added Dr. Bhagat's prescription to the things she had piled up in the courtyard, things she had once treasured, and lit a match. Among the incinerated items were 3 documentary films, about her. 2 glossy coffee table books of photographs, of her. 7 photo features in foreign magazines, about her. An album of press clippings from foreign newspapers in more than 13 languages including the New York Times, the London Times, the Guardian, the Boston Globe, the Globe and Mail, Le Monde, Corriere della Sera, La Stampa and Die Zeit, about her. The smoke from the fire rose and made everybody, including the goat, cough. When the ash cooled, she rubbed it into her face and hair. That night Zainab moved her clothes, shoes, school bag and rocket-shaped pencil box into Sida's cupboard. She refused to sleep with Anjum anymore. "Mummy's never happy," was the precise, merciless reason she gave. Heartbroken, Anjum emptied her Godrej almirah and packed her finery, her satin gararas and sequin saris, her yahumkas, anklets and glass bangles into tin trunks. She made herself 2 patan suits, 1 pigeon grey and 1 mud brown. She bought a second-hand plastic anorak and a pair of men's shoes that she wore without socks. A battered tempo arrived and the almirah and tin trunks were loaded onto it. She left without saying where she was going. Even then, nobody took her seriously. They were sure she'd be back. Only a 10-minute tempo ride from the Quabga, once again Anjum entered another world. It was an unprepossessing graveyard, run down, not very big and used only occasionally. Its northern boundary abutted a government hospital and mortuary where the bodies of the city's vagrants and unclaimed dead were warehoused until the police decided how to dispose of them. Most were taken to the city crematorium. If they were recognizably Muslim, they were buried in unmarked graves that disappeared over time and contributed to the richness of the soil and the unusual lushness of the old trees. The formally constructed graves numbered less than 200. The older graves were more elaborate, with carved marble tombstones, the more recent ones, more rudimentary. Several generations of Anjum's family were buried there: Malakat Ali, his father and mother, his grandfather and grandmother. Malakat Ali's older sister Begum Zinat Khazar, Anjum's aunt, was buried next to him. She had moved to Lahore after partition. After living there for 10 years she left her husband and children and returned to Delhi, saying she was unable to live anywhere except in the immediate vicinity of Delhi's Jama Masjid. For some reason Lahore's Badshahi Mosque did not work out as a substitute. Having survived 3 attempts by the police to deport her as a Pakistani spy, Begum Zinat Khazar settled down in Shahjahanabad in a tiny room with a kitchen and a view of her beloved mosque. She shared it with a widow roughly her own age. She earned her living by supplying mutton korma to a restaurant in the old city where foreign tour groups came to savor local food. She stirred the same pot every day for 30 years and smelled of korma the way other women smelled of attar and perfume. Even when life left her, she was interred in her grave smelling like a delicious old Delhi meal. Next to Begum Zinat Khazar were the remains of Bibi Aisha, Anjum's oldest sister, who had died of tuberculosis. A little distance away was the grave of Alam Beji, the midwife who delivered Anjum. In the years before her death, Alam Beji had grown disoriented and obese. She would float regally down the streets of the old city, like a filthy queen, her matted hair twisted into a grimy towel as though she had just emerged fresh from a bath in ass's milk. She always carried a tattered Kisan urea fertilizer sack that she crammed with empty mineral water bottles, torn kites, carefully folded posters and streamers left behind by the big political rallies that were held in the Ramlila grounds nearby. On her grimmer days Alam Beji would accost the beings she had helped bring into the world, most of whom were grown men and women with children of their own, and abuse them in the foulest language, cursing the day they were born. Her insults never caused offense. People usually reacted with the wide, embarrassed grins of those who are called on stage to be guinea pigs in magic shows. Alam Beji was always fed, always offered shelter. She accepted food rancorously as though she was doing the person who offered it a great favor, but she turned down the offer of shelter. She insisted on remaining outdoors through the hottest of summers and the bitterest of winters. She was found dead one morning, sitting bolt upright outside Olive Z stationers and photocopiers, with her arms around her Kisan urea sack. Hahanara Begum insisted she be buried in the family graveyard. She organized for the body to be bathed and dressed and for an imam to say the final prayers. Alam Beji had, after all, midwifed all her 5 children. Next to Alam Beji's grave was the grave of a woman on whose tombstone it said, in English, Begum Renata Mumtaz Madam. Begum Renata was a belly dancer from Romania who grew up in Bucharest dreaming of India and its classical dance forms. When she was only 19 she hitchhiked across the continent and arrived in Delhi where she found a mediocre Kathak guru who exploited her sexually and taught her very little dance. To make ends meet she began to perform cabarets in the Rosebud Resto Bar located in the Rose Garden known to locals as No Rose Garden in the ruins of Firoz Shah Kotla, the 5th of the 7 ancient cities of Delhi. Renata's nom de cabaret was Mumtaz. She died young after being thwarted in love by a professional cheat who disappeared with all her savings. Renata continued to long for him even though she knew he had deceived her. She grew distraught, tried to cast spells and call up spirits. She began to go into long trances during which her skin broke out in boils and her voice grew deep and gravelly like a man's. The circumstances of her death were unclear, though everybody assumed it was suicide. It was Rojan Lal, the taciturn head waiter of the Rosebud Resto Bar, gruff moralizer, scourge of all the dancing girls, and the butt of all their jokes, who surprised himself by organizing her funeral and visiting her grave with flowers, once, twice and then, before he knew it, every Tuesday, his day off. It was he who organized the tombstone with her name on it and who maintained its keep-up, as he called it. It was he who added Begum and Madam, the posthumous prefix and suffix to her name, S, on the tombstone. 17 years had gone by since Renata Mumtaz died. Roshan Lal had fat varicose veins running up his thin shins and had lost the hearing in one ear, but still he came, clanking into the graveyard on his old black bicycle, bringing fresh flowers, gazanias, discounted roses and, when he was pressed for money, a few strings of jasmine that he bought from children at traffic lights. Other than the main graves, there were a few whose provenance was contested. For example, the one that simply said Badshah. Some people insisted Badshah was a lesser Mughal prince who had been hanged by the British after the rebellion of 1857, while others believed he was a Sufi poet from Afghanistan. Another grave bore only the name Islahi. Some said he was a general in Emperor Shah Alam II's army, others insisted he was a local pimp who had been knifed to death in the 1960s by a prostitute whom he had cheated. As always, everybody believed what they wanted to believe. On her first night in the graveyard, after a quick reconnaissance, Anjum placed her Godrej cupboard and her few belongings near Malakat Ali's grave and unrolled her carpet and bedding between Alam Beji's and Begum Ranata Mumtaz Madam's graves. Not surprisingly, she didn't sleep. Not that anyone in the graveyard troubled her, no jinns arrived to make her acquaintance, no ghosts threatened a haunting. The smack addicts at the northern end of the graveyard shadows just a deeper shade of night huddled on knolls of hospital waste in a sea of old bandages and used syringes, didn't seem to notice her at all. On the southern side, clots of homeless people sat around fires cooking their meager, smoky meals. Stray dogs, in better health than the humans, sat at a polite distance, waiting politely for scraps. In that setting, Anjum would ordinarily have been in some danger. But her desolation protected her. Unleashed at last from social protocol, it rose up around her in all its majesty, a fort with ramparts, turrets, hidden dungeons, and walls that hummed like an approaching mob. She rattled through its gilded chambers like a fugitive absconding from herself. She tried to dismiss the cortege of saffron men with saffron smiles who pursued her with infants impaled on their saffron tridents, but they would not be dismissed. She tried to shut the door on Zakir Mian, lying neatly folded in the middle of the street, like one of his crisp cash birds. But he followed her, folded, through closed doors on his flying carpet. She tried to forget the way he had looked at her just before the light went out of his eyes. But he wouldn't let her. She tried to tell him that she had fought back bravely as they hauled her off his lifeless body. But she knew very well that she hadn't. She tried to unknow what they had done to all the others, how they had folded the men and unfolded the women. And how eventually they had pulled them apart limb from limb and set them on fire. But she knew very well that she knew. They, who? Newton's army, deployed to deliver an equal and opposite reaction. 30,000 saffron parakeets with steel talons and bloodied beaks, all squawking together. Musalman ka-e-ke heist han. Kabristanya, Pakistan. Only one place for the Musalman. The graveyard or Pakistan. Anjum, feigning death, had lain sprawled over Zakir Mian. Counterfeit corpse of a counterfeit woman. But the parakeets, even though they were or pretended to be pure vegetarian, this was the minimum qualification for conscription, tested the breeze with the fastidiousness and proficiency of bloodhounds. And of course they found her. 30,000 voices chimed together, mimicking Ustad Kulsum Bai's burble. Ai hi. Sali Randi Hijra. Sister fucking whore Hijra. Sister fucking Muslim whore Hijra. Another voice rose, high and anxious, another bird. Nahiyar, Mat Maro, Hijran Kamarna Apshagun Hoda Hai. Don't kill her, brother, killing Hijras brings bad luck. Bad luck. Nothing scared those murderers more than the prospect of bad luck. After all, it was to ward off bad luck that the fingers that gripped the slashing swords and flashing daggers were studded with lucky stones embedded in thick gold rings. It was to ward off bad luck that the wrists wielding iron rods that bludgeoned people to death were festooned with red puja threads lovingly tied by adoring mothers. Having taken all these precautions, what would be the point of willfully courting bad luck? So they stood over her and made her chant their slogans. Bharat Mata Ki Jai. Vande Mataram. She did. Weeping, shaking, humiliated beyond her worst nightmare. Victory to Mother India! Salute the mother! They left her alive. Unkilled. Unhurt. Neither folded nor unfolded. She alone. So that they might be blessed with good fortune. Butcher's luck. That's all she was. And the longer she lived, the more good luck she brought them. She tried to unknow that little detail as she rattled through her private fort. But she failed. She knew very well that she knew very well that she knew very well. The chief minister with cold eyes and a vermilion forehead would go on to win the next elections. Even after the poet prime minister's government fell at the centre, he won election after election in Gujarat. Some people believed he ought to be held responsible for mass murder, but his voters called him Gujarat Kalala. Gujarat's beloved. For months Anjem lived in the graveyard, a ravaged, feral spectre, out haunting every resident jinn and spirit, ambushing bereaved families who came to bury their dead with a grief so wild, so untethered, that it clean outstripped theirs. She stopped grooming herself, stopped dyeing her hair. It grew dead white from the roots, and suddenly, halfway down her head, turned jet black, making her look, well, striped. Facial hair, which she had once dreaded more than almost anything else, appeared on her chin and cheeks like a glimmer of frost. Mercifully, a lifetime of cheap hormone injections stopped it from growing into an all-out beard. One of her front teeth, stained dark red from chewing pawn, grew loose in her gums. When she spoke or smiled, which she did rarely, it moved up and down terrifyingly, like a harmonium key playing a tune of its own. The terrifyingness had its advantages, though it scared people and kept nasty, insult-hurling, stone-throwing little boys at bay. Mr. D.D. Gupta, an old client of Anjem's, whose affection for her had transcended worldly desire long ago, tracked her down and visited her in the graveyard. He was a building contractor from Kerala who bought and supplied construction material: steel, cement, stone, bricks. He diverted a small consignment of bricks and a few asbestos sheets from the building site of a wealthy client and helped Anjem construct a small, temporary shack, nothing elaborate, just a storeroom in which she could lock her things if she needed to. Mr. Gupta visited her from time to time to make sure she was provided for and did not harm herself. When he moved to Baghdad after the American invasion of Iraq, to capitalize on the escalating demand for concrete blast walls, he asked his wife to send their driver with a hot meal for Anjem at least 3 times a week. Mrs. Gupta, who thought of herself as a gopi, a female adorer of Lord Krishna, was, according to her palmist, living through her 7th and last cycle of rebirth. This gave her license to behave as she wished without worrying that she would have to pay for her sins in her next life. She had her own amorous involvements, although she maintained that when she attained sexual climax the ecstasy she felt was for a divine being and not for her human lover. She was extremely fond of her husband but was relieved to have his physical appetites taken off her plate, and therefore more than happy to do him this small favor. Before he left, Mr. Gupta bought Anjem a cheap mobile phone and taught her how to answer it. Incoming calls were free, and how to give him what he described as a missed call if she needed to speak to him. Anjem lost it within a week, and when Mr. Gupta called from Baghdad the phone was answered by a drunk who wept and demanded to speak to his mother. In addition to this kind-heartedness, Anjem also received other visitors. Sita brought the apparently heartless, but in truth traumatized, Zainab a few times. When it became apparent to Sita that the visits caused both Anjem and Zainab too much pain, she stopped bringing her. Anjem's brother, Saqib, came once a week. Ustad Kulsum by herself, accompanied by her friend Haji Mian and sometimes Bismillah, would come by in a rickshaw. She saw to it that Anjem received a small pension from the Quabga, delivered to her in cash in an envelope on the 1st of every month. The most regular visitor of all was Ustad Hamid. He would arrive every day except on Wednesdays and Sundays, either at dawn or at twilight, settle down on someone's grave with Anjem's harmonium and begin his haunting rayas, Rag Lalit in the morning, Rag Shud Kalyan in the evenings. Tum bin kaun kabar mori let. Who other than you will ask for news of me? He studiously ignored the insulting audience requests for the latest Bollywood hit or popular Kawali. 9 out of 10 times it was a dumb masked calendar, shouted out by the vagabonds and drifters who gathered outside the invisible boundary of what had, by consensus, been marked off as Anjum's territory. Sometimes the tragic shadows on the edge of the graveyard rose to their feet in a dreamy, booze or smack-induced haze and danced in slow motion to a beat of their own. While the light died, or was born, and Ustad Hamid's gentle voice ranged over the ruined landscape and its ruined inhabitants, Anjum would sit cross-legged with her back to Ustad Hamid on Begum Ranata Mumtaz Madam's grave. She would not speak to him or look at him. He didn't mind. He could tell from the stillness of her shoulders that she was listening. He had seen her through so much, he believed that if not he, then certainly music, would see her through this too. But neither kindness nor cruelty could coax Anjum to return to her old life at the Khwabga. It took years for the tide of grief and fear to subside. Imam Ziauddin's daily visits, their petty, and sometimes profound, quarrels, and his request that Anjum read the papers to him every morning, helped draw her back into the dunya. Gradually the fort of desolation scaled down into a dwelling of manageable proportions. It became home, a place of predictable, reassuring sorrow, awful, but reliable. The saffron men sheathed their swords, laid down their tridents and returned meekly to their working lives, answering bells, obeying orders, beating their wives and biding their time until their next bloody outing. The saffron parakeets retracted their talons and returned to green, and camouflaged themselves in the branches of the banyan trees from which the white-backed vultures and sparrows had disappeared. The folded men and unfolded women visited less frequently. Only Zakir Mian, neatly folded, would not go away. But in time, instead of following her around, he moved in with her and became a constant but undemanding companion. Anjum began to groom herself again. She henna'd her hair, turning it a flaming orange. She had her facial hair removed, her loose tooth extracted and replaced with an implant. A perfect white tooth now shone like a tusk between the dark red stumps that passed for teeth. On the whole it was only slightly less alarming than the previous arrangement. She stayed with the Pathan suits, but she had new ones tailored in softer colors, pale blue and powder pink, which she matched with her old sequined and printed dupattas. She gained a little weight and filled out her new clothes in an attractive, comfortable way. But Anjum never forgot that she was only butcher's luck. For the rest of her life, even when it appeared otherwise, her relationship with the rest of her life remained precarious and reckless. As the fort of desolation scaled down, Anjum's tin shack scaled up. It grew first into a hut that could accommodate a bed, and then into a small house with a little kitchen. So as not to attract undue attention, she left the exterior walls rough and unfinished. The inside she plastered and painted an unusual shade of fuchsia. She put in a sandstone roof supported on iron girders, which gave her a terrace on which, in the winter, she would put out a plastic chair and dry her hair and sun her chapped, scaly shins while she surveyed the dominion of the dead. For her doors and windows she chose a pale pistachio green. The bandicoot, now well on her way to becoming a young lady, began to visit her again. She always came with Sida, and she never spent the night. Anjum never asked or insisted, or even made her feelings manifest. But the pain from this one wound never deadened, never diminished. On this count her heart simply would not agree to mend. Every few months the municipal authorities stuck a notice on Anjum's front door that said squatters were strictly prohibited from living in the graveyard and that any unauthorized construction would be demolished within a week. She told them that she wasn't living in the graveyard, she was dying in it, and for this she didn't need permission from the municipality because she had authorization from the Almighty himself. None of the municipal officers who visited her was man enough to take the matter further and run the risk of being embarrassed by her legendary abilities. Also, like everyone else, they feared being cursed by a hijra. So they chose the path of appeasement and petty extortion. They settled on a not inconsiderable sum of money to be paid to them, along with a non-vegetarian meal, on Diwali as well as Eid. And they agreed that if the house expanded the sum would expand proportionately. Over time Anjum began to enclose the graves of her relatives and build rooms around them. Each room had a grave, or two, and a bed, or two. She built a separate bathhouse and a toilet with its own septic tank. For water she used the public hand pump. Imam Ziauddin, who was being unkindly treated by his son and daughter-in-law, soon became a permanent guest. He rarely went home anymore. Anjum began to rent a couple of rooms to down-and-out travelers. The publicity was strictly by word of mouth. There weren't all that many takers because obviously the setting and landscape, to say nothing of the innkeeper herself, were not to everybody's taste. Also, it must be said, not all the takers were to the innkeeper's taste. Anjum was whimsical and irrational about whom she admitted and whom she turned away often with unwarranted and entirely unreasonable rudeness that bordered on abuse. Who sent you here? Go fuck yourself in the arse, and sometimes with an unearthly, savage roar. The advantage of the guest house in the graveyard was that unlike every other neighborhood in the city, including the most exclusive ones, it suffered no power cuts. Not even in the summer. This was because Anjum stole her electricity from the mortuary, where the corpses required round-the-clock refrigeration. The city's paupers who lay there in air-conditioned splendor had never experienced anything of the kind while they were alive. Anjum called her guest house Jannat. Paradise. She kept her TV on night and day. She said she needed the noise to steady her mind. She watched the news diligently and became an astute political analyst. She also watched Hindi soap operas and English film channels. She particularly enjoyed B-grade Hollywood vampire movies and watched the same ones over and over again. She couldn't understand the dialogue of course, but she understood the vampires reasonably well. Gradually Jannat Guest House became a hub for hijras who, for one reason or another, had fallen out of, or been expelled from, the tightly administered grid of hijra gharanas. As word spread about the new guest house in the graveyard, friends from the past reappeared, most incredibly, Nimo Gorakhpuri. When they first met, Anjum and she held each other and wept like star-crossed sweethearts reunited after a long separation. Nimo became a regular visitor, often spending 2 or 3 days at a stretch with Anjum. She had grown into a resplendent figure, large, jeweled, perfumed and immaculately groomed. She came in her own little white Maruti 800 from Mewat, a 2-hour drive from Delhi, where she owned 2 flats and a small farm. She had become a goat magnate who traded in exotic goats that she sold for serious money to wealthy Muslims in Delhi and Bombay for slaughter on Bakride. She chuckled as she told her old friend the tricks of the trade and described the spurious techniques of overnight goat fattening and the politics of goat pricing in the pre-eyed goat market. She said that from next year her business would go online. Anjum and she agreed that for old time's sake they would celebrate the next Bakride together in the graveyard with the best specimen in Nimo's stock. She showed Anjum goat portraits on her swanky new mobile phone. She was as obsessed with goats as she had once been with Western women's fashion. She showed Anjum how to tell a Jamnapuri from a Barbary, an Adawa from a Sojate. Then she showed her an MMS of a rooster who seemed to say Ya Allah, each time he flapped his wings. Anjum was floored. Even a simple rooster knew. From that day onwards her faith deepened. True to her word, Nimo Gorakhpuri presented Anjum with a young black ram with biblical, curled horns the same model, Nimo said, as the one Hazrat Ibrahim had sacrificed on the mountain in place of his only begotten son, Ishaq, except that theirs was white. Anjum put the ram in a room of his own, with a grave of his own, and reared him lovingly. She tried to love him just as much as Ibrahim had loved Ishaq. Love, after all, is the ingredient that separates a sacrifice from ordinary, everyday butchery. She wove him a tinsel collar and put bells on his ankles. He loved her too, and followed her wherever she went. She took care to take the bells off his ankles and conceal him from Zainab when she visited, because she knew what that would lead to. By the time Eid came around that year, the old city was teeming with retired camels with faded tattoos, buffaloes and goats as big as small horses, waiting to be slaughtered. Anjum's ram was full-grown, almost 4 feet tall, all lean meat and muscle and slanting yellow eyes. People came to the graveyard just to have a look at him. Anjem booked Imran Qureshi, the rising star among the new crop of young butchers in Shahjahanabad, to perform the sacrifice. He had several prior bookings and said he would not be able to come until late afternoon. When the day of Bakr Eid dawned, Anjem knew that unless she went to the old city and brought him herself, interlopers would snatch him away out of turn. Dressed as a man, in a clean, ironed Pathan suit, she spent the whole morning trailing Imran from house to house, street corner to street corner while he went about his business. His last appointment was with a politician, a former member of the Legislative Assembly, who had lost the previous election by an embarrassing margin of votes. To minimize his defeat and show his constituency that he was already preparing for the next election, he had decided to put on an opulent display of piety. A sleek, fat water buffalo, her skin oiled and shining, was dragged through the narrow streets that were only as wide as she was, to a crossing where there was some room for maneuver. Positioned diagonally, tethered to a lamp post with her front legs hobbled, she just about fitted into what passed off as a street crossing. Excited people, dressed in new clothes, crowded doorways, windows, little balconies and terraces to watch Imran perform the sacrifice. He arrived, making his way through the crowd, slim, quiet, unassuming. As the murmur of the crowd grew louder, the buffalo's skin twitched and her eyes began to roll. Her huge head with its horns that swept backwards in an oblong arc began to sway back and forth, as though she was in a trance at a classical music concert. With a deft judo move, Imran and his helper rolled her over onto her side. In a moment he had cut open her jugular and ducked out of the way of the fountain of blood that pumped up into the air, its rhythm matching the beating of her failing heart. Blood sprayed across the downed shutters of shops, onto the faces of smiling politicians on the tattered old posters pasted on the walls. It flowed down the street past parked motorcycles, scooters, rickshaws and cycles. Little girls in jeweled slippers squealed and stepped out of its way. Little boys pretended not to mind, and the more naughty ones stamped their feet softly in the red puddles and admired their bloody shoe prints. It took a while for the buffalo to bleed to death. When she did, Imran opened her up and laid her organs out on the street: heart, spleen, stomach, liver, entrails. Since the street sloped downwards, they began to slip away like odd-shaped boats on a river of blood. Imran's helper rescued them and put them on more even ground. The skinning and cutting up would be done by the supporting cast. The superstar wiped his cleaver on a piece of cloth, scanned the crowd, caught Anjem's eye and nodded imperceptibly. He slipped through the crowd and walked away. Anjem caught up with him at the next chouk. The streets were busy. Goat skins, goat horns, goat skulls, goat brains and goat offal were being collected, separated and stacked. Shit was being extruded from intestines that would then be properly cleaned and boiled down into soap and glue. Cats were making off with delectable booty. Nothing went to waste. Imran and Anjem walked up to Turkmen Gate, from where they took an auto rickshaw to the graveyard. Anjem, man of the house for the moment, held a knife over her beautiful ram and said a prayer. Imran slit his jugular, and held him down while he shuddered and the blood flowed out of him. Within 20 minutes the ram was skinned, cut up into manageable pieces, and Imran was gone. Anjem made little parcels of mutton to distribute the sacrifice in the way it is written, a third for the family, a third for nears and dears, a third for the poor. She gave Roshan Lal, who had arrived that morning to greet her on Eid, a plastic packet containing the tongue and part of a thigh. She kept the best pieces for Zainab, who had just turned 12, and for Ustad Hamid. The addicts ate well that night. Anjem, Nimo Gorak Puri and Imam Ziauddin sat out on the terrace and feasted on 3 kinds of mutton dishes and a mountain of biryani. Nimo gifted Anjem a mobile phone with the Rooster MMS already installed on it. Anjem hugged her and said she now felt she had a direct line to God. They watched the MMS a few more times. They described the video in detail to Imam Ziauddin, who listened with his eyes but was not as enthusiastic as they were about its evidentiary value. Then Anjem tucked her new phone safely into her bosom. This one she did not lose. In a few weeks, through the good offices of his driver, who still brought messages from his boss to Anjum. Dd. Gupta got her new number and was back in touch with her from Iraq, where he seemed to have decided to live. The morning after Bakride, Jannat Guest House received its second permanent guest, a young man who called himself Saddam Hussein. Anjum knew him a little and liked him a lot, so she offered him a room at a rock-bottom price, less than it would have cost him to rent one in the old city. When Anjum first met Saddam, he worked in the mortuary. He was one of about 10 young men whose job it was to handle the cadavers. The Hindu doctors who were required to conduct post-mortems thought of themselves as upper caste and would not touch dead bodies for fear of being polluted. The men who actually handled the cadavers and performed the post-mortems were employed as cleaners and belonged to a caste of sweepers and leather workers who used to be called kammers. The doctors, like most Hindus, looked down on them and considered them to be untouchable. The doctors would stand at a distance with handkerchiefs masking their noses and shout instructions to the staff about where incisions were to be made and what was to be done with the viscera and the organs. Saddam was the only Muslim among the cleaners who worked in the mortuary. Like them, he too had become something of an amateur surgeon. Saddam had a quick smile and eyelashes that looked as though they had worked out in a gym. He always greeted Anjum with affection and often ran little errands for her, buying her eggs and cigarettes. She trusted nobody with her vegetable shopping, or fetching a bucket of water from the pump on the days she had a backache. Occasionally, when the workload at the mortuary was less hectic, usually September to November, when people on the streets were not dying like flies of the heat, the cold, or dengue, Saddam would drop in, Anjum would make him tea and they'd share a cigarette. One day he disappeared without leaving word. When she asked, his colleagues told her he had had a run-in with one of the doctors and been fired. When he reappeared that morning after Eid, a whole year later, he looked a little gaunt, a little battered, and was accompanied by an equally gaunt and battered white mare whose name he said was Pyle. He was dressed stylishly, in jeans and a red t-shirt that said "Your place or mine." He wore his sunglasses even when he was indoors. He smiled when Anjum teased him, but he said it didn't have anything to do with style. He told her the strange story of how his eyes had been burned by a tree. After he was fired from the mortuary, Saddam said, he drifted from job to job. He worked as a helper in a shop, a bus conductor, selling newspapers at the New Delhi railway station, and finally, in desperation, as a bricklayer on a construction site. One of the security guards at the site became a friend and took Saddam to meet his boss, Sangeeta Madam, in the hope that she might give him a job. Sangeeta Madam was a plump, cheerful widow who, notwithstanding her jolly-type personality, and her love for Bollywood songs, was a tough-hearted labor contractor whose security company, Safe and Sound Guard Service, SSGS, controlled a pool of 500 security guards. Her office, in the basement of a bottle factory, was in the new industrial belt that had sprung up on the outskirts of Delhi. The men on her roster had a 12-hour working day and a 6-day week. Sangeeta Madam's commission was 60% of their salary, which left them with barely enough for food and a roof over their heads. Still they flocked to her in their thousands. Retired soldiers, laid-off workers, trainloads of desperate villagers freshly arrived in the city, educated men, illiterate men, well-fed men, starving men. There were many security companies whose offices were all next to each other, Saddam told Anjum. What a sight we made on the first of every month when we went to collect our pay, thousands of us. You got the feeling that there were only 3 kinds of people in this city: security guards, people who need security guards, and thieves. Sangeeta Madam was among the better paymasters. So she had her pick of the men. She recruited the ones who looked relatively less malnourished and gave them half a day's training. Basically, she taught them how to stand straight, how to salute, how to say yes, sir, no, sir, good morning, sir, and good night, sir. She equipped them with a cap, a pre-knotted tie that came on an elastic loop, and 2 sets of uniforms with SSGS embroidered on the epaulets. They had to pay a deposit worth more than the price of the uniforms in case they ran off without returning them. She spread her little private army across the city. They guarded homes, schools, farmhouses, banks, ATMs, stores, malls, cinema halls, gated housing communities, hotels, restaurants, and the embassies and high commissions of poorer countries. Saddam told Sangeeta Madam that his name was Dia Chand, because every idiot knew that in the prevailing climate a security guard with a Muslim name would have been considered a contradiction in terms. Being a literate, pleasant-looking man in good health, he got the job easily. "I'll be watching you," Sangeeta Madam told him on his very first day, looking him up and down appreciatively. "If you can prove you are a good worker, I'll make you a supervisor in 3 months. She sent him out as one of a team of 12 men to the National Gallery of Modern Art, where one of India's most famous contemporary artists, a man from a small town who had risen to international stardom, was holding a solo show. The security for the show had been subcontracted to Safe and Sound. The exhibits, everyday artifacts made of stainless steel cisterns, steel motorcycles, steel weighing scales with steel fruit on one side and steel weights on the other, steel cupboards full of steel clothes, a steel dining table with steel plates and steel food, a steel taxi with steel luggage on its steel luggage rack, extraordinary for their verisimilitude, were beautifully lit and displayed in the many rooms of the gallery, each room guarded by 2 Safe and Sound guards. Even the cheapest exhibit, Saddam said, was the price of a 2-bedroom LIG, lower income group, flat. So, all put together, according to his calculations, they cost as much as a whole housing colony. Art First, a cutting-edge contemporary art magazine owned by a leading steel magnate, was the main sponsor of the show. Saddam, Dia Chand, was given sole charge of the signature exhibit in the show, an exquisitely made half-scale, but absolutely lifelike, stainless steel banyan tree, with stainless steel aerial roots that hung all the way down to the ground, forming a stainless steel grove. The tree came in a gigantic wooden crate, shipped in from a gallery in New York. He watched it being uncrated and placed on the lawns of the National Gallery, secured with underground bolts. It had stainless steel buckets, stainless steel tiffin carriers and stainless steel pots and pans hanging from its branches. Almost as though stainless steel laborers had hung up their stainless steel lunches while they plowed stainless steel fields and sowed stainless steel seeds. "That part I just didn't understand," Saddam told Anjum. "And the rest you did?" Anjum asked, laughing. The artist, who lived in Berlin, had sent strict instructions that he did not want any kind of protective fence or cordon to be built around the tree. He was keen for viewers to commune with his work directly, without any barriers. They were to be allowed to touch it and to wander through the grove of roots if they wanted to. Most of them did, Saddam said, except when the sun was high and the steel was burning hot to the touch. Saddam's job was to make sure nobody scratched their names into the steel tree or damaged it in any way. It was also his responsibility to keep the tree clean and to make sure the imprints from the hundreds of hands that touched it were wiped away. For this task he was given a specially designed ladder, a supply of Johnson's baby oil and fragments of old, soft saris. It seemed an improbable method, but it actually worked. Cleaning the tree was not a problem, he said. The problem was keeping an eye on it when the sun reflected off it. It was like being asked to keep an eye on the sun. After the first 2 days, Saddam asked Sangeeta Madam for permission to wear sunglasses. She turned down his request, saying it would look inappropriate and the museum management was bound to take offense. So Saddam developed a technique of looking at the tree for a couple of minutes and then looking away. Still, by the time 7 weeks had passed and the tree was recrated and shipped to Amsterdam for the artist's next show, Saddam's eyes were singed. They smarted and watered continuously. He found it impossible to keep them open in daylight unless he used sunglasses. He was dismissed from Safe and Sound Guard service because nobody had any use for an ordinary security guard who dressed as though he was a film star's bodyguard. Sangeeta Madam told him he was a great disappointment to her and had completely belied her expectations. His response was to call her some terrible names. He was physically ejected from her office. Anjum cackled her appreciation when Saddam told her what those names were. She gave him the room she had built around her sister Bibi Aisha's grave. Saddam built a temporary stable abutting the bathhouse for Payal. She stood there all night, snuffling and harumphing, a pale nightmare in the graveyard. In the daytime she was Saddam's business partner. Saddam and she did the rounds of the city's larger hospitals. He stationed himself outside the hospital gates and busied himself with one of her hooves, tapping it worriedly with a small hammer, pretending he was reshoeing it. Pyle went along with the charade. When the anxious relatives of seriously ill patients approached him, Saddam would reluctantly agree to part with the old horseshoe to bring them good luck. For a price. He also had a supply of medicines, some commonly prescribed antibiotics, crocin, cough syrup, and a range of herbal remedies that he sold to the people who flocked to the big government hospitals from the villages around Delhi. Most of them camped in the hospital grounds or on the streets because they were too poor to rent any kind of accommodation in the city. At night Saddam rode Pyle home through the empty streets like a prince. In his room he had a sack of horseshoes. He gave Anjum one that she hung on her wall next to her old catapult. Saddam had other business interests too. He sold pigeon feed at certain spots in the city where motorists stopped to seek quick benediction by feeding God's creatures. On his non-hospital days Saddam would be there with small packets of grain and ready change. After the motorist sped away, he would, quite often, much to the chagrin of the pigeons, sweep up the grain and put it back into a packet, ready for his next customer. All of it short-changing pigeons and exploiting sick people's relatives was tiring work, especially in summer, and the income was uncertain. But none of it involved having a boss, and that was the main thing. Soon after Saddam moved in, Anjum and he, partnered by Imam Ziauddin, began another initiative. It started by accident and then evolved on its own. One afternoon Anwar Bai, who ran a brothel nearby on GB Road, arrived in the graveyard with the body of Rubina, one of his girls, who had died suddenly of a burst appendix. He came with 8 young women in burqas, trailed by a 3-year-old boy, Anwar Bai's son, by one of them. They were all distressed and agitated, not just by Rubina's passing, but also because the hospital returned her body with the eyes missing. The hospital said that rats had got to them in the mortuary. But Anwar Bai and Rubina's colleagues believed that Rubina's eyes had been stolen by someone who knew that a bunch of whores and their pimp were unlikely to complain to the police. If that wasn't bad enough, because of the address given on the death certificate, GB Road, Anwar Bai could not find a bathhouse to bathe Rubina's body, a graveyard to bury her in, or an imam to say the prayers. Saddam told them they had come to the right place. He asked them to sit down and got them something cold to drink while he created an enclosure behind the guest house with some of Anjum's old dupattas wrapped around 4 bamboo poles. Inside the enclosure he put out a piece of plywood raised off the ground on a few bricks, covered it with a plastic sheet and asked the women to lay Rubina's corpse on it. He and Anwar Bai collected water from the hand pump in buckets and a couple of old paint cans and ferried them to the improvised bathhouse. The corpse was already stiff, so Rubina's clothes had to be cut open. Saddam produced a razor blade. Lovingly, flapping over her body like a drove of ravens, the women bathed her, soaping her neck, her ears, her toes. Equally lovingly they kept a sharp eye out for anyone among them who might be tempted to slip off and pocket a bangle, a toe ring or her pretty pendant. All jewellery, fake as well as real, was to be handed over to Anwar Bai. Marunissa worried that the water might be too cold. Sulekha insisted Rubina had opened her eyes and closed them again, and that shafts of divine light shone out from where her eyes had been. Zenat went off to buy a shroud. While Rubina was being prepared for her final journey, Anwar Bai's little son, dressed in denim dungarees and a prayer cap, paraded up and down, goose-stepping like a Kremlin guard, in order to show off his new, fake, mauve Crocs with flowers on them. He made a great production of noisily crunching kurkur from the packet Anjum had given him. Occasionally he tried to peep into the shed to see what his mother and his aunties, whom he had never seen in burqas in all his short life, were up to. By the time the body had been bathed, dried, perfumed, and wrapped in a shroud, Saddam, with the help of 2 of the addicts, had dug a respectably deep grave. Imam Ziauddin said the prayers and Rubina's body was interred. Anwar Bai, relieved and grateful, pressed 500 rupees on Anjum. She refused to take it. Saddam refused too. But he was not one to pass up a business opportunity. Within a week Jannat Guest House began to function as a funeral parlor. It had a proper bathhouse with an asbestos roof and a cement platform for bodies to be laid out on. There was a steady supply of gravestones, shrouds, perfumed multani clay, which most people preferred to soap, and bucket water. There was a resident imam on call night and day. The rules for the dead, same as for the living in the guest house, were esoteric warm, welcoming smiles or irrational roars of rejection, depending on nobody really knew what. The one clear criterion was that Jannat funeral services would only bury those whom the graveyards and imams of the Dunya had rejected. Sometimes days went by with no funerals and sometimes there was a glut. Their record was 5 in one day. Sometimes the police themselves, whose rules were as irrational as Anjum's, brought bodies to them. When Ustad Kulsum Bai passed away in her sleep, she was buried in grand fashion in the Hijran Ka Khanka in Murali. But Bombay Silk was buried in Anjum's graveyard. And so were many other Hijras from all over Delhi. In this way, Imam Ziauddin finally received the answer to his long-ago question: "Tell me, you people, when you die, where do they bury you? Who bathes the bodies? Who says the prayers?" Gradually Jannat Guest House and funeral services became so much a part of the landscape that nobody questioned its provenance or its right to exist. It existed. And that was that. When Hahanara Begum died at the age of 87, Imam Ziauddin said the prayers. She was buried next to Malakat Ali. Bismillah, when she died, was buried in Anjum's graveyard too. And so was Zainab's goat, who could have made it into the Guinness Book of World Records for accomplishing an unheard-of feat, for a goat dying of natural causes, colic, after surviving a record 16 Bakrides in Shahjahanabad. The credit for that of course belonged not to him, but to his fierce little mistress. Of course the Guinness Book had no such category. Though Anjum and Saddam shared the same home and graveyard, they rarely spent time together. Anjum enjoyed lazing around, but Saddam, stretched between his many enterprises, he had sold his pigeon feed business, it being the least remunerative, had no time to spare and hated TV. On one unusual morning of enforced leisure, Anjum and he sat on an old red taxi seat that they used as a sofa, drinking tea and watching TV. It was the 15th of August, Independence Day. The timid little Prime Minister who had replaced the lisping poet Prime Minister, the party he belonged to did not officially believe India was a Hindu nation, was addressing the nation from the ramparts of the Red Fort. It was one of those days when the insularity of the walled city had been invaded by the rest of Delhi. Massive crowds organized by the ruling party filled the Ramlila grounds. 5,000 school children dressed in the colors of the national flag did a flower drill. Petty influence peddlers and small wigs who wanted to be seen on TV seated themselves in the front rows so they could convert their visible proximity to power into business deals. A few years ago, when the lisping poet Prime Minister and his party of bigots were voted out of office, Anjum had rejoiced and lavished something close to adoration on the timid, blue-turbaned Sikh economist who replaced him. The fact that he had all the political charisma of a trapped rabbit only enhanced her adulation. But of late she had decided that it was true what people said, that he really was a puppet and someone else was pulling the strings. His ineffectualness was strengthening the forces of darkness that had begun to mass on the horizon and slouch through the streets once again. Gujarat Kalala was still the Chief Minister of Gujarat. He had developed a swagger and begun to talk a lot about avenging centuries of Muslim rule. In every public speech, he always found a way to bring in the measurement of his chest, 56 inches. For some odd reason it did seem to impress people. There were rumors that he was getting ready for his march to Delhi. On the subject of Gujarat Kalala, Saddam and Anjum were in perfect sync. Anjum watched the trapped rabbit who barely had a chest at all standing in his bulletproof enclosure with the Red Fort looming behind him, reeling off dense statistics about imports and exports to a restive crowd that had no idea what he was talking about. He spoke like a marionette. Only his lower jaw moved. Nothing else did. His bushy white eyebrows looked as though they were attached to his spectacles and not his face. His expression never changed. At the end of his speech he raised his hand in a limp salute and signed off with a high, reedy Jai Hind. Victory to India! A soldier, who was almost 7 feet tall and had a bristling mustache as broad as the wingspan of a baby albatross, unsheathed his sword from its scabbard and shouted a salute at the little Prime Minister, who seemed to shudder in fright. When he walked away, only his legs moved, nothing else did. Anjum switched off the TV in disgust. "Let's go up to the roof," Saddam said hastily, sensing the approach of one of her moods, which usually spelled trouble for everybody within a half-kilometer range. He went on ahead and put out an old rug and a few hard pillows with flowered pillowcases that smelled of rancid hair oil. There was a hint of a breeze and the Independence Day kite flyers were already out. There were some kite flyers in the graveyard too, not doing too badly. Anjum arrived with a saucepan of fresh, hot tea and a transistor. Saddam and she lay down, staring up, Saddam in his sunglasses, at the dirty sky dotted with bright paper kites. Lolling next to them, as though he too had decided to take a day off after a hard, working week, was Biru, sometimes called Ruby, a dog Saddam had found wandering down the pavement of a busy road, wild-eyed and disoriented, with a mess of transparent tubes dangling out of him. Biru was a beagle who had either escaped from or outlived his purpose in a pharmaceuticals testing lab. He looked worn and rubbed out, like a drawing someone had tried to erase. The usually rich black, white, and tan beagle colors were dimmed by a smoky, grayish patina that may of course have had nothing to do with the drugs that were tested on him. When Biru first came to live in Janat guest house he was troubled by frequent epileptic fits and snorting, debilitating reverse sneezes. Each time he recovered from the exhaustion of a seizure, he emerged as a different character, sometimes friendly, sometimes horny, sometimes sleepy, sometimes snarly, or lazy, as unreasonable and unpredictable as his adopted mistress. Over time his fits had grown less frequent and he had stabilized into what became his more or less permanent lazy dog avatar. The reverse sneezes lived on. Anjum poured a little tea into a saucer and blew into it to cool it down for him. He slurped it up noisily. He drank everything Anjum drank, ate everything that she ate: biryani, korma, samosas, halwa, faluda, fernie, zamzam, mangoes in summer, oranges in winter. It was terrible for his body, but excellent for his soul. In a while the breeze picked up and the kites soared, but then the mandatory Independence Day drizzle began. Anjum roared at it as though it was an uninvited guest. "Ai hi! Motherfucking whore rain!" Saddam laughed, but neither of them moved, waiting to see if it was a major or a minor. It was a minor, and soon stopped. Absent-mindedly, Anjum began to rub down Biru's coat, wiping off the delicate frost of raindrops on it. Getting wet in the rain reminded her of Zainab and she smiled to herself. Uncharacteristically, she began to tell Saddam about the flyover story, the edited version, and how much the bandicoot had loved it when she was a little girl. She went on sunnily, describing Zainab's pranks, her love of animals, and how quickly she had picked up English at school. All of a sudden, when her reminiscence was at its most cheerful, Anjum's voice, broke and her eyes filled with tears. "I was born to be a mother," she sobbed. "Just watch. One day Alamian will give me my own child. That much I know." "How is that possible?" Saddam said, reasonably, entirely unaware that he was entering treacherous territory. "Hey kikad pai koi cheese hodi hai. There is, after all, such a thing as reality. Why not? Why the hell not?" Anjum sat up and looked him in the eye. "I'm just saying. I meant realistically. If you can be Saddam Hussein, I can be a mother." Anjum didn't say it nastily, she said it smilingly, coquettishly, sucking on her white tusk and her dark red teeth. But there was something steely about the coquetry. Alert, but not worried, Saddam looked back at her, wondering what she knew. "Once you have fallen off the edge like all of us have, including our Biru," Anjum said, "you will never stop falling. And as you fall you will hold on to other falling people. The sooner you understand that the better." This place where we live, where we have made our home, is the place of falling people. Here there is no hakikat. Even we aren't real. We don't really exist. Saddam said nothing. He had grown to love Anjum more than he loved anyone else in the world. He loved the way she spoke, the words she chose, the way she moved her mouth, the way her red, pawn-stained lips moved over her rotten teeth. He loved her ridiculous front tooth and the way she could recite whole verses of Urdu poetry, most or all of which he didn't understand. Saddam knew no poetry and very little Urdu. But then, he knew other things. He knew the quickest way to skin a cow or buffalo without damaging the hide. He knew how to wet salt the skin and marinate it with lime and tannin until it began to stretch and stiffen into leather. He knew how to calibrate the sourness of the marinade by tasting it, how to scud the leather and strip it of hair and fat, how to soap it, bleach it, buff, grease and wax it till it shone. He also knew that the average human body contains between 4 and 5 liters of blood. He had watched it spill and spread slowly across the road outside the Dulina police post, just off the Delhi-Gurgaon highway. Strangely, the thing he remembered most clearly about all that was the long line-up of expensive cars and the insects that flitted in the beams of their headlights. And the fact that nobody got out to help. He knew it was neither plan nor coincidence that had brought him to the place of falling people. It was the tide. "Who are you trying to fool?" Anjum asked him. "Only God." Saddam smiled. "Not you. Recite the Kalima," Anjum said imperiously, as though she were Emperor Aurangzeb himself. "La ilaha," Saddam said. And then, like Hazrat Sarmad, he stopped. "I don't know the rest. I'm still learning it. You're a camera like all those other boys you worked with in the mortuary. You weren't lying to that Sangeeta Madam Haramzayadai bitch about your name, you were lying to me and I don't know why, because I don't care what you are. Muslim, Hindu, man, woman, this caste, that caste, or a camel's arsehole. But why call yourself Saddam Hussein? He was a bastard, you know." Anjum used the word Kamar and not Dalit, the more modern and accepted term for those that Hindus considered to be untouchable, in the same spirit in which she refused to refer to herself as anything other than Hijra. She didn't see the problem with either Hijras or Kamars. For a while they lay side by side, in silence. And then Saddam decided to trust Anjum with the story he had not told anybody before, a story about saffron parakeets and a dead cow. His too was a story about luck, not butcher's luck perhaps, but some similar strain. She was right, he told Anjum. He had lied to her and told the truth to Sangeeta Madam Haramzayadai bitch. Saddam Hussein was his chosen name, not his real name. His real name was Dayachand. He was born into a family of Kamar skinners in a village called Bad Shopper in the state of Haryana, only a couple of hours away by bus from Delhi. One day, in answer to a phone call, he and his father, along with 3 other men, hired a tempo to drive out to a nearby village to collect the carcass of a cow that had died on someone's farm. "This was what our people did," Saddam said. "When cows died, upper caste farmers would call us to collect the carcasses because they couldn't pollute themselves by touching them." Yes, I know," Anjum said, in a tone that sounded suspiciously like admiration. "Some of them are very neat and clean. They don't eat onions, garlic, meat." Saddam ignored that intervention. "So we would go and collect the carcasses, skin them, and turn the hides into leather. I'm talking about the year 2002. I was still in school. You know better than me what was going on then, what it was like. Yours happened in February, mine in November. It was the day of Dasra. On our way to pick up the cow we passed a Ramlila Maidan where they had built huge effigies of the demons Raven, Meghnad and Kumbhakaran, as high as 3-storied buildings all ready to be blown up in the evening. No old Delhi Muslim needed a lesson about the Hindu festival of Dasra. It was celebrated every year in the Ramlila grounds, just outside Turkmen Gate. Every year the effigies of Ravan, the 10-headed demon king of Lanka, his brother Kumhakaran and his son Meghnad grew taller and were packed with more and more explosives. Every year the Ramlila, the story of how Lord Ram, king of Ayodhya, vanquished Ravan in the Battle of Lanka, which Hindus believed was the story of the triumph of good over evil, was enacted with greater aggression and ever more generous sponsorship. A few audacious scholars had begun to suggest that the Ramlila was really history turned into mythology, and that the evil demons were really dark-skinned Dravidians, indigenous rulers, and the Hindu gods who vanquished them, and turned them into untouchables and other oppressed castes who would spend their lives in service of the new rulers, were the Aryan invaders. They pointed to village rituals in which people worshipped deities, including Ravan, that in Hinduism were considered to be demons. In the new dispensation, however, ordinary people did not need to be scholars to know, even if they could not openly say so, that in the rise of the Parakeet Reich, regardless of what may or may not have been meant in the scriptures, in saffron parakeet speak, the evil demons had come to mean not just indigenous people, but everybody who was not Hindu. Which included of course the citizenry of Shahjahanabad. When the giant effigies were blown up, the sound of the explosions would boom through the narrow lanes of the old city. And few were in doubt about what that was meant to mean. Every year, the morning after good had vanquished evil, Alam Beji, the midwife-turned-wandering queen with filthy hair, would go to the Ramlila grounds, sift through the debris, and return with bows and arrows, sometimes a whole handlebar mustache, or a staring eye, an arm, or a sword that stuck out of her fertilizer bag. So when Saddam spoke of Dusra, Anjum understood it in all its vast and varied meanings. "We found the dead cow easily," Saddam said. "It's always easy, you just have to know the art of walking straight into the stink." We loaded the carcass onto the tempo and started driving home. On the way we stopped at the Dulina police station to pay the station house officer. His name was Sarwat his cut. It was a previously agreed upon sum, a per car rate. But that day he asked for more. Not just for more, for triple the amount. Which meant we would have actually been losing money to skin that cow. We knew him well, that Sarwat. I don't know what came over him that day. Maybe he wanted the money to buy alcohol that night, to celebrate Dusra, or maybe he had a debt to pay off, I don't know. Maybe he was just trying to take advantage of the political climate of the time. My father and his friends tried to plead with him, but he wouldn't listen. He got angry when they said they didn't even have that much money on them. He arrested them on the charge of cow slaughter and put them in the police lockup. I was left outside. My father didn't seem worried when he went in, so I wasn't either. I waited, assuming they were just doing some hard bargaining and would soon come to an agreement. 2 hours went by. Crowds of people passed by on their way to the evening fireworks. Some were dressed as gods, Ram, Laxman, and Hanuman, little kids with bows and arrows, some with monkeys' tails and their faces painted red, some were demons with black faces, all going to take part in the Ramlila. When they walked past our truck, they all held their noses because of the stink. At sunset, I heard the explosions of the effigies being blown up and the cheers of the people watching. I was upset that I had missed all the fun. In a while people began to return home. There was still no sign of my father and his friends. And then, I don't know how it happened, maybe the police spread the rumor, or made a few phone calls, but a crowd started to collect outside the police station demanding the cow killers be turned over to them. The dead cow in the tempo, stinking up the whole area, was proof enough for them. People began to block traffic. I didn't know what to do, where to hide, so I mingled with the crowd. Some people started shouting Jai Shri Ram and Vande Mataram. More and more joined in and it turned into a frenzy. A few men went into the police station and brought my father and his 3 friends out. They began to beat them, at first just with their fists, and with shoes. But then someone brought a crowbar, someone else a carjack. I couldn't see much, but when the first blows fell I heard their cries. Saddam turned to Anjum. "I have never heard a sound like that, it was a strange, high sound, it wasn't human." But then the howling of the crowd drowned them. "I don't need to tell you. You know," Saddam's voice dropped to a whisper. Everybody watched. Nobody stopped them. He described how once the mob had finished its business, the cars switched their headlights on, all together, like an army convoy. How they splashed through puddles of his father's blood as if it were rainwater, how the road looked like a street in the old city on the day of Bakride. I was part of the mob that killed my father, Saddam said. Anjum's desolate fort with its humming walls and secret dungeons threatened to rise around her again. Saddam and she could almost hear each other's heartbeats. She couldn't bring herself to say anything, not even to utter a word of sympathy. But Saddam knew she was listening. It was a while before he spoke again. A few months after all this, my mother, who was already unwell, died. I was left in the care of my uncle and my grandmother. I dropped out of school, stole some money from my uncle and came to Delhi. I arrived in Delhi with just a little money and the clothes I was wearing. I had only one ambition: I wanted to kill that bastard Srawat. Someday I will. I slept on the streets, worked as a truck cleaner, for a few months even as a sewage worker. And then my friend Niraj, who is from my village, now he works in the municipal corporation, you've met him. Yes, Anjum said, that tall, beautiful-looking boy. Yes, him. He tried to get into modeling but couldn't, even for that you have to pay pimps. Now he drives a truck for the municipal corporation. Anyway, Niraj helped me to get a job here, in the mortuary, where we first met. A few years after I came to Delhi, I was passing a TV showroom, and one of the TVs in the window was playing the evening news. That's when I first saw the video of the hanging of Saddam Hussein. I didn't know anything about him, but I was so impressed by the courage and dignity of that man in the face of death. When I got my first mobile phone, I asked the shopkeeper to find that video and download it for me. I watched it again and again. I wanted to be like him. I decided to become a Muslim and take his name. I felt it would give me the courage to do what I had to do and face the consequences, like him. Saddam Hussein was a bastard, Anjum said. He killed so many people. Maybe. But he was brave. See. Look at this. Saddam took out his fancy new smartphone with its fancy big screen and pulled up a video. He shaded the screen with a cupped palm to cut the glare. It was a TV clip that began with an advertisement for Vaseline Intensive Care Moisturizing Cream, in which a pretty girl oiled her elbows and shins and seemed extremely pleased with the results. Next up was an advertisement by the Jammu and Kashmir Tourism Department: snowy landscapes and happy people in warm clothes sitting in snow sledges. The voiceover said, Jammu and Kashmir. So white. So fair. So exciting. Then the TV announcer said something in English and Saddam Hussein, former president of Iraq, appeared, elegant, with the salt and pepper beard, in a black overcoat and white shirt. He towered over the group of murmuring men wearing peaked, black executioners' hoods who surrounded him and looked at him through eye slits. His hands were tied behind his back. He stood still while one of the men tied a black scarf around his neck, making gestures that seemed to suggest that the scarf would help to prevent the skin on his neck getting chafed by the hangman's rope. Once it was knotted, the scarf made Saddam Hussein look even more elegant. Surrounded by the jabbering, hooded men, he walked to the gallows. The noose was looped over his head and tightened around his neck. He said his prayers. The last expression on his face before he fell through the trapdoor was one of absolute disdain for his executioners. I want to be this kind of a bastard, Saddam said. I want to do what I have to do, and then, if I have to pay a price, I want to pay it like that. I have a friend who lives in Iraq, Anjum said, seemingly more impressed by Saddam's phone than with the execution video. Guptaji. He sends me his photos from Iraq. She pulled out her phone and showed Saddam the pictures that D.D. Gupta sent her regularly. Guptaji in his flat in Baghdad, Guptaji and his Iraqi mistress on a picnic, and a series of portraits of the blast walls that Guptaji had constructed all over Iraq for the U.S. Army. Some were new and some were already pockmarked with bullet holes and covered with graffiti. Across one of them, someone had scrawled an American Army general's famous words, be professional, be polite, and have a plan to kill everybody you meet. Anjum couldn't read English. Saddam could, if he paid careful attention. On this occasion he didn't. Anjum finished her tea and then lay on her back with her forearms crossed over her eyes. She seemed to have dozed off, but she hadn't. She was worried. And in case you didn't know, she said after a while, as though she was continuing a conversation actually she was, except that it was one she had been having with herself in her head. Let me tell you that we Muslims are motherfuckers too, just like everyone else. But I suppose one additional murderer won't harm the reputation of our Badnam Qom, our name is mud already. Anyway, take your time, don't do anything in a hurry. I won't. But Sarawat must die. Saddam took off his glasses and closed his eyes, screwing them up against the light. He played an old Hindi film song on his phone and began to sing along tunelessly but confidently. Biru slurped up the cold tea remaining in the saucepan and trotted off with boiled tea leaves on his nose. When the sun grew hot, they returned indoors where they continued to float through their lives like a pair of astronauts, defying gravity, limited only by the outer walls of their fuchsia spaceship with its pale pistachio doors. It isn't as though they didn't have plans. Anjum waited to die. Saddam waited to kill. And miles away, in a troubled forest, a baby waited to be born. In what language does rain fall over tormented cities? Pablo Neruda. 3. The Nativity. It was peacetime. Or so they said. All morning a hot wind had whipped through the city streets, driving sheets of grit, soda bottle caps, and beady stubs before it, smacking them into car windscreens and cyclists' eyes. When the wind died, the sun, already high in the sky, burned through the haze and once again the heat rose and shimmered on the streets like a belly dancer. People waited for the thunder shower that always followed a dust storm, but it never came. Fire raged through a swathe of huts huddled together on the riverbank, gutting more than 2,000 in an instant. Still the immortas bloomed, a brilliant, defiant yellow. Each blazing summer it reached up and whispered to the hot brown sky, "Fuck you." She appeared quite suddenly, a little after midnight. No angels sang, no wise men brought gifts. But a million stars rose in the east to herald her arrival. One moment she wasn't there, and the next there she was on the concrete pavement, in a crib of litter, silver cigarette foil, a few plastic bags and empty packets of Uncle Chips. She lay in a pool of light, under a column of swarming neon-lit mosquitoes, naked. Her skin was blue-black, sleek as a baby seal's. She was wide awake, but perfectly quiet, unusual for someone so tiny. Perhaps, in those first short months of her life, she had already learned that tears, her tears at least, were futile. A thin white horse tethered to the railing, a small dog with mange, a concrete-colored garden lizard, 2 palm-striped squirrels who should have been asleep and, from her hidden perch, a she-spider with a swollen egg sac watched over her. Other than that, she seemed to be utterly alone. Around her the city sprawled for miles. Thousand-year-old sorceress, dozing, but not asleep, even at this hour. Grey flyovers snaked out of her Medusa skull, tangling and untangling under the yellow sodium haze. Sleeping bodies of homeless people lined their high, narrow pavements, head to toe, head to toe, head to toe, looping into the distance. Old secrets were folded into the furrows of her loose, parchment skin. Each wrinkle was a street, each street a carnival. Each arthritic joint a crumbling amphitheater where stories of love and madness, stupidity, delight, and unspeakable cruelty had been played out for centuries. But this was to be the dawn of her resurrection. Her new masters wanted to hide her knobby, varicose veins under imported fishnet stockings, cram her withered tits into saucy padded bras and jam her aching feet into pointed high-heeled shoes. They wanted her to swing her stiff old hips and reroute the edges of her grimace upwards into a frozen, empty smile. It was the summer grandma became a whore. She was to become super capital of the world's favorite new superpower. India. India. The chant had gone up on TV shows, on music videos, in foreign newspapers and magazines, at business conferences and weapons fairs, at economic conclaves and environmental summits, at book festivals and beauty contests. India. 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 Across the city, huge billboards jointly sponsored by an English newspaper and the newest brand of skin whitening cream, selling by the ton, said, "Our time is now." Kmart was coming. Walmart and Starbucks were coming, and in the British Airways advertisement on TV, the people of the world, white, brown, black, yellow, all chanted the Gayatri mantra. Om Bhurbhuvasvaha. Tatsavatar Varanyam. Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi. Dio Yo Naprakodaya. O God, Thou art the giver of life. Remover of pain and sorrow. Bestower of happiness. O Creator of the universe. May we receive Thy supreme sin-destroying light. May Thou guide our intellect in the right direction. And may everyone fly ba. When they finished chanting, the people of the world bowed low and joined their palms in greeting. Namaste, they said in exotic accents, and smiled like the turbaned doormen with Maharaja mustaches who greeted foreign guests in five-star hotels. And with that, in the advertisement at least, history was turned upside down. Who was bowing now? And who was smiling? Who was the petitioner? And who the petitioned? In their sleep India's favorite citizens smiled back. India! India! They chanted in their dreams, like the crowds at cricket matches. The drum major beat out a rhythm. India! India! The world rose to its feet, roaring its appreciation. Skyscrapers and steel factories sprang up where forests used to be, rivers were bottled and sold in supermarkets, fish were tinned, mountains mined and turned into shining missiles. Massive dams lit up the cities like Christmas trees. Everyone was happy. Away from the lights and advertisements, villages were being emptied. Cities too. Millions of people were being moved, but nobody knew where to. People who can't afford to live in cities shouldn't come here, a Supreme Court judge said, and ordered the immediate eviction of the city's poor. Paris was a slimy area before 1870, when all the slums were removed, the lieutenant governor of the city said, rearranging his last remaining swatch of hair across his scalp, right to left. In the evenings when he went for a swim it swam beside him in the chlorine in the Chelmsford Club pool. And look at Paris now. So surplus people were banned. In addition to the regular police, several battalions of the Rapid Action Force in strange, sky blue camouflage uniforms, to flummox the birds perhaps, were deployed in the poorer quarters. In slums and squatter settlements, in resettlement colonies and unauthorized colonies, people fought back. They dug up the roads leading to their homes and blocked them with rocks and broken things. Young men, old men, children, mothers, and grandmothers armed with sticks and rocks patrolled the entrances to their settlements. Across one road, where the police and bulldozers had lined up for the final assault, a slogan scrawled in chalk said, "Sarkar ki maa ki chut." The government's mother's cunt. Where shall we go? The surplus people asked. You can kill us, but we won't move, they said. There were too many of them to be killed outright. Instead, their homes, their doors and windows, their makeshift roofs, their pots and pans, their plates, their spoons, their school leaving certificates, their ration cards, their marriage certificates, their children's schools, their lifetime's work, the expression in their eyes, were flattened by yellow bulldozers imported from Australia. Ditch Witch, they were called, the dozers. They were state-of-the-art machines. They could flatten history and stack it up like building material. In this way, in the summer of her renewal, Grandma broke. Fiercely competitive TV channels covered the story of the breaking city as breaking news. Nobody pointed out the irony. They unleashed their untrained, but excellent-looking, young reporters, who spread across the city like a rash, asking urgent, empty questions. They asked the poor what it was like to be poor, the hungry what it was like to be hungry, the homeless what it was like to be homeless. Bhai Sahib, ya batai, Aapko kai salagraha hai. Tell me, brother, how does it feel to be? The TV channels never ran out of sponsorship for their live telecasts of despair. They never ran out of despair. Experts aired their expert opinions for a fee. Somebody has to pay the price for progress, they said expertly. Begging was banned. Thousands of beggars were rounded up and held in stockades before being shipped out of the city in batches. Their contractors had to pay good money to ship them back in. Father John for the week sent out a letter saying that, according to police records, almost 3,000 unidentified dead bodies, human, had been found on the city's streets last year. Nobody replied. But the food shops were bursting with food. The book shops were bursting with books. The shoe shops were bursting with shoes. And people, who counted as people, said to one another, "You don't have to go abroad for shopping anymore. Imported things are available here now. See, like Bombay is our New York, Delhi is our Washington and Kashmir is our Switzerland. It's really like Sala fantastic yar." All day long the roads were choked with traffic. The newly dispossessed, who lived in the cracks and fissures of the city, emerged and swarmed around the sleek, climate-controlled cars, selling cloth dusters, mobile phone chargers, model jumbo jets, business magazines, pirated management books, how to make your first million, what young India really wants, gourmet guides, interior design magazines with color photographs of country houses in Provence, and quick-fix spiritual manuals. You are responsible for your own happiness, or how to be your own best friend. On Independence Day they sold toy machine guns and tiny national flags mounted on stands that said Mera Bharat Mahan, My India is great. The passengers looked out of their car windows and saw only the new apartment they planned to buy, the jacuzzi they had just installed and the ink that was still wet on the sweetheart deal they had just closed. They were calm from their meditation classes and glowing from yoga practice. On the city's industrial outskirts, in the miles of bright swamp tightly compacted with refuse and colorful plastic bags, where the evicted had been resettled, the air was chemical and the water poisonous. Clouds of mosquitoes rose from thick green ponds. Surplus mothers perched like sparrows on the debris of what used to be their homes and sang their surplus children to sleep. Sudira Habaa, Bakol Abaya. Nani Gam Se Angat, Siya Ida Baya. Mama Sangha Mami, Nakada Baya. Kara Sangha Chara, Labada Baya. Sleep, my darling, sleep, before the demon comes. Your newly tailored shirt from mother's village comes. Your uncle and auntie, a dancing they will comes. Your anklets and bracelets, a bringing they will comes. The surplus children slept, dreaming of yellow dozers. Above the smog and the mechanical hum of the city, the night was vast and beautiful. The sky was a forest of stars. Jet aircraft darted about like slow, whining comets. Some hovered, stacked 10 deep over the smog-obscured Indira Gandhi International Airport, waiting to land. Down below, on the pavement, on the edge of Yantar Mantar, the old observatory where our baby made her appearance, it was fairly busy even at that time of the morning. Communists, seditionists, secessionists, revolutionaries, dreamers, idlers, crackheads, crackpots, all manner of freelancers, and wise men who couldn't afford gifts for newborns, milled around. Over the last 10 days they had all been sidelined and driven off what had once been their territory, the only place in the city where they were allowed to gather by the newest show in town. More than 20 TV crews, their cameras mounted on yellow cranes, kept around-the-clock vigil over their bright new star, a tubby old Gandhian, former soldier turned village social worker, who had announced a fast to the death to realize his dream of a corruption-free India. He lay fatly on his back with the air of an ailing saint, against a backdrop of a portrait of Mother India, a many-armed goddess with a map of India-shaped body. Undivided British India, of course, which included Pakistan and Bangladesh. Each sigh, each whispered instruction to the people around him, was being broadcast live through the night. The old man was on to something. The summer of the city's resurrection had also been the summer of scams: coal scams, iron ore scams, housing scams, insurance scams, stamp paper scams, phone license scams, land scams, dam scams, irrigation scams, arms and ammunition scams, petrol pump scams, polio vaccine scams, electricity bill scams, schoolbook scams, godmen scams, drought relief scams, car number plate scams, voter list scams, identity card scams in which politicians, businessmen, politicians, and businessmen had made off with unimaginable quantities of public money. Like a good prospector, the old man had tapped into a rich seam, a reservoir of public anger, and much to his own surprise had become a cult figure overnight. His dream of a society free of corruption was like a happy meadow in which everybody, including the most corrupt, could graze for a while. People who would normally have nothing to do with each other, the left wing, the right wing, the wingless, all flocked to him. His sudden appearance, as if from nowhere, inspired and gave purpose to an impatient new generation of youngsters that had been innocent of history and politics so far. They came in jeans and t-shirts, with guitars and songs against corruption that they had composed themselves. They brought their own banners and placards with slogans like "Enough is enough" and "End corruption now" written on them. A team of young professionals, lawyers, accountants, and computer programmers formed a committee to manage the event. They raised money, organized the massive canopy, the props, the portrait of Mother India, a supply of national flags, Gandhi caps, banners, and a digital age media campaign. The old man's rustic rhetoric and earthy aphorisms trended on Twitter and swamped Facebook. TV cameras couldn't get enough of him. Retired bureaucrats, policemen, and army officers joined in. The crowd grew. Instant stardom thrilled the old man. It made him expansive and a little aggressive. He began to feel that sticking to the subject of corruption alone cramped his style and limited his appeal. He thought the least he could do was to share with his followers something of his essence, his true self and his innate, bucolic wisdom. And so the circus began. He announced that he was leading India's second freedom struggle. He made stirring speeches in his old man baby voice, which, although it sounded like a pair of balloons being rubbed together, seemed to touch the very soul of the nation. Like a magician at a children's birthday party, he performed tricks and conjured gifts out of thin air. He had something for everyone. He electrified Hindu chauvinists, who were already excited by the Mother India map, with their controversial old war cry, Vande Mataram. Salute the Mother. When some Muslims got upset, the committee arranged a visit from a Muslim film star from Bombay who sat on the dais next to the old man for more than an hour wearing a Muslim prayer cap, something he never usually did, to underline the message of unity in diversity. For traditionalists, the old man quoted Gandhi. He said that the caste system was India's salvation. Each caste must do the work it has been born to do, but all work must be respected. When Dalits erupted in fury, a municipal sweeper's little daughter was dressed up in a new frock and seated by his side with a bottle of water from which he sipped from time to time. For militant moralists, the old man's slogan was "Thieves must have their hands cut off. Terrorists must be hanged." For nationalists of all stripes he roared, "Dud Mongoji to Kir Denge. Kashmir Mongoji to Kir Denge. Ask for milk, we'll give you cream. Ask for Kashmir, we'll rip you open seam to seam." In his interviews he smiled his gummy Ferex baby smile and described the joys of his simple, celibate life in his room that was attached to the village temple, and explained how the Gandhian practice of Rati Sadhana semen retention had helped him to keep up his strength during his fast. To demonstrate this, on the third day of his fast, he got off his bed, jogged around the stage in his white kurta and dhoti and flexed his flappy biceps. People laughed and cried and brought their children to him to be blessed. Television viewership skyrocketed. Advertising rolled in. Nobody had seen frenzy like this, at least not since 20 years ago, when, on the day of the concurrent miracle, idols of Lord Ganesh in temples all over the world were reported to have simultaneously started drinking milk. But now it was the 9th day of the old man's fast and, despite his stockpile of unspilled semen, he was noticeably weaker. Rumors about the rise in his creatinine levels and the deterioration of his kidneys had flown around the city that afternoon. Luminaries lined up by his bedside and had themselves photographed with him while they held his hand and, although nobody seriously believed it would come to that, urged him not to die. Industrialists who had been exposed in the scams donated money to his movement and applauded the old man's unwavering commitment to nonviolence. His prescriptions for hand chopping, hanging and disemboweling were accepted as reasonable caveats. The relatively well-off among the old man's fans, who had been blessed with life's material needs, but had never experienced the adrenaline rush, the taste of the righteous anger that came with participating in a mass protest, arrived in cars and on motorcycles, waving national flags and singing patriotic songs. The trapped rabbit's government, once the messiah of India's economic miracle, was paralyzed. In faraway Gujarat, Kalala recognized the appearance of the old man baby as a sign from the gods. With the predator's unerring instinct, he accelerated his march to Delhi. By the 5th day of the old man's fast, Lala was, metaphorically speaking, camped outside the city gates. His army of belligerent Janissaries flooded Yantar Mantar. They overwhelmed the old man with boisterous declarations of support. Their flags were bigger, their songs louder than anyone else's. They set up counters and distributed free food to the poor. They were flush with funds from millionaire godmen who were supporters of Lala. They were under strict instructions not to wear their signature saffron headbands, not to carry saffron flags and never to mention Gujarat's beloved by name even in passing. It worked. Within days they had pulled off a palace coup. The young professionals who had worked so hard to make the old man famous were deposed before they, or even he, understood what had happened. The happy meadow fell. And nobody realized. The trapped rabbit was dead meat. Soon the beloved would ride into Delhi. His people, wearing paper masks of his likeness, would carry him on their shoulders chanting his name Lala. 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 And place him on the throne. Wherever he looked, he would see only himself. The new emperor of Hindustan. He was an ocean. He was infinity. He was humanity itself. But that was still a year away. For now, in Yantar Mantar, his supporters shouted themselves hoarse about government corruption. Murdabad! Murdabad! Down! 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 At night they rushed home to watch themselves on TV. Until they returned in the morning, the old man and his core group of a few supporters looked a little desolate under the billowing white canopy that was large enough to accommodate a crowd of thousands. Right next to the anti-corruption canopy, in a clearly demarcated space under the spreading branches of an old tamarind tree, another well-known Gandhian activist had committed herself to a fast to the death on behalf of thousands of farmers and indigenous tribespeople whose land had been appropriated by the government to be given to a petrochemicals corporation for a captive coal mine and thermal power plant in Bengal. It was the 19th indefinite hunger strike of her career. Even though she was a good-looking woman with a spectacular plait of long hair, she was far less popular with the TV cameras than the old man. The reason for this wasn't mysterious. The Petrochemicals Corporation owned most of the television channels and advertised hugely on the others. So angry commentators made guest appearances in TV studios denouncing her and insinuating that she was being funded by a foreign power. A good number of the commentators as well as journalists were on the corporation's payroll too and did their best by their employers. But on the pavement, the people around her loved her. Grizzled farmers fanned mosquitoes from her face. Sturdy peasant women massaged her feet and gazed at her adoringly. Apprentice activists, some of them young students from Europe and America, dressed in loose hippie outfits, composed her convoluted press releases on their laptop computers. Several intellectuals and concerned citizens squatted on the pavement explaining farmers' rights to farmers who had been fighting for their rights for years. PhD students from foreign universities working on social movements, an extremely sought-after subject, conducted long interviews with the farmers, grateful that their fieldwork had come to the city instead of their having to trek all the way out to the countryside where there were no toilets and filtered water was hard to find. A dozen hefty men in civil clothes but with uncivil haircuts, short back and sides, and uncivil socks and shoes, khaki socks, brown boots, had distributed themselves among the crowd, blatantly eavesdropping on conversations. Some of them pretended to be journalists and filmed conversations with small handy cams. They paid special attention to the young foreigners, many of whom would soon find their visas revoked. The TV lights made the hot air hotter. Suicidal moths bombed the sun guns and the night smelled of charred insect. 15 severely disabled people, sullen and tired from a long, hot day's begging, hovered in the dark, just outside the circle of lights, resting their buckled backs and wasted limbs on government-issue, hand-operated cycle rickshaws. The displaced farmers and their famous leader had displaced them from the coolest, shadiest stretch of pavement where they usually lived. So their sympathies were entirely with the petrochemicals industry. They wanted the farmers' agitation to end as soon as possible so they could have their spot back. Some distance away a bare-torsoed man, with yellow limes stuck all over his body with superglue, sucked noisily on a thick mango drink from a small carton. He refused to say why he had stuck limes to his skin or why he was drinking mango juice even though he seemed to be promoting limes, and grew abusive if anyone asked. Another freelancer, who called himself a performance artist, wandered aimfully through the crowds wearing a suit and tie and an English bowler hat. From a distance his suit looked as though it had Sikh kebabs printed all over it, but on closer inspection they turned out to be perfectly shaped turds. The wilted red rose pinned to his collar had turned black. A triangle of white handkerchief peeped out of his breast pocket. When asked what his message was, in refreshing contrast to the rudeness of the lime man, he patiently explained that his body was his instrument and he wanted the so-called civilized world to lose its aversion to shit and accept that shit was just processed food. And vice versa. He also explained that he wanted to take art out of museums and bring it to the people. Sitting near the lime man, who ignored them completely, were Anjem, Saddam Hussein, and Ustad Hamid. With them was a striking-looking young Hijra, Ishrat, a guest at Jannat guest house who was visiting from Indore. Of course it had been Anjem's idea, her long-standing desire to help the poor, which made her suggest they go to Yantar Mantar to see for themselves what the second freedom struggle the TV channels had been broadcasting was all about. Saddam was dismissive. You don't have to go all the way there to find out. I can tell you now it's the motherfucker of all scams. But Anjem had been adamant and of course Saddam would not let her go alone. So they made up a little party, Anjem, Saddam, still in his sunglasses, and Nimo Gorakhpuri. Ustad Hamid, who had dropped in to see Anjem, was dragooned into the expedition, as was young Ishrat. They decided to go at night when the crowds would be comparatively thinner. Anjem had dressed down, in one of her drabber Patan suits, though she could not resist a hair clip, a dupatta, and a touch of lipstick. Ishrat was dressed as though she was at her own wedding in a lurid pink kurta with sequins and a green pashala salwar. She ignored all advice to the contrary and wore bright pink lipstick and enough jewellery to light up the night. Nimo had driven Anjem, Ishrat, and Ustad Hamid in her car. Saddam had arranged to meet them there. He rode Pile to Yantar Mantar and tethered her to a railing some distance away, and promised a cheeky little shoeshine boy 2 chocobars and 10 rupees to keep an eye on her. Sensing Nimo Gorakhpuri's restlessness, Saddam had tried to entertain her with the animal videos he had on his phone, some that he had shot himself, of the stray dogs and cats and cows he came across on his daily treks across the city, and others he had received from friends on WhatsApp. See, this fellow is called Chada Sahib. He never barks. Every day at 4 p.m. sharp he comes to this park to play with his girlfriend. This cow loves tomatoes. I take her some every day. This one has a bad case of itching. Have you seen this lion standing on 2 legs and kissing this woman? Yes, she's a woman. You can tell when she turns around. Since none of them featured goats or Western women's fashion, they did nothing to alleviate Nimo Gorakhpuri's boredom and she soon excused herself and left. Anjum on the other hand was fascinated by the bustle, the banners, and the bits of conversation she overheard. She insisted they stay on and learn something. So, like everybody else on the pavement, they settled into their own little huddle. Headquartered there, Anjum sent her envoy His Excellency, Plenipotentiary, Saddam Hussein from group to get a quick lowdown on where they were from, what their protest was about and what their demands were. Saddam went obediently from stall to stall like a shopper in a political flea market, returning every now and then to brief Anjum about the insights he had gained. She sat cross-legged on the ground, leaning forward and listening intently, nodding, half smiling, but not looking at Saddam as he spoke because her head was turned and her shining eyes were fixed firmly on whichever group it was that he was talking about. Ustad Hamid was not remotely interested in the information Saddam brought. But the expedition was a welcome change from his daily routine, so he was content to be part of it and hummed to himself as he looked around absent-mindedly. Ishrat, inappropriately dressed and absurdly vain, spent all her time taking selfies from various angles with different backgrounds. Though nobody paid much attention to her, it was a no contest between her and the old man baby. She was careful not to stray too far from base camp. At one point she and Ustad Hamid dissolved into a spasm of schoolgirl giggles. When Anjum asked what was so funny, Ustad Hamid told her how his grandchildren had tutored their grandmother to call him, her husband, a bloody fucking bitch, which she had been given to understand was a term of endearment in English. She had no idea what she was saying, she looked so sweet when she said it, Ustad Hamid said, laughing. Bloody fucking bitch. That's what my Begum calls me. What does it mean? Anjum asked. She knew what the English word bitch meant, but not bloody and fucking dot. Before Ustad Hamid could begin to explain, although even he wasn't all that sure himself, he just knew it was bad, they were interrupted by a long-haired, bearded young man in floaty, shabby clothes and an equally shabbily dressed girl with gorgeous, wild hair that she wore loose. They were making a documentary film about protest and resistance, they explained, and one of the recurring themes of the film was to have protesters say, another world is possible in whatever language they spoke. For example, if their mother tongue was Hindi or Urdu, they could say, Dusri Duniya Mumkin Hai. They set up their camera while they were talking and asked Anjum to look straight into the lens when she spoke. They had no idea what Duniya meant in Anjum's lexicon. Anjum, for her part, completely uncomprehending, stared into the camera. Hum dusri duniya se hain, she explained helpfully, which meant, we've come from there, from the other world. The young filmmakers, who had a long night's work ahead of them, exchanged glances and decided to move on rather than try to explain what they meant because it would take too long. They thanked Anjum and crossed the road to the opposite pavement where several groups had their own separate canopies. In the first, 7 men with shaved heads, dressed in white dhotis, had taken a vow of silence, claiming they would not speak until Hindi was declared India's national language, its official mother tongue over the 22 other official languages and hundreds of unofficial ones. 3 of the bald men were asleep and the other 4 had slipped down their white hospital masks, their vow of silence prop, in order to drink their late-night tea. Since they could not speak, the filmmakers gave them a small poster that said another world is possible to hold up. They made sure that the banner with the demand for Hindi to be declared the national language was out of frame, because both filmmakers agreed it was a somewhat regressive demand. But they felt that bald men with masks provided good visual texture for their film, and ought not to be passed over. Occupying a substantial part of the pavement quite close to the bald men were 50 representatives of the thousands of people who had been maimed in the 1984 Union Carbide gas leak in Bhopal. They had been on the pavement for 2 weeks. 7 of them were on an indefinite hunger strike, their condition deteriorating steadily. They had walked to Delhi all the way from Bhopal, hundreds of kilometers in the searing summer sun, to demand compensation, clean water and medical care for themselves and the generations of deformed babies who were born after the gas leak. The trapped rabbit had refused to meet the Bhopalis. The TV crews were not interested in them, their struggle was too old to make the news. Photographs of deformed babies, misshapen aborted fetuses in bottles of formaldehyde, and the thousands who had been killed, maimed, and blinded in the gas leak were strung up like macabre bunting on the railings. On a small TV monitor, they had managed to get an electricity connection from a nearby church. Grainy old footage played on a loop. A jaunty young Warren Anderson, the American CEO of the Union Carbide Corporation, arriving at Delhi airport days after the disaster. "I've just arrived," he tells the jostling journalists. "I don't know the details yet. So hey, what ya want me to say?" Then he looks straight into the TV cameras and waves, "Hi Mom." On and on through the night he went, "Hi Mom. Hi Mom. Hi Mom. Hi Mom. Hi Mom." An old banner, faded from decades of use, said, "Warren Anderson is a war criminal." A newer one said, "Warren Anderson has killed more people than Osama bin Laden." Next to the populace was the Delhi KBD Wallas, Waste Recyclers Association and the Sewage Workers Union, protesting against the privatization and corporatization of the city's garbage and the city's sewage. The corporation that bid for and won the contract was the same one that had been given farmers land for its power plant. It already ran the city's electricity and water distribution. Now it owned the city's shit and waste disposal systems too. Right next to the waste recyclers and the sewage workers was the plushest part of the pavement, a glittering public toilet with float glass mirrors and a shiny granite floor. The toilet lights stayed on, night and day. It cost 1 rupee for a piss, 2 for a shit and 3 for a shower. Not many on the pavement could afford these rates. Many pissed outside the toilet, against the wall. So, though the toilet was spotlessly clean inside, from the outside it gave off the sharp smoky smell of stale urine. It didn't matter very much to the management, the toilet's revenue came from elsewhere. The exterior wall doubled up as a billboard that advertised something new every week. This week it was Honda's newest luxury car. The billboard had its own personal guard. Gulabi Yaveshania lived under a small blue plastic sheet right next to the billboard. This accommodation was a step up from where he'd begun. When he first arrived in the city a year ago, out of abject terror as well as necessity, Gulabiya had lived in a tree. Now he had a job, and some semblance of shelter. The name of the security agency he worked for was embroidered on the epaulets of his stained blue shirt, TSGS Security. A rival concern to Sangeeta Madam Haramzayadai Bitches SSGS. His job was to prevent vandalism, in particular, to thwart repeated attempts being made by certain miscreants to urinate right onto the billboard. He worked 7 days a week, 12 hours a day. That night Gulabiya was drunk and had dropped off to sleep when someone sprayed Inkilab Zindabad. Long live revolution! Right across the silver Honda city. Below that, someone else scrawled a poem. Chhin li tum garib ki rozi roti. Or laga di hein fees karn pe tati. You've snatched poor folks' daily bread. And slapped a fee on their shit instead. Gulabiya would lose his job in the morning. Thousands like him would line up hoping to replace him. One might even be the street poet himself. But for now, Gulabiya slept soundly and dreamed deep. In his dream he had enough money to feed himself and send a little home to his family in his village. In his dream his village still existed. It wasn't at the bottom of a dam reservoir. Fish didn't swim through his windows. Crocodiles didn't knife through the high branches of the silk cotton trees. Tourists didn't go boating over his fields, leaving rainbow clouds of diesel in the sky. In his dream his brother Luaria wasn't a tour guide at the dam site whose job was to showcase the miracles the dam had wrought. His mother didn't work as a sweeper in a dam engineer's house that was built on the land that she once owned. She didn't have to steal mangoes from her own trees. She didn't live in a resettlement colony in a tin hut with tin walls and a tin roof that was so hot you could fry onions on it. In Gulabiya's dream his river was still flowing, still alive. Naked children still sat on rocks, playing the flute, diving into the water to swim among the buffaloes when the sun grew too hot. There were leopard and somber and sloth bear in the sal forest that clothed the hills above the village, where during festivals his people would gather with their drums to drink and dance for days. All he had left from his old life now were his memories, his flute, and his earrings, which he was not allowed to wear to work. Unlike the irresponsible Gulabi Yaveshania, who had failed in his duty to protect the Silver Honda city, Janak Lal Sharma, the toilet in charge, was wide awake and working hard. His dog-eared logbook was updated. The money in his wallet was organized carefully, by denomination. He had a separate pouch for coins. He supplemented his salary by allowing activists, journalists, and TV cameramen to recharge their mobile phones, laptops and camera batteries from the power point in the toilet for the price of 6 showers and a shit, i.e., 20 rupees. Sometimes he allowed people to shit for the price of a piss and didn't enter it in the logbook. At first he was a little careful with the anti-corruption activists. They were not hard to identify, they were less poor and more aggressive than everybody else. Though they were fashionably dressed in jeans and t-shirts, most of them wore white Gandhi caps stamped with a solarized print of the old man baby smiling his Ferex baby smile. Janak Lal Sharma took care to charge them the proper rates and log the nature of each one's ablution correctly and carefully. But some of them, especially the second batch of new arrivals, who were even more aggressive than the first, grew resentful that they were being charged more than the others. Soon, with them too, it became business as usual. With his extra income he subcontracted his toilet cleaning duties, which were unthinkable for a man of his caste and background to perform. He was a Brahmin, to Suresh Balmiki who, as his name makes clear, belonged to what most Hindus overtly, and the government covertly, thought of as the shit-cleaning caste. With the increasing unrest in the country, the endless stream of protesters arriving on the pavement, and all the TV coverage, even after setting aside what he paid Suresh Balmiki, Janak Lal had earned enough to make a down payment on an LIG flat. Opposite the toilet, back on the TV crew side of the road, but some serious ideological distance away, was what people on the pavement called the border, Manipuri nationalists asking for the revocation of the Armed Forces Special Powers Act, which made it legal for the Indian Army to kill on suspicion, Tibetan refugees calling for a free Tibet, and, most unusually, and most dangerously, for them, the Association of Mothers of the Disappeared, whose sons had gone missing, in their thousands. In the war for freedom in Kashmir. Spooky, then, to have a soundtrack that went "Hi Mom! Hi Mom! Hi Mom!" However, the mothers of the disappeared did not register this eeriness because they thought of themselves as Mojay Mother in Kashmiri and not Mom. It was the association's first visit to the super capital. They weren't all mothers, the wives, sisters, and a few young children of the disappeared had come too. Each of them carried a picture of their missing son, brother, or husband. Their banner said, "The story of Kashmir. Dead equals 68,000. Disappeared equals 10,000. Is this democracy or demon crazy?" No TV camera pointed at that banner, not even by mistake. Most of those engaged in India's second freedom struggle felt nothing less than outrage at the idea of freedom for Kashmir and the Kashmiri women's audacity. Some of the mothers, like some of the Bhopal gas leak victims, had become a little jaded. They had told their stories at endless meetings and tribunals in the international supermarkets of grief, along with other victims of other wars in other countries. They had wept publicly and often, and nothing had come of it. The horror they were going through had grown a hard, bitter shell. The trip to Delhi had turned out to be an unhappy experience for the association. The women were heckled and threatened at their roadside press conference in the afternoon, and eventually the police had to intervene and throw a cordon around the mothers. "Muslim terrorists do not deserve human rights," shouted Gujarat Kalala's undercover Janissaries. "We have seen your genocide. We have faced your ethnic cleansing. Our people have been living in refugee camps for 20 years now." Some young men spat at photographs of the dead and missing Kashmiri men. The genocide and ethnic cleansing they referred to was the mass exodus of Kashmiri Pandits from the Kashmir Valley when the freedom struggle had turned militant in the 1990s and some Muslim militants had turned on the tiny Hindu population. Several hundred Hindus had been massacred in macabre ways, and when the government announced that it could not ensure their safety, almost the entire population of Kashmiri Hindus, almost 200,000 people, had fled the valley and moved into refugee camps in the plains of Jammu where many of them still lived. A few of Lala's Janissaries on the pavement that day were Kashmiri Hindus who had lost their homes and families and all they had ever known. Perhaps even more hurtful to the mothers than the spitters were the 3 beautifully groomed, pencil-thin college girls who walked past that morning on their way to shop at Connaught Place. Oh wow! Kashmir! What fun! Apparently it's completely normal now, yay, safe for tourists. Let's go? It's supposed to be stunning. The Association of Mothers had decided to get through the night somehow and never come back to Delhi. Sleeping out on the street was a new experience for them. Back home they all had pretty houses and kitchen gardens. That night they had a meager meal, that was a new experience too, rolled up their banner and tried to sleep, waiting for day to break, longing to begin their journey back to their beautiful, war-torn valley. It was there, right next to the mothers of the disappeared, that our quiet baby appeared. It took the mothers a while to notice her, because she was the color of night. A sharply outlined absence in the shadows under the street light. More than 20 years of living with crackdowns, cordon and search operations, and the midnight knock, Operation Tiger, Operation Serpent Destruction, Operation Catch and Kill, had taught the mothers to dread the darkness. But when it came to babies, the only ones they were used to looked like almond blossoms with apple cheeks. The mothers of the disappeared did not know what to do with a baby that had appeared. Especially not a black one. Krahun Kal. Especially not a black girl. Krahun Kal Hish. Especially not one that was swaddled in litter. Shika's lad. The whisper was passed around the pavement like a parcel. The question grew into an announcement, by Bakakiskahai. Whose baby is this? Silence. Then someone said they had seen the mother vomiting in the park in the afternoon. Someone else said, oh no, that wasn't her. Someone said she was a beggar. Someone else said she was a rape victim, which was a word in every language. Someone said she had come with the group that had been there earlier in the day organizing a signature campaign for the release of political prisoners. It was rumored to be a front organization for the banned Maoist party that was fighting a guerrilla war in the forests of central India. Someone else said, oh no, that wasn't her. She was alone. She's been here for some days. Someone said she was the former lover of a politician who had thrown her out after she got pregnant. Everybody agreed that politicians were all bastards. That didn't help address the problem. What to do with the baby? Perhaps aware that she had become the center of attention, or perhaps because she was frightened, the quiet baby finally wailed. A woman picked her up. Later, about her it was said that she was tall, she was short, she was black, she was white, she was beautiful, she was not, she was old, she was young, she was a stranger, she was often seen at Yantar Mantar. A piece of paper folded many times into a small square pellet, taped down along one edge, was threaded onto the thick black string tied around the baby's waist. The woman, who was beautiful, who was not, who was tall, who was short, untaped it and handed it to someone to read. The message was written in English and was unambiguous: I cannot look after this child. So I am leaving her here. Eventually, after a lot of murmured consultation, hesitantly, sadly, rather reluctantly, the people decided that the baby was a matter for the police. Before Saddam could stop her, Anjum stood up and began to walk fast towards what seemed to have become a spontaneously constituted baby welfare committee. She was a head taller than most people, so it wasn't hard to follow her. As she walked through the crowd, the bells on her anklets, not visible below her loose salwar, went chan chan chan. To Saddam, suddenly terrified, each chan chan sounded like a gunshot. The blue street light lit up the faint shadow of white stubble on Anjum's dark, pitted skin, shiny now with sweat. Her nosepin flashed on her magnificent nose that curved downwards like the beak of a bird of prey. There was something unleashed about her, something uncalibrated and yet absolutely certain, a sense of destiny perhaps. Police. We're going to give her to the police. Anjum said in both her voices, separate, yet joined, one rasping, one deep, distinct. Her white tusk shone out from between her betel-nut red stumps. The solidarity of her we was an embrace. Predictably, it was met with an immediate insult. A wit from the crowd said, "Why? What will you do with her? You can't turn her into one of you, can you? Modern technology has made great advances, but it hasn't got that far yet." He was referring to the widely held belief that hijras kidnapped male babies and castrated them. His waggishness earned him an eddy of spineless laughter. Anjum didn't balk at the vulgarity of the comment. She spoke with an intensity that was as clear and as urgent as hunger. "She's a gift from God. Give her to me. I can give her the love she needs. The police will just throw her in a government orphanage. She'll die there." Sometimes a single person's clarity can unnerve a muddled crowd. On this occasion, Anjum's did. Those who could understand what she was saying were a little intimidated by the refinement of her Urdu. It was at odds with the class they assumed she came from. Her mother must have left her here thinking as I did, that this place is today's Karbala, where the battle for justice, the battle of good against evil, is being fought. She must have thought, these people are fighters, the best in the world, one of them will look after the child that I cannot, and you want to call the police. Though she was angry and though she was 6 feet tall and had broad, powerful shoulders, her manner was inflected with the exaggerated coquetry and the fluttering hand gestures of a 1930s Lucknow courtesan. Saddam Hussein braced himself for a brawl. Ishrat and Ustad Hamid arrived to do what they could. Who gave these hijras permission to sit here? Which of these struggles do they belong to? Mr. Agarwal, a slim, middle-aged man with a clipped mustache, wearing a safari shirt, terry cotton trousers and a printed Gandhi cap that said "I am against corruption, are you?" had the curt, authoritative air of a bureaucrat, which was indeed what he had been until recently. He had spent most of his working life in the revenue department, until one day, on a whim, sickened by his ringside view of the rot in the system, he had resigned his government job to serve the nation. He had been tinkering on the periphery of good works and social service for a few years, but now, as the Tubby Gandhian's chief lieutenant, he had shot to prominence and his picture was in the papers every day. Many believed, correctly, that the real power lay with him, and that the old man was just a charismatic mascot, a hireling who fitted the job profile and had now begun to exceed his brief. The conspiracy theorists who huddled on the edges of all political movements, whispered that the old man was deliberately being encouraged to promote himself, to paint himself into a corner, so that his own hubris would not allow a retreat. If the old man died of hunger publicly, on live TV, the rumor went, the movement would have a martyr and that would kickstart the political career of Mr. Agarwal in a way nothing else could. The rumor was unkind and untrue. Mr. Agarwal was the man behind the movement, but even he had been taken aback at the frenzy the old Gandhian evoked, and he was riding the tide, not plotting a stage-managed suicide. In a few months he would jettison his mascot and go on to become a mainstream politician, a veritable treasure house of many of the qualities he had once denounced and a formidable opponent of Gujarat Kalala. Mr. Agarwal's singular advantage as an emerging politician was his unsingular looks. He looked like many people. Everything about him, the way he dressed, the way he spoke, the way he thought, was neat and tidy, clipped and groomed. He had a high voice and an understated, matter-of-fact manner, except when he stood before a microphone. Then he was transformed into a raging, almost uncontrollable, tornado of terrifying righteousness. By intervening in the matter of the baby, he hoped to deflect another public spat, like the one between the Kashmiri mothers and the Spitting Brigade, that could distract media attention away from what he thought of as the real issues. This is our second freedom struggle. Our country is on the brink of a revolution, he said portentously to the quickly growing audience. Thousands have gathered here because corrupt politicians have made our lives unbearable. If we solve the problem of corruption, we can take our country to new heights, right to the top of the world. This is a space for serious politics, not a circus ring. He addressed Anjum without looking at her, "Do you have police permission to be here?" "Everybody must have permission to be here." She towered over him. His refusal to meet her eye meant he was squarely addressing her breasts. Mr. Agarwal had misread the temperature, misjudged the situation completely. The people who had gathered were not wholly sympathetic to him. Many resented the way his freedom struggle had grabbed all the media attention and undermined everybody else. Anjum, for her part, was oblivious to the crowd. It didn't matter to her in which direction its sympathies lay. Something had lit up inside her and filled her with resolute courage. Police permission. Never could two words have been pronounced with more contempt. This is a child, not some illegal encroachment on your father's property. You apply to the police, Sahib. The rest of us will take the shorter route and apply straight to the Almighty. Saddam had just enough time to whisper a small prayer of gratitude that the word she used for the Almighty was the generic Khuda and not specifically Alamian before the battle lines were drawn. The adversaries squared off. Anjum and the accountant. What a confrontation it was! Ironically, both of them were on the pavement that night to escape their past and all that had circumscribed their lives so far. And yet, in order to arm themselves for battle, they retreated right back into what they sought to escape, into what they were used to, into what they really were. He, a revolutionary trapped in an accountant's mind. She, a woman trapped in a man's body. He, raging at a world in which the balance sheets did not tally. She, raging at her glands, her organs, her skin, the texture of her hair, the width of her shoulders, the timbre of her voice. He, fighting for a way to impose fiscal integrity on a decaying system. She, wanting to pluck the very stars from the sky and grind them into a potion that would give her proper breasts and hips and a long, thick plait of hair that would swing from side to side as she walked, and yes, the thing she longed for most of all, that most well-stocked of Delhi's vast stock of invectives, that insult of all insults, a maa ki chut, a mother's cunt. He, who had spent his days tracking tax dodges, payoffs and sweetheart deals. She, who had lived for years like a tree in an old graveyard, where, on lazy mornings and late at night, the spirits of the old poets whom she loved, Ghalib, Mir and Zauq, came to recite their verse, drink, argue and gamble. He, who filled in forms and ticked boxes. She, who never knew which box to tick, which queue to stand in, which public toilet to enter, kings or queens, lords or ladies, sirs or hers. He, who believed he was always right. She, who knew she was all wrong, always wrong. He, reduced by his certainties. She, augmented by her ambiguity. He, who wanted a law. She, who wanted a baby. A circle formed around them, furious, curious, assessing the adversaries, picking sides. It didn't matter which tight-arsed Gandhian accountant stood a chance in hell in a one-to-one public face-off against an old Delhi Hijra. Anjum bent low and brought her face within kissing distance of Mr. Agarwal's. Ai hi! Why so angry, John? Won't you look at me? Saddam Hussein clenched his fists. Ishrat restrained him. She took a deep breath and waded into the battlefield, intervening in the practiced way that only Hijras knew how to when it came to protecting each other by making a declaration of war and peace at the same time. Her attire, which had looked absurd only a few hours ago, could not have been more appropriate for what she needed to do now. She started the spread-fingered Hijra clap and began to dance, moving her hips obscenely, swirling her chunny, her outrageous, aggressive sexuality aimed at humiliating Mr. Agarwal, who had never in all his life fought a fair street fight. Damp patches appeared in the armpits of his white shirt. Ishrat began with a song she knew the crowd would know from a film called Umra O Jaan, immortalized by the beautiful actress Ray Carr. Dil cheez kiya hai, aap Mary John Lji. Why just my heart, take my whole life too. Someone tried to hustle her off the pavement. She moved to the middle of the wide, empty road, enjoying herself now as she pirouetted on the zebra crossing under the street lights. From the opposite side of the road someone began beating out a rhythm on it to flee. People joined the singing. She was right. Everybody knew the song. Bas ek bar marikaha monlji. But just this once, my love, grant me my wish. That courtesan's song, or at least that one line, could have been the anthem for almost everybody in Yantar Mantar that day. All those who were there because they believed that somebody cared, that somebody was listening. That somebody would grant them a hearing. A fight broke out. Perhaps someone said something lewd. Perhaps Saddam Hussein hit him. It's not clear exactly what happened. The policemen on duty at the pavement snapped out of their sleep and swung their lathis at anybody who was within their reach. Police patrol jeeps, with you, for you, always, arrived with flashing lights, and the Delhi Police Special Ma Order Code Behen Code Ma Ki Chud Behen Kala Uda.fn1. The TV cameras crowded in. The activist on her 19th fast saw her chance. She waded into the crowd and turned to the cameras with her trademark, clenched fist call and, with unerring political acumen, she appropriated the Lodi charge for her people. Lodi Goli Kianj. Batons and bullets we will bear. And her people answered. Andolan Kalianj. With our struggle we'll persevere. It didn't take the police long to restore order. Among those arrested and driven away in police vans were Mr. Agarwal, Anjum, a quaking Ustad Hamid, and the live art installation in his scatological suit. The lime man had made himself scarce. They were released the following morning with no charges. By the time someone remembered how it had all begun, the baby was gone. 4. Dr. Azad Bardia. The last person to see the baby was Dr. Azad Bardia, who had just entered, according to his own calculations, the 11th year, 3rd month, and 17th day of his hunger strike. Dr. Bardia was so thin as to be almost two-dimensional. His temples were hollow, his dark, sun-baked skin slunk over the bones of his face and the prominent cartilage of his long, reedy neck and collarbone. Searching, fevered eyes stared out at the world from deep shadow bowls. One of his arms, from shoulder to wrist, was encased in a filthy white plaster cast supported by a sling looped around his neck. The empty sleeve of his grimy striped shirt flapped at his side like the desolate flag of a defeated country. He sat behind an old cardboard sign covered with a dim, scratched, plastic sheet. It said, "My full name. Dr. Azad Bardia. Translation, The Free Indian. My home address. Dr. Azad Bardia. Near Lucky Sarai Railway Station. Lucky Sarai Basti. Kakar. Bihar. My current address. Dr. Azad Bardia. Yantar Mantar. New Delhi. My qualifications, Ma Hindi, Ma Urdu, First Class First, BA History, BEd, Basic Elementary Course in Punjabi, Ma Punjabi ABF, appeared but failed, PhD, pending, Delhi University, Comparative Religions and Buddhist Studies, Lecturer, Inter College, Ghaziabad, Research Associate, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, Founder Member Vishva Samajwadi Sthapana, World People's Forum, and Indian Socialist Democratic Party, against price rise. I am fasting against the following issues: I am against the capitalist empire, plus against US capitalism, Indian and American state terrorism / all kinds of nuclear weapons and crime, plus against the bad education system / corruption / violence / environmental degradation and all other evils. Also I am against unemployment. I am also fasting for the complete obliteration of the entire bourgeois class. Each day I remember the poor of the world, workers / peasants / tribals / Dalits / abandoned ladies and gents / including children and handicapped people. The yellow plastic JC's Sari Palace shopping bag that sat next to him upright, like a small yellow person, contained papers, typed as well as handwritten, in English and Hindi. Several copies of a document, a newsletter or a transcript of some sort were laid out on the pavement, weighed down by stones. Dr. Azad Bardia said it was available for sale at cost price for normal people and at a discount for students. My news and views. Update. My original name as given to me by my parents is Inder Y. Kumar. Dr. Azad Bhartiya is the name I have given myself. It was registered in court on October 13, 1997 along with the English translation i.e., Free/Liberated Indian. My affidavit is attached. It is not the original, it is a copy attested by a Paichala House magistrate. If you accept this name for me, then you have the right to think that this is no place for an Azad Bhartiya to be found, here in this public prison on the public footpath. See, it even has bars. You may think a real Azad Bhartiya should be a modern person living in a modern house with a car and a computer, or maybe in that tall building there, that 5-star hotel. That one is called Hotel Meridian. If you look up at the 12th floor you will be able to see the AC room with attached breakfast and bathroom where the US President's 5 dogs stayed when he came to India. Actually we are not supposed to call them dogs because they are officers of the American Army, of the rank of corporal. Some people say those dogs can smell hidden bombs and that they know how to eat with knives and forks sitting at a table. They say the hotel manager has to salute them when they come out of the lift. I don't know if this information is true or false, I have not been able to verify it. You might have heard that the dogs went to visit Gandhi's memorial in Rajphat. That is confirmed, it was in the newspaper. But I don't care. I don't admire Gandhi. He was a reactionary. He should be happy about the dogs. They are better than all those world killers who regularly place flowers at his memorial. But why is this Dr. Azad Bhartiya here on the footpath while the American dogs are in the 5-star hotel? This must be the question uppermost on your mind. The answer for that is that I am here because I'm a revolutionary. I have been on hunger strike for more than 11 years. This is my 12th year running. How can a man survive for 12 years on hunger strike? The answer is that I have developed a scientific technique of fasting. I eat one meal, light, vegetarian, either every 48 or 58 hours. That is more than sufficient for me. You may wonder how an Azad Bhartiya with no job and no salary manages a meal every 48 or 58 hours. Let me tell you, here on the footpath, no day goes without somebody who has nothing offering to share it with me. If I wanted, just sitting here I could become a fat man like the Maharaja of Mysore. By God! That would be easy. But my weight is 42 kilos. I eat only to live and I live only to struggle. I try my best to tell the truth, so I should clarify that the doctor part of my name is actually pending, like my PhD. I'm using that title a little bit in advance only in order to make people listen to me and believe what I say. If there were no urgency in our political situation, I would not do this because, technically speaking, it is dishonest. But sometimes, in politics, one has to cut poison with poison. I have been sitting here in Yantar Mantar for 11 years. I only leave this place sometimes to attend seminars or meetings on subjects of my interest in Constitution Club or Gandhi Peace Foundation. Otherwise I am permanently here. All these people from every corner of India come here with their dreams and demands. There is nobody to listen. No one listens. The police beats them, the government ignores them. They cannot stay here, these poor people, as they are mostly from villages and slums and they have to earn a living. They have to go back to their land, or to their landlords, to their money lenders, to their cows and buffaloes who are more expensive than humans, or to their yogis. But I stay here on those people's behalf. I fast for their progress, for the acceptance of all their demands, for the realization of their dreams and for the hope that someday they will have their own government. What caste am I? That is your question? With such a huge political agenda as mine, you tell me, what caste should I be? What caste were Jesus and Gautam Buddha? What caste was Marx? What caste was Prophet Muhammad? Only Hindus have this caste, this inequality contained in their scriptures. I am everything except for a Hindu. As an Azad Bhartiya, I can tell you openly that I have renounced the faith of the majority of the people in this country only for this reason. For that my family does not talk to me. But even if I was President of America, that world-class Brahmin, still I would be here on hunger strike for the poor. I don't want dollars. Capitalism is like poisoned honey. People swarm to it like bees. I don't go to it. For this reason I have been put under 24 hours surveillance. I am under 24 hours remote control electronic surveillance by the American government. Look behind you. Can you see that blinking red light? That's their camera battery light. They have installed their camera in that traffic light also. They have their control room for their cameras in the Meridian Hotel, in the dogs' room. The dogs are still there. They never went back to America. Their visas were extended indefinitely. Now because the American presidents come to India so often, they keep their dogs here, permanently stationed. At night when the lights are on they sit on the windowsills. I see their shadows, their outline. My distance vision is very good and getting better. Every day I can see further and further. Bush, Hitler, Stalin, Mao and Ceausescu are members of a 100-member club of leaders that are plotting to destroy all the good governments in the world. All the American presidents are members, even this new one. Last week I was hit by a white car, Maruti's NDL2 CP 4362 belonging to an Indian TV channel funded by Americans. It crashed through the iron railing and drove onto me. You can see that part of the railing is still broken. I was sleeping, but alert. I rolled to one side like a commando, and so I escaped that attempt on my life, only my arm was crushed. It is now under repair. The rest of me was saved. The driver tried to escape. The people stopped him and forced him to take me to Ram Manohar Lohia Hospital. 2 people sat in the car and slapped him all the way to the hospital. The government doctors treated me very well. In the morning when I came back, all the revolutionaries who were here that night, bought me samosas and a glass of sweet lassi. They all signed or put their thumb impressions on my plaster. See, here are Santhal tribals from Hazaribagh, displaced by East Parai coal mines. These are Union Carbide gas victims who walked here all the way from Bhopal. It took them 3 weeks. That gas leak company has a new name now, Dow Chemicals. But these poor people who were destroyed by them, can they buy new lungs, new eyes? They have to manage with their same old organs, which were poisoned so many years ago. But nobody cares. Those dogs just sit there on that Meridian Hotel windowsill and watch us die. This is Devi Singh Suryavanchi's signature. He is like me, a non-aligned. He has given his phone number also. He is fighting against corruption and the cheating of the nation by politicians. I don't know what his other demand is, you can phone him directly and ask. He has gone to visit his daughter in Nashik, but he will come back next week. He is a 87 years old man, but for him, still, the nation comes first. This is the Rickshaw Union Rashtravadi Janata Tipahaya Shalak San. This thumb impression belongs to Full Bati from Batul, Madhya Pradesh. She's a very good lady. She was working in a field as a daily labourer when a BSNL Bharat Sanchar Nigam limited telephone pole fell on her. Her left leg had to be amputated. The Nigam gave her money for the amputation, 50,000 rupees, but how is she to work now, with only one leg? She is a widow, what will she eat, who will feed her? Her son doesn't want to keep her, so he has sent her here to do a satyagraha to demand a sedentary job. She has been here for 3 months. No one comes to see her. No one will. She will die here. You see this English signature? This is S. Tiladama. She is a lady who comes here and goes. I have seen her for many years. Sometimes she comes in the day. Sometimes she comes in the late night or in the early morning. She is always alone. She has no schedule. She has this very good handwriting. She is also a very good lady. These are the latter earthquake victims whose cash compensation has been eaten up by corrupt collectors and tehsildars. Out of 3 crore rupees only 3 lakh rupees reached the people, 3%er. The rest was eaten by cockroach people on the way. They have been sitting here since 1999. Can you read Hindi? You can see what they have written, Bharat main Gadhe, Gid or Sa or Rajkartian Hine. It means India is ruled by donkeys, vultures, and pigs. This is the second assassination attempt on me. Last year on April 8, Honda City DL8CX 4850, drove onto me. That same car you see in the advertisement there on the toilet, except that my car was maroon, not silver. Driven by an American agent. On July 17, Hindustan Times City section, HT City reported it. My right leg was fractured in 3 places. Even now it's hard for me to walk. I have to limp. People joke and say that I should marry full baddies so that we have one healthy left leg and one healthy right leg for 2 of us. I laugh with them even though I don't find it funny. But it is important to laugh sometimes. I am against the institution of marriage. It was invented to subjugate women. I was married 1 time. My wife eloped with my brother. They call my son their son now. He calls me uncle. I never see them. After they eloped I came here. Sometimes I cross the road and fast on the other side, with the Bhopalis. But it's much hotter there. Do you know what this place is, this Yantar Mantar? In the old days it was a sundial. It was built by some Maharaja, I have forgotten his name, in the year 1724. Foreigners still come to see it with tour guides. They walk past us but they don't see us, sitting here on the side of the road, fighting for a better world in this democracy zoo. Foreigners only see what they want to see. Earlier it was snake charmers and sadhus, now it is the superpower things, the Bazaar Raj. We sit here like caged animals, and the government feeds us useless little pieces of hope through the bars of this iron railing. Not enough to live on, but just enough to prevent us from dying. They send their journalists to us. We tell our stories. For a while that lightens our burden. This is how they control us. Everywhere else in the city there is section 144 of Criminal Procedure Code. See this new toilet they have built? For us, they say. Separate for ladies and gents. We have to pay to go inside. When we see ourselves in those big mirrors, we get afraid. Declaration. I do hereby declare that all the information given herein above are true to the best of my knowledge and no material has been concealed therefrom. From his vantage point on the pavement, Dr. Azad Bhartiya had seen that far from being alone, the baby that had disappeared had 3 mothers on the pavement that night, all 3 stitched together by threads of light. The police, who knew that he knew everything that happened at Yantar Mantar, descended on him to question him. They slapped him around a little, not seriously, just from habit. But all he would say was, Mar gayi bulbul kafaz main. Keh gayi sayad se. Apni sunaragand main. Tu thuns le fasili bahar. She died in her cage, the little bird. These words she left for her captor. Please take the spring harvest. And shove it up your gilded arse. The police kicked him over, as a matter of routine, and confiscated all the copies of his News and Views as well as his J.C.'s Sari Palace bag and all the papers in it. Once they left, Dr. Azad Bhartiya didn't lose a moment. He immediately set to work, starting the laborious process of documentation from scratch. Though they didn't have a suspect, the name and address of S. Tilottama, publisher of Dr. Azad Bhartiya's News and Views, jumped out at them at a later stage. The police registered a case under Section 361, Kidnapping from Lawful Guardianship, Section 362, Abducting, Compelling, Forcing or Deceitfully Inducing a Person from a Place, Section 365, Wrongful Confinement, Section 366A, a crime committed against a minor girl who has not attained 18 years of age, Section 367, Kidnapping in order to cause grievous hurt, place in slavery or subject the kidnapped person to unnatural lust, Section 369, Kidnapping a child under 10 years of age in order to steal from them. The offences were cognizable, bailable and trialable by magistrates of the first class. The punishment was imprisonment for not more than 7 years. They had already registered 1,146 similar cases in the city that year. And it was only May. 5. The slow goose chase. A horse's hooves echoed on an empty street. Pile the thin daymare clop clipped through a part of the city she oughtn't to be in. On her back, astride a red cloth saddle edged with gold tassels, 2 riders, Saddam Hussein and Ishrat the Beautiful. In a part of the city they oughtn't to be in. No signs said so, because everything was a sign that any fool could read: the silence, the width of the roads, the height of the trees, the unpeopled pavements, the clipped hedges, the low white bungalows in which the rulers lived. Even the yellow light that poured from the tall street lights looked uncashable columns of liquid gold. Saddam Hussein put on his sunglasses. Ishrat said it looked silly to wear goggles at night. "You call this night?" Saddam asked. He explained that he wasn't wearing his sunglasses in order to look good. He said the glare from the lights hurt his eyes and that he'd tell her the story of his eyes later. Pyle pinned her ears back and twitched her hide even though there weren't any flies around. She sensed her transgression. But she liked this part of the city. There was air to breathe. She could have galloped, if they'd let her. But they wouldn't. They were on a slow goose chase, she and her riders. Their mission was to follow an auto rickshaw and its passengers. They kept their distance from it as it sputtered like a lost child around vast roundabouts landscaped with sculptures, fountains and flower beds, and down avenues that spiked off them, each lined with different kinds of trees: tamarind, jamun, neem, pakad, arjun. "Look, they even have gardens for their cars," Ishrat said as they circled a roundabout. Saddam laughed, delighted, into the night. "They have cars for their dogs and gardens for their cars," he said. A cavalcade of black Mercedes with tinted, bulletproof windows appeared as if from nowhere and scorched past them like a serpent. Past the garden city the chases and chasers approached a bumpy flyover. Bumpy for vehicles, that is, not horses. The row of lights running down the middle looked like mechanical cherubs' wings mounted on long poles. The rickshaw chugged uphill, then dipped down and disappeared from view. To keep up, Pyle broke into a gentle, happy trot. A slim unicorn inspecting the cherub brigade. Beyond the flyover the city grew less sure of itself. The slow chase threaded past 2 hospitals so full of sickness that patients and their families had spilled out and were camped on the roads. Some were on makeshift beds and in wheelchairs. Some wore hospital gowns and had bandages and 4 drips. Children, bald from chemotherapy, wore hospital masks and clung to their empty-eyed parents. People crowded the counters of the all-night chemists, playing Indian roulette. There was a 60/40 chance that the drugs they bought were genuine and not spurious. Families cooked on the street, cutting onions, boiling potatoes gone gritty with dust on small kerosene stoves. They hung their washing on tree guards and railings. Saddam Hussein took note of all this for professional reasons. A bunch of emaciated twig-thighed villagers in dodas squatted on their haunches in a circle. In the center, perched like a wounded bird, was a wizened old lady in a printed sari and enormous dark glasses that were sealed along the edges with cotton wool. A thermometer angled out of her mouth like a cigarette. They paid no attention to the white horse and her riders as they cantered past. Another flyover. This time the goose chase party went under it. It was packed tight with sleeping people. A bare-bodied bald man with a purple crust of congealed talcum powder on his head and a long, grey, bushy beard beat out a rhythm on an imaginary drum, flinging his head around like Ustad Zakir Hussain. Dha to him, tira ki ta to him. Ishrat called out to him as they went past. He smiled and rewarded her with a complicated flourish of percussion. A shuttered market, a midnight egg paratha stall. A Sikh Gurdwara. Another market. A row of car repair shops. The men and dogs asleep outside were covered in car grease. The rickshaw turned into a residential colony. And then left, right, left. A lane. Construction material stacked along it. The houses were all 3 and 4 stories high. The rickshaw stopped outside a barred iron gate painted a dull shade of lavender. Pyle stopped in the shadows, many gates away. A snuffling spectre. A pale mare ghost. The gold thread on her saddle glinting in the night. A woman got out, paid and went into the house. After the rickshaw left, Saddam Hussein and Ishrat the Beautiful approached the lavender gate. Two black bulls with wobbling humps lolled outside. A light came on in the second-floor window. Ishrat said, "Write down the house number." Saddam said he didn't need to because he never forgot places he'd been to. He'd be able to find it in his sleep. She wriggled against him. "Wah! What a man!" He squished her breast. She slapped his hand away. "Don't. They cost a lot. I'm still paying my installments." The woman silhouetted against the rectangle of light on the second floor looked down and saw two people on a white horse. They looked up and saw her. As though to acknowledge the glance that passed between them, the woman, who was beautiful, who was not, who was tall, who was short, inclined her head and kissed the stolen goods she held in her arms. She waved to them and they waved back. Of course she recognized them as the team from the scrum at Yantar Mantar. Saddam dismounted and held up a small white rectangle, his visiting card with the address of Jannat Guest House and Funeral Services. He dropped it into the tin letter box that said Tiladama. Second floor. The baby had fretted most of the way, but had finally fallen asleep. Tiny heartbeats and a black velvet cheek against a bony shoulder. The woman rocked her as she watched the horse and its riders exit the lane. She could not remember when last she had been this happy. Not because the baby was hers, but because it wasn't. 6. Some questions for later. When the baby seal grew older, when she was, say, crowded around an ice cream cart on a burning afternoon, one among a press of schoolgirls clamoring for an orange bar, might she get a sudden whiff of the heady scent of ripe mahua that had infused the forest the day she was born? Would her body remember the feel of dry leaves on the forest floor, or the hot metal touch of the barrel of her mother's gun that had been held to her forehead with the safety catch off? Or had her past been erased forever? Death flies in, thin bureaucrat, from the plains. Aga Shahid Ali. 7. The landlord. It's cold. One of those dim, dirty winter days. The city is still stunned by the simultaneous explosions that tore through a bus stop, a cafe and the basement parking lot of a small shopping plaza 2 days ago, leaving 5 dead and very many more severely injured. It will take our television news anchors a little longer than ordinary folks to recover from the shock. As for myself, blasts evoke a range of emotions in me, but sadly, shock is no longer one of them. I'm upstairs in this Barsatai, this small, second-floor apartment on the roof. The neem trees have shed their leaves, the rose-ringed parakeets seem to have moved to a warmer, safer, place. The fog is hunched up against the window panes. A clot of blue rock pigeons huddles on the shit-crusted chaja. Though it's the middle of the day, nearly lunchtime, I've had to switch the lights on. I notice that my experiment with the red cement floor has failed. I wanted a floor with a deep, soft shine, like those graceful old houses down south. But here, over the years, the summer heat has leached the color from the cement and the winter cold has caused the surface to contract and shatter into a pattern of hairline cracks. The apartment is dusty and run down. Something about the stillness of this hastily abandoned space makes it look like a frozen frame in a moving picture. It seems to contain the geometry of motion, the shape of all that has happened and everything that is still to come. The absence of the person who lived here is so real, so palpable, that it's almost a presence. The noise from the street is muted. The blades of the still ceiling fans are edged with grime, a paean to Delhi's famously filthy air. Fortunately for my lungs, I'm only visiting. Or at least that's what I hope. I have been sent home on leave. Though I don't feel unwell, when I look at myself in the mirror I can see that my skin is dull and my hair has thinned noticeably. My scalp shines through it, yes, shines. Almost nothing remains of my eyebrows. I'm told this is a sign of anxiety. The drinking, I admit, is worrying. I have tested the patience of both my wife and my boss in unacceptable ways and am determined to redeem myself. I am booked into a rehabilitation center where I will be for 6 weeks with no phone, no internet, and no contact whatsoever with the world. I was supposed to check in today, but I'll do it on Monday. I long to return to Kabul, the city where I will probably die, in some hackneyed, unheroic manner, perhaps while handing my ambassador a file. Boom. No more me. Twice they nearly got us, both times luck was on our side. After the second attack we received an anonymous letter in Pashto, which I read as well as speak nun zamong bad kismeti wa. Koyad lara che mong surf ya war pa kismat gata kawo. Ta beata hamsha dapura kush kismeta ve. That translates, more or less, as, today we were unlucky. But remember, we only have to be lucky once. You will need good luck all the time. Something about those words rang a bell. I googled them. That's a verb now, isn't it? It was a close to verbatim translation of what the IRA said after Margaret Thatcher escaped their bomb attack on the Grand Hotel in Brighton in 1984. It's another kind of globalization, I suppose, this universal terror speak. Every day in Kabul is a battle of wits and I'm addicted. While I waited to be certified fit for service, I decided to visit my tenants and see how the house I bought it 15 years ago and more or less rebuilt it was bearing up. At least that's what I told myself. When I got here I found myself avoiding the main entrance and going all the way to the end of the road and around to the back, to take the gate that opens onto the service lane that runs behind the row of townhouses. It was a quiet, pretty lane once. Now it's like a construction site. Building material, steel reinforcement rods, slabs of stone and heaps of sand occupies what little space parked cars do not. 2 open manholes give off a stench that doesn't quite complement the soaring price of property here. Most of the older houses have been torn down and plush new developers' flats are coming up in their place. Some are on stilts, the ground floors given over to parking. It's a good idea in this car-maddened city, but somehow it saddens me. I'm not sure why. Nostalgia for an older, quieter time perhaps. A posse of dusty children, some carrying infants on their hips, amuse themselves by ringing doorbells and skittering away hiccuping with delight. Their emaciated parents, hauling cement and bricks around in the deep pits dug for new basements, would not look out of place on a construction site in ancient Egypt, heaving stones for a pharaoh's pyramid. A small donkey with kind eyes walks past me carrying bricks in its saddlebags. The post-blast announcements being made in English and Hindi on the loudspeaker in the police booth in the market are fainter here. Please report any unidentified baggage or suspicious-looking person to the nearest police post. Even in the few months since I was last here, the number of cars parked in the back lane has grown and most are bigger, swisher. My neighbor Mrs. Mehra's new driver, his whole head wrapped in a brown muffler with a slit for his eyes, is hosing down a new cream Toyota Corolla as though it's a buffalo. It has a small saffron OM painted on its bonnet. Only a year ago Mrs. Mehra was flinging her garbage straight from her first-floor balcony onto the street. I wonder whether owning a Toyota has improved her sense of community hygiene. I can see that most of the apartments on the second and third floors have been smartened up, glassed in. The black bulls that lived around the concrete lamp post opposite my back gate for many years, fed and spoiled by Mrs. Mehra and her cow-worshipping cohorts, aren't around. Maybe they've gone for a jog. 2 young women in smart winter coats and clicking high heels walk past, both smoking cigarettes. They look like Russian or Ukrainian whores, the kind you can dial up for farmhouse parties. There were a few at my old friend Bobby Singh's stag party in Murali last week. One of them, who walked around with a plate of tacos, was actually a dip. She was topless, more or less with hummus all over her chest. I thought it was a bit much, but the other guests seemed to enjoy it. The girl gave that impression too, although that may have been part of the job description. Hard to say. Servants wearing their employers' expensive cast-offs are being walked by even better-dressed dogs, Labradors, German Shepherds, Dobermans, Beagles, Dachshunds, Cocker Spaniels with wool coats that say things like Superman and Woof. Even some of the street mongrels have coats and show traces of pedigreed lineage. Trickle down. Ha! Ha! 2 men, 1 white, 1 Indian go past, holding hands. Their plump black Labrador is dressed in a red and blue jersey that says number 7 Manchester United. Like a genial holy man distributing his blessings, he bestows a little squirt of piss onto the tires of the cars he waddles past. The sheet metal gate of the municipal primary school that abuts the deer park is new. It's painted over with a dreadful rendition of a happy baby in its happy mother's arms being given a polio vaccination by a happy nurse in a white dress and white stockings. The syringe is roughly the size of a cricket bat. I can hear children's voices in their classrooms, shouting BAA BAA black sheep, rising to a shriek on wool and full. Compared to Kabul, or anywhere else in Afghanistan or Pakistan, or for that matter any other country in our neighborhood, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Burma, Iran, Iraq, Syria, good God, this foggy little back lane, with its everyday humdrumness, its vulgarity, its unfortunate but tolerable inequities, its donkeys and its minor cruelties, is like a small corner of paradise. The shops in the market sell food and flowers and clothes and mobile phones, not grenades and machine guns. Children play at ringing doorbells, not at being suicide bombers. We have our troubles, our terrible moments, yes, but these are only aberrations. I feel a rush of anger at those grumbling intellectuals and professional dissenters who constantly carp about this great country. Frankly, they can only do it because they are allowed to. And they are allowed to because, for all our imperfections, we are a genuine democracy. I would not be crass enough to say this too often in public, but the truth is that it gives me great pride to be a servant of the Government of India. The back gate was open, as I expected it to be. The ground floor tenants have painted it lavender. I went straight up the stairs to the second floor. The door was locked. The extent of my disappointment unsettled me. The landing looked deserted. There was mail and old newspapers piled up against the door. I noticed a dog's paw prints in the dust. On my way down, the plump, pretty wife of my ground floor tenant, who runs some sort of video production company, came out of her kitchen and accosted me on the stairs. She invited me in for a cup of tea, to what used to be my home when my wife and I were both posted in Delhi. "I'm Ankita," she said over her shoulder as she led me in. Her long, chemically straightened hair streaked with blonde highlights was damp and I could smell her tangy shampoo. She wore solitaires in her ears and a fuzzy white wool sweater. The back pockets of her tight blue jeans jeggings, my daughters say they're called, stretched over her generous behind, were embroidered with colorful fork-tongued Chinese dragons. My mother would have approved, if not of the clothes, then certainly of the plumpness. "Decked bish roly-poly," she'd have said. My poor mother, who spent all of her married life in Delhi, dreaming of her childhood in Calcutta. The word set up an annoying buzz in my head. Roly-poly, roly-poly, roly-poly. 3 of the 4 walls in the room were painted watermelon pink. All the furniture including the dining table was a sort of flecked distressed, I believe is the right word, rind green. The door and window frames were black, the seeds, I suppose. I began to regret having given them a free hand with the interior. Ankita and I sat facing each other, separated by the length of the sofa, my old sofa, reupholstered now. At one point we had to clasp our knees and lift our feet off the floor while her maid passed below us, shuffling on her haunches like a small duck, swabbing the floor with something that smelled sharp, like citronella. Would it have been so difficult for Roly-Poly to have had that section of her floor swabbed a little later? When will our people learn some basic etiquette? The maid was obviously a Gond or a Santhal from Jharkhand or Chhattisgarh, or perhaps one of the aboriginal tribes in Orissa. She looked like a child of maybe 14 or 15. From where I sat I could see down her kurta to where a tiny silver crucifix nestled between her tiny breasts. My father, who had a reflexive hostility towards Christian missionaries and their flock, would have called her Hallelujah. For all his sophistication he possessed more than just a streak of impropriety. Enthroned in her giant watermelon, looking radiantly out at me from under her halo of tinted hair, Roly-Poly gave me a whispered, incoherent account of what had happened upstairs. "I think so, she is not a normal person," she said, more than once. To be fair, perhaps she was coherent and I was hostile to the idea of hearing her out. She said something about a baby and the police. I was dumbstruck when police knocked on the door, and bringing disrepute to the house and the entire neighborhood. It all sounded a bit vicious and far-fetched. I thanked her and left with the gift. She pressed into my hands a DVD of her husband's latest documentary on the Dal Lake in Kashmir made for the Department of Tourism. An hour or two later, here I am. I've had to bring in a locksmith from the market to fashion a key for me. In other words, I've had to break in. My second-floor tenant seems to have left. Left, if Roly-Poly is to be believed, may be something of a euphemism. But then tenant is a euphemism too. No, we were not lovers. At no point did she ever offer me a hint that she might be open to a relationship of that sort. Had she, I don't know myself well enough to say how things might have turned out. Because all my life, ever since I first met her all those years ago when we were still in college, I have constructed myself around her. Not around her perhaps, but around the memory of my love for her. She doesn't know that. Nobody does, except perhaps Naga, Musa, and me, the men who loved her. I use the word love loosely, and only because my vocabulary is unequal to the task of describing the precise nature of that maze, that forest of feelings that connected the three of us to her and eventually to each other. The first time I saw her was almost exactly 30 years ago, in 1984, who in Delhi can forget 1984, at the rehearsals of a college play in which I was acting, called Norman, Is That You? Sadly, after rehearsing it for 2 months we never performed it. A week before it was meant to open, MRSG Indira Gandhi was assassinated by her Sikh bodyguards. For a few days after the assassination, mobs led by her supporters and acolytes killed thousands of Sikhs in Delhi. Homes, shops, taxi stands with Sikh drivers, whole localities where Sikhs lived were burned to the ground. Plumes of black smoke climbed into the sky from the fires all over the city. From my window seat in a bus on a bright, beautiful day, I saw a mob lynch an old Sikh gentleman. They pulled off his turban, tore out his beard and necklaced him South Africa style with a burning tire while people stood around baying their encouragement. I hurried home and waited for the shock of what I had witnessed to hit me. Oddly, it never did. The only shock I felt was shock at my own equanimity. I was disgusted by the stupidity, the futility of it all, but somehow, I was not shocked. It could be that my familiarity with the gory history of the city I had grown up in had something to do with it. It was as though the apparition whose presence we in India are all constantly and acutely aware of had suddenly surfaced, snarling, from the deep, and had behaved exactly as we expected it to. Once its appetite was sated it sank back into its subterranean lair and normality closed over it. Maddened killers retracted their fangs and returned to their daily chores as clerks, tailors, plumbers, carpenters, shopkeepers. Life went on as before. Normality in our part of the world is a bit like a boiled egg, its humdrum surface conceals at its heart a yolk of egregious violence. It is our constant anxiety about that violence, our memory of its past labors and our dread of its future manifestations, that lays down the rules for how a people as complex and as diverse as we are continue to coexist, continue to live together, tolerate each other and, from time to time, murder one another. As long as the center holds, as long as the yoke doesn't run, we'll be fine. In moments of crisis it helps to take the long view. We decided to postpone the opening of the play by a month in the hope that by then things would have settled down. But in early December tragedy struck again, this time even harder. The Union Carbide pesticide plant in Bhopal sprang a deadly gas leak that killed thousands of people. The newspapers were full of accounts of people trying to flee the poisonous cloud that pursued them, their eyes and lungs on fire. There was something almost biblical about the nature and the scale of the horror. News magazines published photographs of the dead, the ill, the dying, the mangled and the permanently blinded, their sightless eyes eerily turned towards the cameras. Eventually we decided that the gods weren't with us and that performing Norman would be inappropriate for the times, so the whole thing was shelved. If you'll pardon me for making this somewhat prosaic observation, maybe that's what life is, or ends up being most of the time, a rehearsal for a performance that never eventually materializes. In the case of Norman, though, we didn't need a final performance to change the course of our lives. The rehearsals turned out to be more than enough. David Quatermain, the director of the play, was a young Englishman who had moved to Delhi from Leeds. He was a lean, athletic and, if I may say so, devastatingly beautiful man. His blonde hair fell to his shoulders, his eyes were an unreal, sapphire blue, like Peter O'Toole's. He was stoned most of the time, and was candidly homosexual, although he never brought it up in conversation. A parade of dusky adolescent boys, the turnover was high, passed through his book-lined rooms in Defence Colony. They lounged on his bed or curled up on his rocking chair, flipping through magazines they obviously couldn't read. He had a clear preference for proletarians. We had never seen anything remotely like it. The day we gathered in his two-room flat for the first play reading, his silent, efficient maid had efficiently delivered her third child in his bathroom. We lived in awe of David Quatermain, of his audacious sexuality, his collection of books, his moodiness, his mumbling and his sudden enigmatic silences, which we believed were the prerequisite characteristics of a true artist. Some of us tried to replicate that behavior in our free time, imagining we were preparing ourselves for a life in the theatre. My classmate Nagaraj Hariharan, was cast as Norman. I was to play his lover, Garson Hobart. In the early rehearsals we hammed it up more than just a little. I suppose in our young, stupid way we were trying to signal that we weren't really homosexual. We were both finishing our masters in history at Delhi University. As a consequence of his parents and mine being friends, his father was in the Foreign Service, mine was a senior heart surgeon. Naga and I had been together through school and now university. Like most such children, we were never close friends. We didn't dislike each other, but our relationship had always been more than a little adversarial. Tilo was a third-year student at the architecture school and was working on the sets and lighting design. She introduced herself to us as Tilottama. The moment I saw her, a part of me walked out of my body and wrapped itself around her. And there it still remains. I wish I knew what it was about her that disarmed me so completely and made me behave like someone I am not: solicitous, a little overeager. She didn't look like any of the pale, well-groomed girls I knew at college. Her complexion was what the French might call café au lait, with very little lait, which, as far as most Indians were concerned, disqualified her straight away from being considered good-looking. It's hard for me to describe someone who has been imprinted on me, on my soul, like a stamp or a seal of some sort for so many years. I see her as I see a limb of mine, a hand, or a foot. But let me try, if only in the broadest brush strokes. She had a small, fine-boned face and a straight nose, with pert, flared nostrils. Her long, thick hair was neither straight nor curly, but tangled and uncared for. I could imagine small birds nesting in it. It would have easily made the before part of a before and after shampoo commercial. She wore it down her back in a plait and sometimes twisted into an untidy knot at the nape of her long neck with a yellow pencil stuck through it. She wore no makeup and did none of those delightful things girls do, with their hair, or their eyes, or their mouths to augment her looks. She wasn't tall, but she was rangy, and she had a way of standing, with her weight on the balls of her feet, her shoulders squared, that was almost masculine, and yet wasn't. The day I first met her she was wearing white cotton pajamas and a the hideousness somehow deliberate printed, oversized man's shirt that didn't seem to belong to her. I was wrong about that. Weeks later, when we got to know each other better, she told us that it was indeed hers. That she had bought it at the second-hand clothes market outside Jama Masjid for 1 rupee. Naga typically told her that he knew from reliable sources that the clothes sold there were taken off the bodies of people who died in train accidents. She said she didn't mind as long as there were no bloodstains. The only jewelry she wore was a broad silver ring on a long, ink-stained middle finger and a silver toe ring. She smoked Ganesh beedis that she kept in a scarlet Dunhill cigarette packet. She would look right through the disappointment on the faces of those who had tried to scam what they thought was an imported filter cigarette off her and ended up instead with a beedi that they were too embarrassed not to smoke, especially when she was offering to light it for them. I saw this happen a number of times, but her expression always remained impassive. There was never a smile or the exchange of an amused glance with a friend, so I never could tell whether she was playing a practical joke or whether this was just the way she did things. The complete absence of a desire to please, or to put someone at their ease, could, in a less vulnerable person, have been construed as arrogance. In her it came across as a kind of reckless aloneness. Behind her plain, unfashionable spectacles, her slightly slanting cat eyes had the insouciant secretiveness of a pyromaniac. She gave the impression that she had somehow slipped off her leash. As though she was taking herself for a walk while the rest of us were being walked like pets. As though she was watching considerately, somewhat absent-mindedly, from a distance, while we minced along, grateful to our owners, happy to perpetuate our bondage. I tried to find out more about her, but she gave very little away. When I asked her what her surname was, she said her name was S. Tilotama. When I asked what S stood for, she said, S stands for S. She evaded my indirect questions about where home was, what her father did. She didn't speak much Hindi at the time. So I guessed South India. Her English was curiously unaccented, except that Z sometimes softened into S, so, for example, she would say sip for zip. I guessed Kerala. It turned out that I was right about that. About the rest I learned that she wasn't being evasive, she genuinely did not have answers to those ordinary college kid questions: where are you from? What does your father do? etc. and so on. From stray wisps of conversation I gathered that her mother was a single woman whose husband had left her, or she had left him, or he was dead. It was all a bit of a mystery. Nobody seemed to be able to place her. There were rumors that she was an adopted child. And rumors that she was not. Later I learned from a college junior, a fellow called Mammon P. Mammon, a gossip monger from Tilo's hometown, that both rumors were true. Her mother was indeed her real mother, but had first abandoned her and then adopted her. There had been a scandal, a love affair in a small town. The man, who belonged to an untouchable caste, a pariah, Mammon P. Mammon whispered, as though even to say it aloud would contaminate him, had been dispensed with in the ways high caste families in India, in this case Syrian Christians from Kerala, traditionally dispense with inconveniences such as these. Tilo's mother was sent away until the baby was born and placed in a Christian orphanage. In a few months she returned to the orphanage and adopted her own child. Her family disowned her. She remained unmarried. To support herself she started a small kindergarten school which, over the years, had grown into a successful high school. She never publicly admitted, understandably, that she was the real mother. That was about as much as I knew. Tilotama never went home for her holidays. She never said why. Nobody came looking for her. She paid her fees by working in architects' offices as a draftsman after college hours and on weekends and holidays. She didn't live in the hostel. She said she couldn't afford it. Instead she lived in a shack in a nearby slum that was strung along the outer walls of an old ruin. None of us was invited to visit her. During the rehearsals of Norman, she called Naga Naga, but me, for some reason, she only ever addressed as Garson Hobart. So there we were, Naga and I, students of history, wooing a girl who didn't seem to have a past, a family, a community, a people, or even a home. Actually Naga wasn't really wooing her. In those days he was mesmerized more by himself than anybody else. He noticed Tilo and switched on his considerable charm, like you might switch on the headlights of a car, only because she didn't pay attention to him. He wasn't used to that. I was never entirely sure what the relationship between Musa Yaswai and Tilo really was. They were quiet with each other in company, never demonstrative. Sometimes they seemed more like siblings than lovers. They were classmates in architecture school. Both exceptionally gifted artists. I had seen some of their work, Tilo's charcoal and crayon portraits, Musa's watercolors of the ruins of the older cities of Delhi, Tughlakabad, Firoz Shah Kotla and Purana Kila, and his pencil drawings of horses, sometimes just parts of horses ahead, an eye, a wild mane, galloping hooves. I once asked him about those, whether he drew them from photographs or copied them from illustrations in books, or whether he had horses at home in Kashmir. He said he dreamed about them. I found that disquieting. I don't pretend to know much about art, but to my layman's eye, those drawings, both his and Tilo's, looked distinctive and dazzling. I remember they both had similar handwriting, that casual, angular calligraphy that used to be taught in architecture schools before everything came to be computerized. I can't say that I knew Musa well. He was a quiet, conservatively dressed boy, compactly built and only about as tall as Tilo was. His reticence may have had something to do with the fact that his English wasn't fluent and he spoke it with a distinctly Kashmiri accent. He had a way of being in company without drawing any attention to himself, which was something of a skill, because he was striking looking, in the way many young Kashmiri men can be. Though he wasn't tall, he was broad-shouldered, and there was a concealed sinewyiness to his compactness. He had jet black hair, which he wore cropped very short. His eyes were a dark brown-green. He was clean-shaven, his smooth, pale skin a sharp contrast to Tilo's complexion. I remember two things about him clearly: a chipped front tooth, which made him look ridiculously young when he smiled, which he seldom did, and his surprising hands. They were not the hands of an artist at all, they were a peasant's hands, big and strong, with stocky fingers. There was a gentleness to Musa, a serenity, which I liked, although it was probably those very qualities that coalesced into something dreadful later on. I'm certain he was aware of what I felt about Tilo, yet he showed no signs of feeling either threatened or triumphant. That, in my eyes, gave him tremendous dignity. In his relationship with Naga I think there was less equanimity, which in all probability had more to do with Naga than with Musa. Naga showed a peculiar insecurity and lack of grace when he was around Musa. The contrast between the two of them was remarkable. If Musa was, or at least gave the impression of being, solid, dependable, a rock, Naga was breezy and mercurial. It was impossible to relax around him. He couldn't be in a room without directing all the attention towards himself. He was a great showman, boisterous, witty, a bit of a bully, and utterly, hilariously merciless with the people he chose to publicly pick on. He was nice-looking, slim, boyish, a good cricketer, off-spinner, with floppy hair and glasses, very much the cool, intellectual sportsman. But more than his looks, it was his roguish appeal that girls seemed to love. They flocked around him giddily, hanging on to his every word, giggling at his jokes even when they weren't funny. It was hard to keep track of his string of girlfriends. He had that chameleon-like quality that good actors have, the ability to alter his physical appearance, not superficially, but radically, depending on who he had decided to be at that particular moment in his life. When we were young, it was all very entertaining and exhilarating. Everybody looked forward to what Naga's newest avatar was going to be. But as we grew older it became a little hollow and tiresome. After they graduated from architecture school, Musa and Tilo seemed to have drifted apart. He returned to Kashmir. She got a job as a junior architect in an architectural firm. Her main responsibility at work, she told me, was to take the blame for other people's mistakes. With her meager salary, she was paid by the hour. She upgraded herself from the slum and rented a ramshackle room near the Dargah of Hazrat Nizamuddin Aulia. I visited her there a few times. On the last of those visits we sat by Mirza Ghalib's grave, in a pool of beedi and cigarette stubs, surrounded by the spectacular cripples, lepers, vagrants and freaks who always accumulate around holy places in India, and drank some thick, Terrible tea. This is how we treat the memory of our greatest poet, I remember saying, somewhat pretentiously at the time. I knew nothing of Ghalib's poetry. I do now. I have to. For professional reasons. Because nothing warms the subcontinental Muslim's heart more than a few well-chosen lines of Urdu verse. Maybe he's happier this way, she said. Later we walked through the beggar-lined lanes to the Dargah for the Thursday night Qawwali. It wasn't the best Qawwali I had ever heard, but the foreign tourists closed their eyes and swayed in ecstasy. After the last song was sung, and the musicians packed away their battered instruments, we walked down the dark road that ran behind the colony, along the banks of a storm water drain that smelled like a sewer, and climbed the steep, narrow stairs to her room. Her dusty terrace was stacked with someone's, probably her landlord's, discarded furniture, the wood bleached white by the sun. A ginger tomcat yowled in sexual desperation for the female who had barricaded herself inside a nest of loose wicker that had come undone from the seat of a broken chair. I probably remember him so clearly because he reminded me of myself. The room was tiny, more like a storeroom than a room. It was bare except for a string cot, a terracotta matka for water, and a cardboard carton with clothes and some books. An electric ring on an old Jeep windscreen propped up on bricks functioned as the kitchen. A skillful, larger-than-life crayon drawing of an iridescent, purple-blue rooster took up one whole wall and regarded us with a stern yellow eye. It was as though, to make up for the lack of real ones, Tilo had conjured up a graffiti parent to keep an eye on her. I was relieved to escape the rooster's irascible gaze when we went out onto the terrace. We smoked some hashish, got bitten by mosquitoes, and laughed a lot at absolutely nothing. Tilo sat cross-legged, perched on top of the parapet wall, looking out at the darkness. A mottled moon rose, its otherworldly beauty at odds with the sharp, very worldly fumes from the open drain across the road. Suddenly a stone spun up at us from the street below, missing Tilo by a whisker. She jumped off the wall, but did not seem unduly perturbed. It's the crowd from the cinema hall. The last show must be over. I looked down. I could hear sniggering, but couldn't see anybody in the shadows. I have to admit that I was a little unnerved. I asked her, it was a stupid question, what precautions she took to make sure she stayed safe. She said she didn't dispute the rumor in the neighborhood that she worked for a well-known drug dealer. That way, she said, people assumed she had protection. I decided to brazen it out and ask about Musa, where he was, whether they were still together, whether they planned to get married. She said, I'm not marrying anybody. When I asked her why she felt that way, she said she wanted to be free to die irresponsibly, without notice and for no reason. At home that night I fell asleep thinking of the chasm that separated my life from hers. I still lived in the house I was born in. My parents were asleep in the next room. I could hear the familiar hum of our noisy refrigerator. All the objects, the carpets, the cupboards, the armchairs in the drawing room, the Jamini Roy paintings, the first editions of Tagore's books in Bengali as well as English, my father's collection of mountaineering books, it was a hobby, he wasn't a climber, the family photo albums, the trunks in which our winter clothes were kept, the bed I had slept in since I was a boy were like sentinels that had watched over me for so many years. True, my adult life lay ahead, but the foundations on which that life would be built seemed so immutable, so unassailable. Tilo, on the other hand, was like a paper boat on a boisterous sea. She was absolutely alone. Even the poor in our country, brutalized as they were, had families. How would she survive? How long would it be before her boat went down? After I joined the bureau and left for my training, I lost touch with her. The next time I saw her was at her wedding. I don't know what brought her and Musa together again all those years later, or how she came to be on that houseboat with him in Srinagar. Given what I knew of him, I have never understood how that storm of dull, misguided vanity, the absurd notion that Kashmir could have freedom, swept him up as it did a whole generation of young Kashmiri men. It's true that he suffered the kind of tragedy that nobody ever should, but Kashmir was a war zone then. I can put my hand on my heart and swear that, whatever the provocation, I would never contemplate doing what he did. But then he wasn't me, and I wasn't him. He did what he did. And he paid the price for it. As ye sow, so shall ye reap. Within weeks of Musa's death, Tilo married Naga. As for me, the least remarkable of us all, I loved her without pride. And without hope. Without hope, because I knew that even if by some remote chance she had reciprocated my feelings, my parents, my Brahmin parents, would never accept her, the girl without a past, without a caste into the family. Had I persevered, it would have meant an upheaval of the sort that I simply did not have the stomach for. Even in the most uneventful of lives, we are called upon to choose our battles, and this one wasn't mine. Now, these years later, my parents are both dead. And I'm what's known as a family man. My wife and I tolerate each other and adore our children. Chitra Chitarapa, my wife, yes, my Brahmin wife, is in the foreign service and is posted to Prague. Our daughters, Rabia and Aniat, are 17 and 15. They stay with their mother and attend the French school. Rabia hopes to study English literature and young Aniat is dead set on a career in human rights law. It's an unorthodox choice, and her determination, her refusal to even consider other options, is a little odd, especially for one so young. I was troubled about it at first. I wondered whether it was her way of staging a subtle version of a teenage rebellion against her father. But that doesn't seem to be the case at all. Over the last 10 years or so, the field of human rights has become a perfectly respectable and even lucrative profession. I have been nothing short of encouraging with her. In any case, a final decision is still a few years away. We'll see what happens. Both the girls are good students. Chitra and I have been promised a joint posting soon, hopefully in the country where the girls will be at university. I never imagined I would ever do anything to upset or harm my family in any way. But when Tilo walked back into my life, those legal ties, those lofty, moral principles, atrophied and even seemed a little absurd. As it turned out, my anxiety was irrelevant. She did not seem to even notice my dilemma or discomfort. By renting these rooms to her when she needed them, I told myself I was making up for my trespasses tactfully and unobtrusively. I say trespasses because I have always felt that I had failed her in a nebulous and yet fundamental way. She didn't seem to see it like that at all, but then she wasn't that sort of person. I had only seen her on and off since she married Naga. Their wedding in Delhi remains burned into my memory, and not because of what might seem to be the obvious reasons, heartbreak or thwarted love. That, in fact, was the least of it. I was reasonably happy at the time. My own marriage was less than 2 years old, there was still some semblance of real affection between me and my wife, if not love. The sapping brittleness that marks my relationship with Chitra now had not set in yet. By the time Tilo and he got married, Naga had already made the many transitions from an irreverent, iconoclastic student to an unemployable intellectual on the radical left, to being a passionate advocate of the Palestinian cause. His hero at the time was George Habash, and then on to mainstream journalism. Like many noisy extremists, he has moved through a whole spectrum of extreme political opinion. What has remained consistent is only the decibel level. Now Naga has a handler, though he may not see it quite that way, in the Intelligence Bureau. With a senior position at his paper, he is a valuable asset for us. His journey to the dark side, if that's what you want to call it, I wouldn't begin with the usual bit of quid pro quo. His beat was the Punjab. The insurgency had more or less been crushed by then. But Naga spent his time digging up old stories, providing ammunition for those farcical parodies called People's Tribunals, after which they brought out even more farcical People's Charge Sheets against the police and the paramilitary. An administration that was at war with a ruthless insurgency cannot be held to the same standards as one that is functioning in ordinary, peaceful conditions. But who was to explain that to a crusading journalist who wrote his copy with the sound of applause permanently ringing in his ears? On one of his vacations from this brand of performative radicalism, Naga went to Goa and, in typical Naga fashion, fell wildly in love and impulsively married a young Australian hippie. Lindy, I think she was called. Or was it Charlotte? I'm not sure. It doesn't matter. I'll stay with Lindy. Within a year of their marriage, Lindy was arrested in Goa for heroin trafficking. She faced the prospect of several years in prison. Naga was beside himself. His father was an influential man and could easily have helped, but Naga, a late arrival in his father's life, had always had a troubled relationship with him and didn't want him to know. So he called me and I pulled a few strings. The Director General of Police in Punjab spoke to his counterpart in Goa. We got Lindy out of custody and had the charges dropped. As soon as she was released, Lindy caught the first plane home to Perth. In a few months Naga and she were formally divorced. Naga continued his work in Punjab, needless to say, a considerably chastened man. When we needed a journalist's help on a small matter, a case that human rights activists were making a noise about, though as usual many of their facts needed correcting, I called Naga. He helped. And so it went. A collaboration was born. Gradually Naga began to enjoy the head start he had over his colleagues because of the briefings he received from us. It was a great irony, another kind of drug racket. This time around we were the drug dealers. He was our addict. In a few years he rose to become a star reporter and a sought-after security analyst in the media firmament. When his relationship with the Bureau promised to become more than a temporary association, a marriage and not just a one-night stand, I thought it prudent to step out of the way. A colleague of mine, R.C. Sharma Ramchandra Sharma, took over. R.C. and he got on very well. They shared the same cruel sense of humor and a love for rock and roll and the blues. The one thing I will say for Naga is that not a rupee ever changed hands. About that he was and continues to be honest to a fault. Since his idea of professional integrity requires him to live by his principles, in order to remain a person of integrity, he has changed his principles, and now believes in us almost more than we believe in ourselves. What an irony for the schoolboy whose favorite taunt was to call me the running dog of imperialism at an age when most of us were still reading Archie comics. I'm not sure where and from whom Naga learned the fiery language of the left. Perhaps from a relative who was communist. Whoever it was, he or she was a good teacher and Naga deployed what he learned spectacularly. It took him from conquest to conquest. I was once pitted against him in a school debate. We must have been 13 or 14 years old. The topic was, does God exist? I was to speak for, and Naga against, the motion. I spoke first. Then Naga delivered his flaming speech, his skinny body taut as a whipcord, his voice quavering with indignation. Our mesmerized classmates took diligent notes of his blatant blasphemy, the falsehood of our 330 million mute idols. The selfish deities we call Ram and Krishna are not going to save us from hunger, disease, and poverty. Our foolish faith in monkeys and elephant-headed apparitions is not going to feed our starving masses. I didn't stand a chance. Naga's speech made mine sound as though it had been written by a pious, elderly aunt. Oddly, though I have a clear, raw memory of my feeling of utter inadequacy, I have no memory of what I actually said. For months after that, I would secretly declaim Naga's sacrilege to myself in the mirror. Our foolish faith in monkeys and elephant-headed apparitions is not going to feed our starving masses, my atomized spit landing on my own reflection like rain. Another of Naga's milestone performances came a few years later, at a college annual cultural event. Fresh from a summer trip to Bastar with two of his friends, where they had camped in the forest and walked through villages peopled by primitive tribes, Naga ambled onto the stage, long-haired, barefoot, bare-bodied, wearing only a loincloth, with a bow and a quiver of arrows slung over his shoulders. He made a great show of crunching what he claimed was termites on toast, eliciting breathless expressions of coy disgust from the girls in the audience, most of whom wanted to marry him. After swallowing the last morsel of toast, he went up to the microphone and performed the Stones' Sympathy for the Devil, vocalizing the background score, simulating the chords on an imaginary guitar. He was a good, maybe even excellent, singer, but I found the whole thing distasteful, and thought it showed a deep disrespect for indigenous people as well as for Mick Jagger, who, at that point in my life, I believed was God. I wish I had thought of that for my pro-God speech in school. I actually took it upon myself to say so to him." Naga laughed and insisted that his performance was a tribute to both. Today, as the saffron tide of Hindu nationalism rises in our country like the swastika once did in another, Naga's foolish faith schoolboy speech would probably get him expelled, if not by the school authorities, then certainly by some sort of parents' campaign. In fact, in today's climate, to get away with just expulsion would be lucky. People are being lynched for far less. Even my colleagues in the bureau don't seem to be able to see the difference between religious faith and patriotism. They seem to want a sort of Hindu Pakistan. Most of them are conservative, closet Brahmins who wear their sacred threads inside their safari suits, and their sacred ponytails dangling down the inside of their vegetarian skulls. They tolerate me only because I am a fellow twice-born. Actually, the caste I belong to is Baidya, but we count ourselves as Brahmin. Still, I keep my opinions to myself. Naga on the other hand has slid into the new dispensation in one smooth slither. His old irreverence has vanished without a trace. In his current avatar he wears a tweed blazer and smokes cigars. I haven't met him in years, but I see him playing the national security expert on those excitable TV shows. He doesn't seem to even realize that he's not much more than a ventriloquist's bright puppet. It saddens me sometimes, to see him so housebroken. Naga is perpetually experimenting with his facial hair. Sometimes he sports a French goatee, sometimes a twirled, waxed, Dali-esque mustache, sometimes he affects designer stubble, and sometimes he's clean-shaven. He can't seem to settle on a look. It's the Achilles heel in his rig-out of opinionated self-importance. It gives him away. Or at least that's the way I see it. Unfortunately of late he has begun to overplay his hand, and his intemperance is becoming a liability. Twice in 2 years the Bureau has had to intervene, discreetly of course, with the proprietors of his newspaper, to settle squabbles he has had with his editor that ended in impulsive resignations. The last time around we pulled off a coup. We had him reinstated with a raise. If being together in kindergarten, school, and university, and playing homosexual lovers in a play wasn't enough, during the years that I was posted to Srinagar, as deputy station head for the Bureau, Naga was the Kashmir correspondent for his newspaper. He wasn't stationed in Kashmir, but lived there most days of the month. He had a permanent room at Adu's Hotel, where most reporters stayed. His relationship with the Bureau had been cemented by then, but was not as evident as it is now. It suited us much better that way. To his readers and possibly even to himself he was still the intrepid journalist who could be trusted to expose the so-called crimes of the Indian state. It must have been well past midnight when the call came through on the governor's hotline at the Forest Guest House in Dachigam National Park, about 20 kilometers out of Srinagar. I was there as part of His Excellency's entourage. We were well into the troubles by then. The civilian government had been dismissed. It was 1996, the 6th straight year of governor's rule in the state. His Excellency, a former chief of the Indian Army, liked to get away from the bloodletting in the city as often as he could. He spent his weekends in Dachigam, strolling along a rushing mountain stream with his family and friends, while the children in the party, each shadowed by a tense, heavily armed security guard, mowed down imaginary militants, who shouted Allahu Akbar, as they died, and chased long-tailed marmots into their holes. They usually had a picnic lunch, but dinner was always back at the guest house, rice and curried trout from the fish farm close by. The ponds in the hatchery were so thick with fish that you could put your hand in if you could stand the close to freezing temperature and pick out your own thrashing rainbow trout. It was autumn. The forest was heart-stoppingly beautiful in the way only a Himalayan forest can be. The china trees had begun to turn color. The meadows were a coppery gold. If you were lucky you might spot a black bear or a leopard or Dachigam's famous deer, the hangul. Naga used to call one of Kashmir's famously randy ex-chief ministers the well hangul. It was a clever pun, I have to admit, though of course most people didn't get it. I had become something of a birdman, a passion that has remained with me, and could tell a Himalayan griffin from a bearded vulture and could identify the streaked laughing thrush, the orange bullfinch, Tytler's leaf warbler and the Kashmir flycatcher, which was threatened then, and must surely by now be extinct. The trouble with being endogam was that it had the effect of unsettling one's resolve. It underlined the futility of it all. It made one feel that Kashmir really belonged to those creatures. That none of us who were fighting over it, Kashmiris, Indians, Pakistanis, Chinese, they have a piece of it too. Aksai Chin, which used to be part of the old kingdom of Jammu and Kashmir, or for that matter Pahadis, Gujars, Dogras, Pashtuns, Shins, Ladakais, Baltis, Gilgitis, Purikis, Wakais, Yashkuns, Tibetans, Mongols, Tatars, Munday, Kowars. None of us, neither saint nor soldier, had the right to claim the truly heavenly beauty of that place for ourselves. I was once moved to say so, quite casually, to Imran, a young Kashmiri police officer who had done some exemplary undercover work for us. His response was, "It's a very great thought, sir. I have the same love for animals as yourself. Even in my travels in India I feel the exact same feeling that India belongs not to Punjabis, Biharis, Gujaratis, Madrasis, Muslims, Sikhs, Hindus, Christians, but to those beautiful creatures, peacocks, elephants, tigers, bears." He was polite to the point of being obsequious, but I knew what he was getting at. It was extraordinary. You couldn't and still cannot trust even the ones you assumed were on your side. Not even the damn police. It had already snowed in the high mountains, but the border passes were still negotiable, and small legations of fighters, gullible young Kashmiris and murderous Pakistanis, Afghans, even some Sudanese who belonged to the 30 or so remaining terrorist groups, down from almost 100, were still making the treacherous journey across the line of control, dying in droves on the way. Dying. Maybe that's an inadequate description. What was that great line in Apocalypse Now? Terminate with extreme prejudice. Our soldiers' instructions at the line of control were roughly similar. What else should they have been? Call their mothers. The militants who managed to make it through rarely survived in the valley for more than 2 or at most 3 years. If they weren't captured or killed by the security forces, they slaughtered each other. We guided them along that path. Although they didn't need much assistance, they still don't. The believers come with their guns, their prayer beads and their own destroy yourselves manual. Yesterday a Pakistani friend forwarded me this. It's making the mobile phone rounds, so you may have seen it already. I saw a man on a bridge about to jump. I said, "Don't do it." He said, "Nobody loves me." I said, "God loves you. Do you believe in God?" He said, "Yes." I said, "Are you a Muslim or a non-Muslim?" He said, "A Muslim." I said, "Shia or Sunni?" He said, "Sunni." I said, "Me too." Deobandi or Barelvi? He said, Barelvi. I said, "Me too." Tanzihi or Tafkiri? He said, Tanzihi. I said, "Me too." Tanzihi A's Maitai or Tanzihi Farhatai? He said, Tanzihi Farhatai. I said, "Me too." Tanzihi Farhatai Jamia ul Ulumajmir, or Tanzihi Farhatai Jamia ul Normiwat? He said, Tanzihi Farhatai Jamia ul Normiwat. I said, "Die, Kafir," and I pushed him over. Thankfully some of them still have a sense of humor. The inbuilt idiocy, this idea of jihad, has seeped into Kashmir from Pakistan and Afghanistan. Now, 25 years down the line, I think, to our advantage, we have 8 or 9 versions of the true Islam battling it out in Kashmir. Each has its own stable of mullahs and maulanas. Some of the most radical among them, those who preach against the idea of nationalism and in favor of the great Islamic Ummah, are actually on our payroll. One of them was recently blown up outside his mosque by a bicycle bomb. He won't be hard to replace. The only thing that keeps Kashmir from self-destructing like Pakistan and Afghanistan is good old petty bourgeois capitalism. For all their religiosity, Kashmiris are great businessmen. And all businessmen eventually, one way or another, have a stake in the status quo or what we call the peace process, which, by the way, is an entirely different kind of business opportunity from peace itself. The men who came were young, in their teens or early 20s. A whole generation virtually committed suicide. By 96 the border crossings had slowed to a trickle. But we hadn't managed to completely stem the flow. We were investigating some disturbing intelligence we had received about our soldiers at some border security posts selling windows of safe passage during which they would look away discreetly while Gujayar shepherds, who knew those mountains like the backs of their hands, guided the contingents through. Safe passage was only one of the things on the market. There was also diesel, alcohol, bullets, grenades, army rations, razor wire, and timber. Whole forests were disappearing. Sawmills had been set up inside army camps. Kashmiri labor and Kashmiri carpenters had been press-ganged into service. The trucks in the army convoy that brought supplies up to Kashmir from Jammu every day returned loaded with carved walnut wood furniture. If not the best equipped, we certainly had the best furnished, if I may coin a phrase, army in the world. But who's to interfere with a victorious army? The mountains around Dachigam were comparatively quiet. Still, in addition to the paramilitary pickets permanently stationed there, each time His Excellency visited, area domination patrols would go in a day ahead to secure the hills that looked down onto the route his armored convoy took, and mine-proof armored vehicles would check the road for landmines. The park was permanently closed to local people. To secure the guest house, more than 100 men were stationed on the roof, in watchtowers around the property and in concentric circles a kilometer deep into the forest. Not many folks in India would believe the lengths to which we had to go in Kashmir just to get our boss a little fresh fish. I was up late that night finalizing my daily report for His Excellency's morning briefing. The volume on my old Sony player was turned low. Rasolan Bai was singing a Chati, Ya Hindyan Modi Ya Hari Gali Rama. Kesar Bai was undoubtedly our most accomplished female Hindustani vocalist, but Rasolan was surely our most erotic. She had a deep, gravelly, masculine voice, quite unlike the high-pitched, virginal, permanently adolescent voice that has come to dominate our collective imagination through Bollywood soundtracks. My father, a scholar of Hindustani classical music, thought Rasolan was profane. It remained one of our many unresolved differences. I could picture the string of pearls she sang about being broken in the urgency of lovemaking, her voice languorously following the beads as they skittered around the bedroom floor. Ah yes, there was a time when a Muslim courtesan could so hauntingly invoke a Hindu deity. There had been serious trouble in the city that morning. The government had announced elections in a few months' time. They would be the first in almost 9 years. The militants had announced a boycott. It was pretty clear then, unlike now when the queues at the voting booths are unmanageable, that people were not going to come out and vote without some serious persuasion on our part. The free press would be there in all its glorious idiocy, so we would have to be careful. Our ace of spades was to be the Ikhwanul Muslimun, the Muslim Brotherhood, our counterinsurgency force, an opportunistic militant group that had surrendered as a group lock, stock and barrel. Gradually its ranks were expanded by other disaggregated individuals who began to surrender, cylinder as Kashmiris called it, in droves. We had regrouped and rearmed them, and returned them to the fray. The Ikhwanis were rough men, mostly extortionists and petty criminals who had joined the militancy when they saw profit in that endeavor, and were the first to cylinder when the going got rough. They had the kind of access to local intelligence that we could never hope for, and once they had been turned around, they had the advantage of an ambiguous provenance that allowed them to carry out operations that were outside the mandate of our regular forces. At first they had proved to be an invaluable asset, but then had become increasingly hard to control. The most feared of them all, the Prince of Darkness himself, was a man known locally as Papa, who had once been nothing more than a factory watchman. In his illustrious career as an Ikhwan he had killed scores of people. I think the number now stands at 103. The terror he evoked did, at first, weigh the balance in our favor, but by 96 he had begun to outlive his usefulness and we were considering reining him in. He's in prison now. In March that year, without instructions from us, Papa had bumped off the well-known editor of an Urdu daily, an irresponsible Urdu daily, I have to say. Irresponsible, virulently anti-India dailies that exaggerated body counts and got their facts wrong had their uses too. They undermined the local media in general and made it easier for us to tar them all with the same brush. To tell you the truth, we even funded some of them. In May, Papa had enclosed a community graveyard in Pulwama, claiming it was his ancestral property. Then he killed a much-loved village schoolteacher in a border village and threw his body into a no-man's land that had been mined with IEDs. So the body couldn't be approached, there could be no funeral prayers, and the dead man's students had to watch the corpse of their teacher being picked at by kites and vultures. Impressed by Papa's gains, other Ikhwanis had begun to follow his example. That morning a group of them had stopped an old Kashmiri couple at a security barrier in downtown Srinagar. When the man refused to hand over his wallet, they abducted him and drove away. People gathered and chased them all the way to the camp the Ikhwanis shared with the border security force. The old man was thrown out of the gypsy just outside the camp. Once they were inside, how should I put it, they completely lost their marbles. They lobbed a grenade over the walls and then fired into the crowd with a machine gun. A boy was killed and a dozen or so people injured, half of them seriously. The Ikhwanis then went to the police station, threatened the police and prevented them from lodging a report. In the afternoon they ambushed the boy's funeral procession and made off with the coffin. Which meant there was no body, and therefore there could be no murder charge. By evening public protests had turned violent. 3 police stations were burned down. The security forces fired at the crowds and killed 14 more people. Curfew was declared in all the larger towns, Sopari, Baramulla, and Srinagar of course. When I heard the phone ring and His Excellency's aide-de-camp answer it, I assumed the trouble had got out of hand and they were calling to ask for fresh orders. That did not turn out to be the case. The caller said he was speaking from the Joint Interrogation Center, the JIC, which functioned out of the Shiraz cinema. It isn't what it sounds like. We hadn't shut down a functioning cinema hall and turned it into an interrogation center. The Shiraz had been shut down years ago by an outfit called the Allah Tigers. It ordered the closing of all cinema halls, liquor shops, and bars as being un-Islamic and vehicles of India's cultural aggression. The proclamation was signed by an Air Marshal Noor Khan. The Tigers plastered the city with threatening posters and put bombs in bars. When the Air Marshal was finally captured, he turned out to be a barely literate peasant from a remote mountain village who had probably never set eyes on an aeroplane. I was a junior member of a team of interrogators, it was before my Srinagar posting, who visited him and several other senior militants in prison in the hope of turning them around. He answered our questions with slogans, which he shouted out as though he was addressing a mass rally, Jis Kashmir ko kun se seen cha, wo Kashmir hamaro hai. The Kashmir we have irrigated with our blood, that Kashmir is ours. Or the war cry of the Allah Tigers, La Sharakaya wa La Garabaya, Islamia, Islamia. Roughly, neither east nor west, Islam is best. The Air Marshal was a brave man and I almost envied him his clear-hearted, simple-minded fervor. He remained impenitent, even after a stint in cargo. He's out now, after serving a long sentence. We still keep an eye on him and others like him. He seems to have stayed out of trouble. He earns a meager living selling stamps outside a district court in Srinagar. I'm told he is not in his right mind, although I cannot confirm that. Cargo could be a pretty rough place. The ADC who answered the phone told me that the caller had given his name as Major Amrik Singh and had asked for me not just by designation but, unusually, also by name. Biplab Das Gupta, Deputy Station Head, India Bravo, radio code in Kashmir for the Intelligence Bureau. I knew the fellow, not personally, I'd never set eyes on him, but by reputation. He was known as Amrik Singh Spotter for his uncanny ability to spot the snake in the grass, the militant hidden among a crowd of civilians. He's famous now, by the way. Posthumously. He killed himself recently, shot his wife, his 3 young sons and put a bullet through his own head. I can't say I'm sorry. Shame about the wife and children though. Major Amrik Singh was a bad apple. No, let me rephrase that he was a putrid apple, and was, at the time of that midnight phone call, at the center of a pretty putrid storm. A couple of months after I arrived in Srinagar, which was in January of 1995, Amrik Singh had, on orders quite likely, apprehended a well-known lawyer and human rights activist, Jalib Quadri, at a checkpoint. Quadri was a nuisance, a brash, abrasive man who did not know the meaning of nuance. The night he was arrested, he was due to leave for Delhi from where he was going to Oslo to depose at an international human rights conference. His arrest was only meant to prevent that silly circus from taking place. Amrik Singh apprehended Quadri publicly, in the presence of Quadri's wife, but the arrest was not formally registered, which was not unusual. There was an outcry about Quadri's abduction, a much bigger one than we expected, so after a few days we thought it prudent to release the man. But he was nowhere to be found. A great hue and cry arose. We set up a search committee and tried to calm nerves. A few days later Jalib Quadri's body showed up in a sack floating down the Jhelum. It was in a terrible condition, skull smashed in, eyes gouged out, and so on. Even by Kashmir's standards, this was somewhat excessive. The level of public anger went off the charts naturally, so the local police were permitted to file a case. A high-level committee was set up to look into the whole thing. Witnesses to the abduction, people who saw Quadri in Amrik Singh's custody in an army camp, people who witnessed the altercation between the two that sent Amrik Singh into a rage, actually came forward to give written statements, which was rare. Even Amrik Singh's accomplices, Ikwanis most of them, were willing to turn approvers and testify against him in court. But then one by one their bodies began to turn up. In fields, in forests, by the side of the road, he killed them all. The army and the administration had to at least pretend to do something, although they couldn't really act against him. He knew too much, and he made it clear that if he went down he would take as many people as he could down with him. He was cornered, and dangerous. It was decided the best thing to do would be to get him out of the country and find him asylum somewhere. Which is eventually what happened. But it couldn't be done at once. Not while the spotlight was on him. There had to be a cooling-off period. As a first step he was taken off field operations and given a desk job. In the Shiraz JIC, out of trouble's way. Or so we thought. So this was the man who was calling me. I can't say I was longing to speak to him. A pestilence like that is best kept quarantined. When I answered the phone he sounded excited. He spoke so fast it took me a while to realize he was speaking English and not Punjabi. He said they had captured an A-category terrorist, a Commander Gulrez, a dreaded Hizbul Mujahideen commander, in a massive cordon and search operation on a houseboat. This was Kashmir, the separatists spoke in slogans and our men spoke in press releases. Their cordon and search operations were always massive, everybody they picked up was always dreaded, seldom less than A category, and the recoveries they made from those they captured were always warlike. It wasn't surprising, because each of those adjectives had a corresponding incentive, a cash reward, an honorable mention in their service dossier, a medal for bravery or a promotion. So, as you can imagine, that piece of information didn't exactly get my pulse going. He said that the terrorist had been killed while trying to escape. That didn't do much for me either. It happened several times a day on a good day or a bad day, depending on your perspective. So why was I being called in the middle of the night about something so routine? And what did his zealousness have to do with my department or with me? A ladies had been captured along with Commander Gulrez, he said. She wasn't Kashmiri. Now that was unusual. Unheard of, actually. The ladies had been handed over to ACP Pinky, for interrogation. We all knew Assistant Commandant Pinky Sadi of the peach complexion and the long black braid worn coiled under her cap. Her twin brother, Balbir Singh Sadi, was a senior police officer who had been shot down by militants in Sopri when he was out on his morning jog. Foolish thing for a senior officer to do, even one who prided himself on, or, as it turned out, deluded himself about being loved by the locals. ACP Pinky had been given a job in the CRPF Central Reserve Police Force on compassionate grounds, as compensation to the family for the death of her brother. Nobody had ever seen her out of uniform. For all her stunning looks, she was a brutal interrogator who often exceeded her brief because she was exorcising demons of her own. She wasn't in the Amrik Singh League, but still God help any Kashmiri who fell into her hands. As for those who didn't fall into her hands, many of them were busy writing love poems to her and even proposing marriage. Such was ACP Pinky's fatal charm. The ladies whom they had arrested, I was told, had refused to divulge her name. Since the captured ladies wasn't a Kashmiri, I imagined ACP Pinky had exercised some restraint and had not unleashed herself completely. Had she, then neither ladies nor gents would have been able to withhold information. Anyway, I was getting impatient. I still could not fathom what any of it had to do with me. Finally Amrik Singh came to the point. During the interrogation, my name had come up. The woman had asked for a message to be passed on to me. He said he couldn't understand the message, but she said I'd understand. He read it, or rather spelled it, aloud over the phone. Garsonhobart. Rasulan's voice, still searching for her scattered pearls, filled my head. Kahan Vyaka Thundhun Ri? Thundat Bora Gali Rama. Garson Hobart must have sounded like a secret code for a militant strike, or an acknowledgement of receipt for a weapons consignment. The mad brute on the other end of the phone was waiting for an explanation from me. I couldn't think of how to even begin. Could Commander Gulrez have something to do with Musa? Was he Musa? I had tried to get in touch with him several times after moving to Srinagar. I wanted to offer my condolences to him for what had happened to his family. I had never succeeded, which in those days usually meant only one thing. He was underground. Who else could Tilo have been with? Had they killed Musa in front of her? Oh God! I told Amrik Singh as curtly as I could that I would call him back. My first instinct was to put as great a distance as possible between the woman I loved and myself. Does that make me a coward? If it does, at least I'm a candid one. Even if I did want to go to her, it wasn't possible. I was in the middle of a jungle in the middle of the night. Moving out would have meant sirens, alarms, at least 4 jeeps and an armored vehicle. It would have meant taking along 16 men at the very least. That was the minimum protocol. That kind of circus would not have helped Tilo. Or me. And it would have compromised His Excellency's security in ways that could have led to unthinkable consequences. It could have been a trap to draw me out. After all, Musa knew about Garson Hobart. It was paranoid thinking, but in those days there wasn't much daylight between caution and paranoia. I was out of options. I dialed Adu's hotel and asked for Naga. Fortunately he was there. He offered to go to the Shiraz immediately. The more concerned and helpful he sounded, the more annoyed I became. I could literally hear him growing into the role I was offering him, seizing with both hands the opportunity to do what he loved most: grandstand. His eagerness reassured and infuriated me at the same time. I called Amrik Singh and told him to expect a journalist called Nagaraj Hariharan. Our man. I said that if they had nothing on the woman, they were to release her immediately and hand her over to him. A few hours later Naga called to say Tilo was in the room next to his at Adu's. I suggested he put her on the morning flight to Delhi. She's not freight, Das Goose, he said. She says she's going for this Commander Gulrez's funeral. Whoever the hell that is. Das Goose. He hadn't called me that since college. In college, in his ultra-radical days, he would mockingly call me, for some reason always in a German accent, Biplab das Gusta, his version of Biplab das Gupta. The revolutionary brother Goose. I never forgave my parents for naming me Biplab, after my paternal grandfather. Times had changed. By the time I was born the British were gone, we were a free country. How could they name a baby revolution? How was anybody supposed to go through life with a name like that? At one point I did consider changing my name legally, to something a little more peaceful like Siddhartha or Gautam or something. I dropped the idea because I knew that with friends like Naga, the story would clatter behind me like a tin can tied to a cat's tail. So there I was, here I am, a biplab, in the innermost chamber of the secret heart of the establishment that calls itself the Government of India. Was it Musa? I asked Naga. She won't say. But who else could it have been? By Monday morning the weekend body count had risen to 19, the 14 demonstrators killed in the firing, the boy the Ikhwanis had shot, Musa, or Commander Gulrez or whatever the hell he called himself, and 3 bodies of militants killed in a shootout in Ganderbal. Hundreds of thousands of mourners had gathered to carry those 19 coffins, which included an empty one for the boy whose body had been stolen, on their shoulders to the martyrs' graveyard. The governor's office called to say that it would not be advisable for us to attempt to return to the city until the following day. In the afternoon my secretary called. "Sir, Sunlji, please listen, sir." Sitting on the veranda of the Dachagam Forest Guest House, over birdsong and the sounds of crickets, I heard the reverberating boom of 100,000 or more voices raised together calling for freedom, Azadai! 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 On and on and on. Even on the phone it was unnerving. Quite unlike hearing the air marshal shouting slogans in his prison cell. It was as though the city was breathing through a single pair of lungs, swelling like a throat with that urgent, keening cry. I had seen my share of demonstrations by then, and heard more than my share of slogan shouting in other parts of the country. This was different, this Kashmiri chant. It was more than a political demand. It was an anthem, a hymn, a prayer. The irony was that if you put 4 Kashmiris in a room and ask them to specify what exactly they mean by Azadai, what exactly are its ideological and geographic contours, they would probably end up slitting each other's throats. And yet it would be a mistake to chalk this down to confusion. Their problem is not confusion, not really. It's more like a terrible clarity that exists outside the language of modern geopolitics. All the protagonists on all sides of the conflict, especially us, exploited this fault line mercilessly. It made for a perfect war, a war that can never be won or lost, a war without end. The chant that I heard on the phone that morning was condensed, distilled passion, and it was as blind and as futile as passion usually is. During those, fortunately short-lived, occasions when it was in full cry, it had the power to cut through the edifice of history and geography, of reason and politics. It had the power to make even the most hardened of us wonder, even if momentarily, what the hell we were doing in Kashmir, governing a people who hated us so viscerally. The so-called martyrs' funerals were always a game of nerves. The police and security forces had orders to remain alert, but out of sight. This was not just because on those occasions tempers naturally ran high and a confrontation would inevitably lead to another massacre. This we had learned from bitter experience. The thinking was that permitting the population to vent its feelings and shout its slogans from time to time would prevent that anger from accumulating and building into an unmanageable cliff of rage. So far, in this more than quarter-century-long conflict in Kashmir, it has paid off. Kashmiris mourned, wept, shouted their slogans, but in the end they always went back home. Gradually, over the years, as it grew into a habit, a predictable, acceptable cycle, they began to distrust and disrespect themselves, their sudden fervors and their easy capitulations. That was an unplanned benefit that accrued to us. Nevertheless, to allow 500,000, sometimes even 1 million, people to take to the streets in any situation, let alone during an insurgency, is a serious gamble. The following morning, once the streets had been secured, we returned to the city. I drove straight to Atus to find that Tilo and Naga had checked out. Naga didn't return to Srinagar for a while. I was told he was on leave. A few weeks later, I received an invitation for their wedding. I went, of course, how could I not? I felt responsible for the travesty. For driving Tilo into the arms of a man I felt sure had been less than honest with her. I didn't think she would have been made privy to the relationship between her soon-to-be husband and the Intelligence Bureau. She would have thought she was marrying a campaigning journalist, seeker of justice, scourge of the establishment that had killed the man she loved. The deception made me angry, but of course I couldn't be the one to disabuse her of that notion. The reception was on the moonlit lawns of Naga's parents' big white Art Deco house in Diplomatic Enclave. It was a small, exquisite affair, very unlike the overblown extravaganzas that have become so popular these days. There were white flowers everywhere, lilies, roses, cascading strings of jasmine, arranged in the most artful ways by Naga's mother and older sister, neither of whom looked, or even pretended to look, happy. The driveway and the flower beds were lined with clay lamps. Japanese lanterns hung from trees. Fairy lights were threaded through the branches. Old world bearers in liveried costumes with brass buttons, red and gold cummerbunds, and starched white turbans rushed about with trays of food and drink. A posse of mop-haired dogs smelling of perfume and cigarette smoke ran amok among the guests, like a small army of yapping, motorized floor swabs. On a raised platform covered with white sheets, a band of musicians from Barmer, in white dhodas and kurtas and bright, printed turbans, transported us to the Rajasthan desert. Muslim folk musicians were an odd choice for a wedding of this kind. But my friend Naga was eclectic and had discovered them on a trip he'd made to the desert. They were outstanding performers. Their raw, haunting music opened up the city sky and shook the dust off the stars. The greatest of them all, Bungar Khan, sang of the coming of the monsoon. In his wild, high, almost female voice he transformed a song about the parched desert's ache for rain into a song about a woman yearning for the return of her lover. My memory of Tilo's wedding has always been imbued with that song. It had been more than 10 years since I had seen Tilo and shared that joint with her on her terrace. She was thinner than I remembered. Her collarbones winged out from the base of her neck. Her gossamer sari was the color of sunset. Her head was covered, but through the sheer fabric I could see the smooth shape of her skull. She was bald, or almost. Her hair just a velvet stubble. My first thought was that she had been unwell and was recovering from chemotherapy or some other dreadful affliction that caused hair loss. But her dense, almost bushy eyebrows and thick eyelashes put that particular theory to rest. She certainly didn't look ill or unwell. She was barefaced and wore no makeup, no kajal, no bindi, no henna on her hands and feet. She looked like an understudy for the bride, temporarily standing in while the real one got dressed. Desolate, I think, is the word I'd use to describe her. She gave the impression of being utterly, unreachably alone, even at her own wedding. The insouciance was gone. When I walked up to her, she looked straight at me, but I felt as though someone else was looking out through her eyes. I was expecting anger, but what I encountered was emptiness. It could have been my imagination, but as she held my gaze a tremor went through her. For the 9,000th time I noticed what a beautiful mouth she had. I was transfixed by the way it moved. I could almost see the effort it took for it to form words and a voice to attach to them. It's just a haircut. The haircut, the shave must have been ACP Pinky Sadi's idea. A policewoman's therapy for what she saw as treason, sleeping with the enemy, her brother's killers. Pinky Sadi liked to keep things simple. I had never seen Naga look so disconcerted, so anxious. He held Tilo's hand right through the evening. Musa's ghost was wedged between them. I could almost see him, short, compact, with that chipped tooth smile and that quiet air of his. It was as though the three of them were getting married. That's probably how it turned out in the end. Naga's mother was at the center of a clot of elegant ladies whose perfume I could smell from across the lawn. Auntie Meera was from a royal family, one of the minor principalities in Madhya Pradesh. She was a teenage widow, whose royal husband had developed an aggressive lung tumor and died 3 months after she married him. Unsure of what to do with her, her parents sent her to a finishing school in England, where she met Naga's father at a party in London. There could not have been a better position for a queen without a queendom than being the wife of a suave foreign service officer. She modeled herself into a perfect hostess, a modern Indian Maharani with a plummy British accent, acquired from a childhood governess and perfected at finishing school. She wore chiffon saris and pearls and always kept her head covered with her pallu, as Rajput royalty should. She was trying to put a brave face on the trauma that her new daughter-in-law's shocking complexion had visited upon her. She herself was the color of alabaster. Her husband, though Tamilian, was Brahmin and only a shade darker than her. As I walked past, I heard her little granddaughter, her daughter's daughter, ask, "Nanny, is she a nigger?" "Of course not, darling, don't be silly." And, darling, we don't use words like nigger anymore. It's a bad word. We say Negro. Negro. Good girl. Auntie Mira, mortified, turned to her friends with a brave smile and said of the new member of her family, "But she has a beautiful neck, don't you think?" The friends all agreed enthusiastically. "But, Nanny, she looks like a servant's." The little girl was admonished and sent off on a pretend errand. The other guests, Naga's old college friends, acolytes more than friends, none of whom had ever met Tilo, were bunched together on the lawn, already gossiping, trained by now in Naga's distinctive brand of cruel humor. One of them raised a toast to Garibaldi. That was Abhishek, who worked for his father's company, which sourced and sold sewage pipes. They laughed loudly, like men trying to be boys. Tried talking to her. She doesn't talk. Tried smiling. She doesn't smile. Where the hell did he find her? I'd had my last drink and was moving towards the gate when Naga's father, Ambassador Shiva Shankar Hariharan, called out to me. "Baba." He belonged to another era. He pronounced Baba the way an Englishman would barber. His own name he pronounced Shiver. He never lost an opportunity to let people know that he was a Balliol man. "Uncle Shiva, sir." Retirement is rarely kind to powerful men. I could see he had aged suddenly. He looked gaunt and a little too small for his suit. He had a cigar clenched between his perfect, pearly dentures. Fat veins pushed through the pale skin on his temples. His neck was too thin for his collar. Pale rings of cataract had laid siege to his dark irises. He shook my hand with more affection than he had ever shown me in the past. He had a thin, reedy voice. "Running away, are you? Leaving us to our own devices on this happy occasion?" That was the only reference he made to his son's latest escapade. "Where's your beautiful wife? Where are you posted these days?" When I told him, his face suddenly hardened. The change that came over him was almost frightening. "Get them by the balls, barber. Hearts and minds will follow. Kashmir did this to us. After that I dropped out of their lives. Between then and now, I met her only once, and quite by chance. I was with R.C. Sharma and another colleague. We were taking a walk in Lodi Gardens, discussing some vexing office politics. I saw her from a distance. She was in a tracksuit, running full pelt, with a dog by her side. I couldn't tell if it was hers or just a Lodi Garden stray that had decided to run with her. I think she saw us too, because she slowed her run to a walk. When we came face to face, she was soaked in sweat and still out of breath. I don't know what got into me. Maybe it was embarrassment at being seen with R.C. or the usual confusion that came over me when I was with her. Whatever it was, it made me say something stupid, something I'd say to the wife of a colleague I happened to bump into somewhere, chummy, cocktail party banter. "Hello. Where's the hubby?" I could have killed myself just after those words came out. She held up the leash she was carrying in her hand, the dog was hers, and said, "The hubby. Oh, sometimes he allows me to take myself for a walk." It sounds terrible, but it wasn't. She said it with a smile. Her smile. 4 years ago, out of the clear blue sky, she rang to ask whether I was the Biplab Dasgupta. There are plenty of us, the absurdly named, in this world, who had advertised in the papers for a tenant for a second-floor apartment. I said indeed I was. She said she was working as a freelance illustrator and graphic designer and needed an office and could pay whatever the going rent was. I said I'd be more than delighted. A couple of days later, my doorbell rang and there she was. Much older of course, but in some essential way unchanged, as peculiar as ever. She wore a purple sari and a black and white checked blouse, a shirt actually, with the collar and long sleeves rolled halfway up her forearms. Her hair was dead white and cropped close to her head, short enough for it to look spiky. She looked either much younger or much older than her years. I couldn't decide which. I was on deputation to the Ministry of Defense at the time, and was living downstairs, in what is now the Watermelon. It was a Saturday, Chitra, and the girls were out. I was alone at home. Instinct told me to be more formal than friendly, not to reminisce about the past. So I took her up straight away, to have a look at the apartment. I showed her around the 2 rooms, a tiny bedroom and a larger workroom. It was an improvement on her Nizamuddin storeroom for sure, but no comparison to her home of many years in diplomatic enclave. She barely looked around before saying she would like to move in as soon as possible. She walked through the empty rooms and sat at the bay window, looking down at the street below. She seemed enthralled by what she saw, but somehow when I looked out at the same view I didn't think we were seeing the same things. She made no attempt at conversation and appeared at ease with the silence. She still wore the same plain silver ring on the middle finger of her right hand. I could see she was having some kind of conversation with herself. Suddenly she became practical. "May I give you a check? A deposit of some sort?" I said I was in no hurry, that I would draw up an agreement in the next few days. She asked if she could smoke. I said of course she could, this was her space now and she could do what she pleased in it. She took out a cigarette and lit it, cupping the flame in her palms like a man. "Given up beaties?" I asked. Her smile made the lights come on in the room. I left her to finish her cigarette, and checked the lights, the fans, the water connections in the kitchen and bathroom. As she stood up to leave, she said, as though she was continuing a conversation we'd been having, "There's so much data, but no one really wants to know anything, don't you think?" I had no idea what she meant. Then she was gone. Then too, her absence filled the apartment, like it does now. She moved in a day or 2 later. She had almost no furniture. She did not tell me at the time that she had left Naga and that she intended not just to work, but to actually live upstairs. The rent was deposited straight into my account on the 1st of every month without fail. Her arrival in my life, her presence upstairs, unlocked something inside me. It worries me that I use the past tense. Even a casual glance around the room at the photographs, numbered, captioned, pinned up on the notice boards, the little towers of documents stacked neatly on the floor and in labeled cartons and box files, the yellow post-its stuck on bookshelves, cupboards, doors tells me that there's something unsafe here, something best left untouched, turned over to Naga perhaps, or even the police. But can I bring myself to do that? Must I, should I, can I resist this invitation to intimacy, this opportunity to share these confidences? At the far end of the room there's a long, thick plank of wood supported on 2 metal stands that serves as a table. It's piled with papers, old videotapes, a stack of DVDs. Pinned to the notice boards, together with the photographs, are notes and sketches. Next to an old desktop computer is a tray full of labels, visiting cards, brochures and letterheads, probably the graphic design work with which she earns, for God's sake, her living, the only things in the room that look reassuringly normal. There are printouts of what appear to be several versions of a shampoo label, in various typefaces. Naturel Ultra Dew Nourishing Conditioner with walnut oil and peach leaf. Naturel Ultra Dew has combined the nourishing and relaxing virtues of walnut oil and the soothing qualities of peach leaf in a rich detangling cream that melts instantly in your hair. Results: very easy to comb. Your hair regains its irresistible softness, without heaviness. Deeply nourished, your hair is perfectly flowing and smooth. A dateful experience. Delightful is missing an L in all the versions. Trust her, at this stage of her life, to be designing misspelled shampoo labels. What about a shampoo for rapidly disappearing hair? On the wall just above the computer there are two smallish, framed photographs. One is a picture of a child, maybe 4 or 5 years old. Her eyes are closed and her body is wrapped in a shroud. Blood from a wound on her temple has seeped through the white cloth, a rose-shaped stain. She's laid out on the snow. A pair of hands pillows her head, lifting it slightly. Along the top edge of the photograph is a row of feet, clad in all manner of winter shoes. It occurs to me that the child could be Musa's daughter. What an odd photograph to choose to frame and hang on your wall. The other photograph is less distressing. It's been taken on the porch of a houseboat. One of the smaller, shabbier ones. You can see the lake dotted with a few shikaras in the background and the mountains beyond. It's a picture of an unusually short, bearded young man in a worn, brown Kashmiri farran. His big head is disproportionate to the size of the rest of his body. He has a bunch of tiny wild flowers tucked behind each ear. He's laughing, his green eyes sparkle and his teeth are crooked. Something about the unguardedness, the sheer abandon of his smile, makes him look like a child. Crouching in the bowl of his large hands are two tiny kittens, one has a smoky grey coat streaked with black, and the other is a harlequin, with a black eye patch. He's holding them out, as though he's offering them to the photographer to touch or stroke. The kittens are peering over the barricade of his thick fingers, their liquid eyes alert and apprehensive. Who could he be? I have no idea. I pick up a fat green file from a pile of files on the table and open it at a random page. 2 photographs are glued onto a sheet of paper. In the first one, a blurred, out-of-focus cyclist rides past a barred metal doorway set in a 6 or 7 foot high pink boundary wall, the entrance to what looks like a public men's toilet. It is located in a crowded neighborhood and is surrounded by 1 and 2 storied brick buildings with balconies. There's an advertisement for a Roxy photocopier painted directly onto the wall in large green letters. The second photograph has been taken inside the toilet. The weathered pink walls are streaked with moss and moisture and have rusty pipes running along them, horizontally as well as vertically. There is a grimy white sink on the wall, and a row of 3 uncovered manholes in the concrete floor. Metal covers with handles, like the lids of enormous saucepans, lie next to them. An old, broken window frame and a plank of wood are propped up on one wall. They are the most unexceptional photographs I have ever seen. Who has taken them? Why would anybody take pictures like that? And why would anybody file them away so carefully? The next page explains it. Ghafoor's story. This place is called Nawab Bazaar. See that public toilet? Where it says Roxy photocopier. That's where it happened. It was 2004. Must have been April. It was cold and raining heavily. We were sitting in my friend's shop, New Electronics, right next to Rafiq Taylor's shop, drinking tea. Tarek and me. It was around 8 at night. Suddenly we heard the screech of brakes. Across the road about 4 or 5 vehicles drove up and cordoned off the toilet. They were STF vehicles. STF, you know, is Special Task Force. 8 soldiers came to the shop and forced us to cross the street with them at gunpoint. When we reached the toilet they told us to go in and search it. They said an Afghan terrorist had escaped and had run into the toilet. They wanted us to go in and ask him to surrender. We didn't want to go in because we thought that the mujahid would have a gun. The STF men put pistols to our heads. We went in. It was absolutely dark. We could see nothing. There was no person there. We came out and told them that there was nobody there. They asked us to go back in. They gave us a torch. We had never seen such a huge torch. One of them showed us how it works, switching it on and off, on and off, on and off. Another kept staring at us, clicking the safety catch of his gun on and off, on and off, on and off. They sent us back into the toilet with the torch. We flashed it around but found nobody. We called out, but nobody replied. We were completely drenched. The STF soldiers had taken position in the next door building. 2 were on the first floor balcony. They said they could see someone in the drain. How could that be? It was so dark, how could they see anything from so far away? I shone the torch down on the row of 3 manholes. I saw a man's head. I was so afraid. I thought he had a gun. I moved away to one side. The soldiers asked me to ask him to come out. Tarek, who was standing behind me, whispered, "They're making a film. Do what they say." By film he did not mean really a film in that sense. He meant they were setting up the scene, to make a story. I asked the man in the manhole to come out. He didn't reply. I could tell he was a Kashmiri. Not an Afghan. He just stared back. He couldn't speak. We stood around the man with the STF torch. It was still raining. The smell from the manhole was unbearable. Maybe an hour and a half went by. We did not dare to speak to each other. We switched the torch on and off. Then the man's head fell sideways. He had died. Buried in shit. The STF men gave us crowbars and spades. We had to break the concrete edges around the manhole to pull him out. All of us were wet, shivering, stinking. When we pulled out the body we found that his legs were tied together and weighted down with a rock. Only later we learned what had happened earlier in the STF film. First a few of them had come quietly in one car. They tied up the man and stuffed him into the manhole. He had been badly tortured and was about to die. When they came in they found another young man in one of the booths. They arrested him and took him away. Maybe he refused to do what we agreed to do. Then they came back in their vehicles and staged the rest of the film in which there were roles for us too. Their officer asked us to sign a paper. If we hadn't signed they would have killed us. We signed as witnesses to an encounter in which the STF had tracked down and killed a dreaded Afghan terrorist who was cornered in a public toilet in Nawab Bazaar. It was in the news. The man they killed was a laborer from Bandipora. The young man they arrested because he was pissing at a weird and inconvenient hour has disappeared. And Tarek and I have lies and treachery on our conscience. Those eyes that stared at us for 1.5 hours, they were forgiving eyes, understanding eyes. We Kashmiris do not need to speak to each other anymore in order to understand each other. We do terrible things to each other, we wound and betray and kill each other, but we understand each other. Bad story. Terrible actually. If it's true, that is. How does one verify these things? People aren't reliable. They're forever exaggerating. Kashmiris especially. And then they begin to believe in their own exaggeration as if it's God's truth. I can't imagine what Madame Tilotama is doing, collecting this pointless stuff. She should stick to her shampoo labels. Anyway, it isn't a one-way street. The other side has its repertory of horror too. Some of those militants were maniacs. If one has to choose, then give me a Hindu fundamentalist any day over a Muslim one. It's true we do some terrible things in Kashmir, but I mean what the Pakistan army did in East Pakistan now, that was a clear case of genocide. Open and shut. When the Indian army liberated Bangladesh, the good old Kashmiris still call it the fall of Dhaka. They aren't very good at other people's pain. But then, who is? The Baloch, who are being buggered by Pakistan, don't care about Kashmiris. The Bangladeshis whom we liberated are hunting down Hindus. The good old communists call Stalin's Gulag a necessary part of revolution. The Americans are currently lecturing the Vietnamese about human rights. What we have on our hands is a species problem. None of us is exempt. And then there's that other business that's become pretty big these days. People, communities, castes, races, and even countries carry their tragic histories and their misfortunes around like trophies, or like stock, to be bought and sold on the open market. Unfortunately, speaking for myself, on that count I have no stock to trade, I'm a tragedy-less man. The upper caste, upper-class oppressor from every angle. Cheers to that! What else do we have here? There's an open carton, an old Hewlett-Packard printer cartridge carton lying open on the table. I'm relieved to see that its contents are somewhat sunnier. 2 yellow photo sachets, one labeled Otter Picks and the other Otter Kills. Nice. I had no idea that she had an interest in otters. It suddenly makes her less, how should I say it, less hazardous. The idea of her walking on a beach, or a riverbank, with the wind in her hair, relaxed, unguarded, looking for otters, makes me glad for her. I love otters. I think they might be my favorite creatures. I once spent a whole week watching them when we were on a family holiday, a Pacific cruise along the west coast of Canada. Even when it was stormy and the ocean was dangerously choppy, there they were, those cheeky little bastards, floating nonchalantly on their backs, looking for all the world as though they were reading the morning papers. I tipped the photos out of one of the sachets. None of them are pictures of otters. I should have known. I feel like the victim of a prank. The one on the top of the pile is a photo taken on the promenade around Dal Gate in Srinagar. A swarthy Sikh soldier wearing a flak jacket and holding a rifle is on his haunches. One knee up, one knee down, posing triumphantly over the corpse of a young man. From the way his body lies, it's clear the young man is dead. He's propped up on his chin, which is jammed up on the 1-foot-high concrete verge that runs around the lake. The rest of his body is slumped in a downward arc. His legs are splayed, one knee bent at a right angle. He's in trousers and a beige polo shirt. He's been shot through his throat. There's not much blood. There are blurred silhouettes of houseboats in the background. The soldier's head has been circled with a purple marker. Judging from the dead man's clothes and the weapon the soldier is holding, it's a pretty old picture. In each of the other less dramatic photographs of groups of soldiers taken in marketplaces, at checkpoints, or on a highway while they are waving down vehicles, a soldier has been singled out with the same purple marker. There's no obvious connection between them. Some are clean-shaven, some are Sikh, some are obviously Muslim. In all but one of the photographs the setting is Kashmir. In the one that isn't, a bored-looking soldier is sitting on a blue plastic chair in a sandbagged bunker in what looks like the middle of a desert. His helmet is on his lap and he's holding an orange fly swatter and looking away into the distance. There's something about his eyes, something blank and expressionless that holds your attention. His head too is circled with that purple marker. Who are these men? And then, when I spread them out on the table, I get it, they're all the same soldier. He looks different in each photograph, except for his eyes. He's a shapeshifter. Maybe one of our counterintelligence boys. Why does he have a purple noose around his head? There's a file in the carton that says Otter. The first document in it looks like someone's CV. The letterhead says Ralph M. Bauer, LCSW, licensed clinical social worker, followed by a long list of his educational qualifications. A word jumped out at me. Clovis. Ralph Bauer's street address was East Bullard Avenue, Clovis, California. Clovis was where Amrik Singh shot himself and his family. In their home, in a small suburban residential colony. And then I get it. Spotter. Otter. Of course. The man in the photographs is Amrik Singh Spotter. I never actually came face to face with him in Kashmir. I didn't know what he looked like as a younger man, those were pre-Google days. These pictures of him bear almost no resemblance to the photograph of him as an older man, pudgy, clean-shaven and looking completely disoriented, that appeared in the papers after his suicide. My veins feel as though they're flooded with some kind of chemical, something other than blood. How did she get hold of these documents? And why? Why? What use did she have for them? What was this now? Some sort of voodoo revenge fantasy? The first few pages in the file are a sort of questionnaire, a series of those typically corny, psychobabble types of questions. Have you ever had distressing dreams of the event? Have you been unable to have sad or loving feelings? Have you found it hard to imagine a long lifespan and fulfilling your goals? That sort of thing. Attached to the questionnaire are 2 written testimonies signed by Amrik Singh and his wife, hers long, his very brief, and photocopies of 2 thick, neatly filled out application forms for asylum in the US, also signed by them. I need to sit down. I need a drink. I have a bottle of Kardho that I shouldn't have picked up in the duty-free on my way in from Kabul, and shouldn't have brought up here with me. Especially not when I have promised Chitra that I will never touch another drink. Not a peg. Not a drop. Especially not when I know my job is at risk. Especially not when I know that my boss has given me this one last chance to, in his hackneyed words, shape up or ship out. I'd like some ice, but there's none. The whole freezer has turned into a block of ice and needs defrosting. The fridge is empty but the kitchen is stacked with fruit cartons. Maybe she is on one of those trendy detox diets where you eat only fruit. Maybe that's where she's gone. To a yoga retreat or something. Of course she hasn't. I'll have to drink the Kardho neat. It's really cold and those damn pigeons really ought to stop fornicating on the windowsill. Why won't they stop? Date, April 16, 2012. Loveleen Singh Naikar and Amrik Singh. This is a request for a psychosocial evaluation of Amrik Singh and his wife, Loveleen Singh Naikar, to determine if they were victims of persecution as a result of the abuse, police corruption and extortion they suffered in India, their native country. Do they have a genuine well-founded fear of being tortured or killed by their government? They are seeking asylum as they claim that Amrik Singh will be tortured or killed if he returns to India. During the course of the interview I administered a Trauma Symptom Inventory 2, TSI-2, Mental Status Checklist, Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder, PTSD, screening interview, and a Davidson Trauma Scale. A lengthy history was taken during a 2-hour face-to-face interview with each of them to complete a narrative of the actual events that they actually experienced in Kashmir, India. Background: Mr. and Mrs. Amrik Singh reside in Clovis, California. Loveleen Singh Naikar was born in Kashmir, India, on November 19, 1972. Amrik Singh, born in Chandigarh, India, on June 9, 1964. The couple has 3 children, the youngest of whom was born in the US. The couple fled from India to Canada with their 2 older children. They entered the United States by foot on October 1, 2005. They first entered Blaine, Washington, but now live in Clovis, California, where Mr. Amrik Singh works as a truck driver. Loveleen Kaur is a homemaker. They are constantly anxious about their family's safety. Loveleen's narrative. This is a narrative based on a paraphrase of Loveleen's interview. My husband Amrik Singh was a military major posted in Srinagar, Kashmir. While he was on the post I did not live with him on the base. I lived with our son in a private accommodation, in a second-floor flat in Jawahar Nagar, Srinagar. In that colony many Sikh families and only few Muslims live. In 1995 a human rights lawyer by the name of Jalib Quadri was kidnapped and killed and my husband was blamed by the local police and we felt that Muslims were framing him. My husband did not accept bribes and he did not like Muslim terrorists. He was an honorable man. In his own words, I will not cheat on my country and you cannot bribe me. My friend Manpreet was at that time a journalist in Srinagar. She found out who was framing my husband and who had killed Jalib Quadri. She and my mother went to the police station to tell them the information. The police did not listen to her because she was a woman and a relative of the accused. And because JK police are mostly Kashmiri Muslims. The leading police investigator said, if I want I can make you ladies burn alive here. I have that power. After 1 year police units encircled Jawahar Nagar colony where I lived without my husband to do a cordon and search. Then they banged on my door and came inside. They grabbed me by my hair and dragged me from the 2nd floor to the 1st floor. 1 policeman took my son. They stole all my jewelry. All the while they kicked and beat me and said, this is the family of Amrik Singh who killed our leader. In the police headquarters they tied me to a wood plank and kicked and slapped and beat me. They beat me on my head with a rubber plank. They told me, "We will make you a mad vegetable for the rest of your life." A man with metal shoes kicked and crushed my chest and stomach. Then they rolled wooden poles down my legs. Then they attached sticky things on my body and thumbs and gave me electric shocks again and again. They wanted me to give a false statement about my husband. I was kept there for 2 days. They kept my son in another room and said I will get him back only after I make a false statement. Finally they let me go. I saw my son then. We were both crying. I could not walk to him because my feet were hurting. A rickshaw driver picked me up and took me to my mother's home. No doctor would treat me because they were scared that the Muslim terrorists would kill them. Me and my husband were being watched all the time. We lived a very stressful life. We left Kashmir after 3 years and lived in Jammu. In 2003 we left our country for Canada. We applied for asylum and they denied us. It was heartless. We needed help. We showed them all our evidences, still they denied us. In October 2005 we came to Seattle. My husband got a job as a truck driver and in 2006 we moved to Clovis, California. We have no protection. We don't go anywhere, we have no outings or happy life. If we go out we don't know if we will come home alive. All the time we feel we are watched by the terrorists. With every noise I think I am going to die. I get scared easily with loud noises. Last year, in 2011, when my husband was just verbally disciplining our children, I got so scared I thought they were here to kill us. I ran to the phone to call 911. I hurt myself badly on my head, chest, and legs while I was running. I thought I was going to die even though he was only verbally disciplining the children. My heartbeat goes so fast I feel like a crazy woman. I often react dramatically to yelling and loud noises. Even though my husband was only verbally disciplining our children, I called the police and I don't know what I told them. They arrested my husband and they released him on bail. I am still unsure what happened. The news came in the papers that my husband was so and had served in Kashmir. They showed my husband's picture in our house and told everyone we lived here. That news came on the internet and in Kashmir too. Again the Muslim terrorists began to ask for my husband to be sent back. After a few days a journalist called and told us a magazine writer from India was looking for us. But we knew he wasn't who he said he was. I saw him drive past our house. I saw him many times. I told my husband that we must leave. He said, "We don't have money to keep moving. I don't want to run. I want to live." The man is always around. Other men too. All Muslim terrorists. I am constantly scared. I keep all the curtains closed and watch from behind the curtain. They stand on the street and stare at our house. Now I keep everything locked. Before I used to run a small beauty parlor from my house, doing eyebrows threading and legs waxing for ladies. Now I feel it is unsafe to let strangers come to my house. 17 years have gone past and the Kashmiri Muslim terrorists still celebrate that lawyer man's death. In the newspapers and on internet they still blame my husband. My children are scared. They always ask, "Mom, when can we enjoy our lives?" I tell them, "I'm trying, but it's not in my hands." She hurt her legs, head and chest while running to the telephone. That's a feat. What did her husband do to make her withdraw her complaint, I wonder? Maybe she and her children would be alive today if she hadn't. I particularly love the part in which local police do a cordon and search operation in Jawahar Nagar of all places and then arrest and torture a serving army major's wife. That's peerless. In Kashmir this story would be received as slapstick comedy. The scared doctor's bit was a good touch too. Verisimilitude is everything. As for her detailed and knowledgeable account of torture, I hope her husband only tutored her in his techniques and didn't actually use them on her. He was only verbally disciplining the children, repeated 3 times in a single paragraph sounds dire to me. Amrik Singh's own testimony was soldier-like. Brief and to the point. I served in the Indian Army as a commissioned officer. I was posted in various counter-insurgency and peacekeeping duties within India and abroad. In 1995 I was posted in Kashmir where insurgency is ongoing since 1990. In 1995 a human rights worker who I later came to know belonged to a banned terrorist outfit was kidnapped and killed. The Kashmir police and Indian government is putting this blame on me. I am being made an scapegoat. I had no choice but to flee from India along with my family. If I return, Government of India would not like me to face any court where I can put up my view. I would be tortured by beating, shocks, waterboarding, food and sleep deprivation, or else be killed and never to be seen or heard again. The application forms were filled in by hand. Amrik Singh had neat, almost girlish handwriting and a neat, girlish signature to match. It's eerie looking at his handwriting. It feels oddly intimate. They certainly knew how to go about their business, those two. How was poor old Ralph Bauer, LCSW, to know that their story rang so true because it was true, except that the victims and the perpetrators had swapped roles? Small wonder that he came to this hilarious conclusion. Findings. Based on the data presented above, there is no doubt in my mind that Mrs. Loveleen Singh and Mr. Amrik Singh both suffer from severe post-traumatic stress disorder. This degree of stress is definitely indicative of individuals that have suffered destructive and traumatic events such as torture, indefinite periods of incarceration and separation from family. They deeply fear that if they return to India these events will be repeated. There is no question that there are persons at large who still seek revenge and carry out their vendetta in various blogs of the World Wide Web. Given these facts, I highly recommend that Mr. and Mrs. Amrik Singh and their family be given protection and asylum here in the United States of America so that they can begin to lead a normal life to the extent that it is possible for them. So they had nearly pulled it off, Mr. and Mrs. Singh. They were on the verge of becoming legal citizens of the United States. And yet, a couple of months later Amrik Singh chose to shoot himself and his whole family. What sense did that make? Could it have been something other than suicide? Who was the drive-by artist that the wife mentioned in her testimony? And who were the others? Does it matter anymore? Not to me. Not to the government of India. Surely not to the California police, who must have other things on their minds. Shame about the wife and kids though. Why does my tenant Madam S. Tilottama have this file? And where the hell is she? My phone beeps. Strange. No one has this number. As far as the world is concerned, I'm in rehab. Or on study leave, which is the other way of putting it. Who's texting me? Oh. ThyroCare, whatever that is. Dear client, please attend our health camp. VITD and B12, sugar, lipid, LFT, KFT, thyroid, iron, CBC, urine test for Rs 1800/. Dear ThyroCare. I think I'd rather die. I've already drunk a quarter of the bottle. It's time for a forbidden afternoon snooze. Working men shouldn't snooze. I shouldn't take the cardho into the bedroom. But I must. It insists. There's no bed. Just a mattress on the floor. There are books, notebooks, dictionaries arranged in neat towers. I switch on the tall standard lamp. I can see a piece of colored paper scotch taped to the wide-brimmed lampshade of the standard lamp. A reminder? A note to herself? It says. As for their death, need I tell you about it? It will be, for all of them, the death of him who, when he learned of his from the jury, merely mumbled in a Rhenish accent, I'm already way beyond that. Jean Genet. P.S. This lampshade is made of some kind of animal skin. If you look carefully you will find some hairs growing out of it. Thank you. These rooms seem to have witnessed some sort of unraveling. The unraveling of any human being is probably horrifying to witness. But this human being? It has an edge of danger, like the faint, acrid smell of gunpowder hanging in the air at the scene of a crime. I have not read Genet, should I have? Have you? It's good whiskey, cardhu. And bloody expensive. I'll have to drink it respectfully. I'm already a bit woozy, as my old friend Golak would have put it. In Orissa they tend to drop their Ws. It's pitch dark. I dreamed of a tower of stacked saucepan lids and open manholes stuffed with strange things, files mostly, and Moose's drawings of horses. And long bolts of very dry snow that look like bones. Who finished the whiskey? Who brought the vodka and the crate of beer from my car up to the apartment? Who turned the day into night? How many days have been turned into how many nights? And who is at the door? I can hear the key turning. Is it her? No, it's not. It's two people with three voices. Strange. They come in and switch on the lights as though they own the place. And now we're face to face. A young man in dark glasses and an older man. Older woman. Man. Woman, man. Whatever. Some sort of freak dressed in a patan suit and a cheap plastic anorak. Very tall. With a red mouth and a bright, shining tooth. Or maybe it's just me still dreaming. My senses are weirdly heightened and blunted at the same time. There are bottles everywhere, crashing around our feet, rolling under the furniture and into the open manholes. Since we don't seem to have much to say to each other and I'm unsteady on my feet, I can feel myself swaying like corn in a cornfield. I go back into the bedroom and lie down. What else is there for me to do? They follow me in. That strikes me as unusual behavior, even in a dream sequence, if that's what's going on here. The woman-man speaks to me in a voice that sounds like two voices. She speaks the most beautiful Urdu. She says her name is Anjum, that she's a friend of Tilottama, who is living with her for the moment, and that she and her friend Saddam Hussein had come because Tilo needed some things from her cupboard. I said I was a friend of Tilo's too and they should go right ahead and take what they needed. The young man produces a key and opens the cupboard. A cloud of balloons floats out. The young man produces a sack and begins to fill it. In goes, at least from what I can tell, a rubber duck, an inflatable baby's bathtub, a large, stuffed zebra, some blankets, books and warm clothes. When they are done they thank me for my patience. They ask if I want to send a message to Tilo. I say I do. I tear a page out of one of her notebooks and write Garson Hobart. The letters come out much larger than I intend them to be. Like some sort of declaration. I hand the note to them. And then they are gone. I move to the window to watch them exit the building. One of them, the older one, gets into an auto rickshaw, the other, I swear on my children, leaves on a horse. A pair of freaks with a swag bag full of stuffed toys trotting off into the mist on a frigging white horse. My mind is in a shambles. My hallucinations are so pitiful. It was all so real. I could smell it. I can't remember when I last ate. Where's my phone? What's the time? What day is it, or what night? I look back at the room. The balloons are floating around like a screensaver. The cupboard doors have swung open. The inside of one is marked up. From where I'm standing it looks like a chart of some kind, a parent's record of the height of their growing child. We used to do that with Ania and Rabia when they were growing up. What child could she have been measuring, I wonder? From up close I realize it's not that at all. How could I have imagined, however briefly, that it would be something so domestic and endearing? It's some kind of dictionary, a work in progress. The entries are in uneven handwriting and in different colors. Kashmiri English alphabet. A. Azadi/Army/Allah/America/attack/ammunition/ambush/Atangquadi/Armed Forces Special Powers Act/Area Domination/Al-Badr/Al-Mansourian/Al-Jihad/Afghan/Amarnath Yatra. B. BSF/body/blast/bullet/battalion/barbed wire/burst /border cross/booby trap/bunker/bite/begar, forced labor. C. cross-border / crossfire / camp / civilian / curfew / crackdown / cordon and search / CRPF / checkpost / counterinsurgency / ceasefire / counterintelligence / catch and kill / custodial killing / compensation / cylinder, surrender / concertina wire / collaborator. D. Disappeared / defense spokesman / double cross / double agent / disturbed areas act / dead body. E. Encounter / EJK, extrajudicial killing / ex gratia / embedded journalists / elections / enforced disappearance. F. Funerals / 5AEN / foreign militant / FIR, first information report / fake encounter. G. Grenade blast / gun battle / G branch, general branch BSF intelligence / graveyard / gun culture. H. Hizbul Mujahideen / HRV, human rights violations / HRA, human rights activist / Hartal / Harkatul Mujahideen / honeymoon / half widows / half orphans / human shield / healing touch / hideout. I. Interrogation / India / intelligence / insurgent / informer / ICARD / ISI / intercepts / IC1 / information warfare / IB / indefinite curfew. J. Jail / JMOT / JKP / JIC, Joint Interrogation Center / JKLF, Jammu and Kashmir Liberation Front / Jihad / Janat / Ha Hanam / Jamiat ul Mujahideen / Jaish-e Mohammed. K. Kills / Kashmir / Kashmiriyat / Kalashnikov, see also AK / Kilo Force / Kafir. L. Lashkar-e-Taiba / LMG / launcher / love letter / Lahore / landmine. M. Mujahideen / military / mintry / media / mines / MPV, mine-proof vehicle / militant, also Milton, Mike. Muslim Mujahideen / mistaken identity / martyrs / mukbir, informer, / misfire, accidental death, / Muskan, army orphanage, / massacre / mout / moj. N. NGO / New Delhi / Nizami Mustafa / Nabad, see also Ikhwan, / night patrolling / NTR, nothing to report, / nail parade / normalcy. O. Occupation / ops / OGW, overground worker, / overground / official version / Operation Tiger / Operation Saad Bhavana. P. Pakistan / PSA, Public Security Act, / POTA, Prevention of Terrorism Act, / picked up / prima facie / peace / police / Papa I, Papa 2, interrogation centers, / SIOPs, psychological warfare, / pandits / press conference / peace process / paramilitary / PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, / par / press release. Q. Quran / questioning. R. RR, Rashtriya Rifles, / regular army / rape / rigging / road opening patrol / RDX / RA / renegades / RPG, rocket propelled grenade, / razor wire / referendum. S. Separatists / surveillance / spy / SOG / STF / suspected / shaheed / shahada, martyrs, / sources / security / Saad Bhavana, goodwill, / surrender, aka cylinder, / SRO 43, special relief order 1 lock. T. Third degree / torture / terrorist / tip-off / tourism / TADA, Terrorist and Disruptive Activities Act, / threats / target / task force. U. Unidentified gunman / unidentified body / ultras / underground. V. Violence / Victor Force / Village Defense Committee / version, local / official / police / army, / victory. W. Warnings / wireless / wazas / wazwan. X. Ex gratia. Y. Yatra, Amarnath. Z. Zulm, oppression, / Z plus security. There's no Musa, so who has been filling her head with this trash? Why is she still wallowing in this old story? Everyone's moved on. I thought she had too. I'm lying on her bed. My head is killing me. And the room is full of balloons. Why do I always end up like this around her? I open the notebook I've torn a page out of. On the first page it says, "Dear Doctor. Angels hover over me as I write. How can I tell them that their wings smell like the bottom of a chicken coop? Honestly, it's so much simpler in Kabul." Then, as she had already died 4 or 5 times, the apartment had remained available for a drama more serious than her own death. Jean Genet. 8. The Tenant. The spotted owlet on the street light ducked and bobbed with the delicacy and immaculate manners of a Japanese businessman. He had an unobstructed view through the window of the small, bare room and the odd, bare woman on the bed. She had an unobstructed view of him too. Some nights she bobbed back and said, "Moshi moshi," which was all the Japanese she knew. Even indoors the walls radiated a bullying, unyielding heat. The slow ceiling fan stirred the scorched air, layering it with fine, cindery dust. The room showed signs of celebration. The balloons tied to the window grill bumped into each other desultorily, softened and shriveled by the heat. In the center, on a low, painted stool, was a cake with bright strawberry icing and sugar flowers, a candle with a charred wick, a matchbox, and a few used matchsticks. On the cake it said, "Happy birthday Miss Jebin." The cake had been cut, a small piece eaten. The icing had melted and dribbled onto the silver foil-covered cardboard cake base. Ants were making off with crumbs larger than themselves. Black ants, pink crumbs. The baby, whose birthday and baptism ceremonies had been simultaneously celebrated and successfully concluded, was fast asleep. Her kidnapper, who went by the name of Estiladama, was awake and concentrating. She could hear her hair growing. It sounded like something crumbling. A burnt thing crumbling. Coal. Toast. Moths crisped on a light bulb. She remembered reading somewhere that even after people died, their hair and nails kept growing. Like starlight, traveling through the universe long after the stars themselves had died. Like cities. Fizzy, effervescent, simulating the illusion of life while the planet they had plundered died around them. She thought of the city at night, of cities at night. Discarded constellations of old stars, fallen from the sky, rearranged on Earth in patterns and pathways and towers. Invaded by weevils that have learned to walk upright. A weevil philosopher with a grave manner and a sharp mustache was teaching a class, reading aloud from a book. Admiring young weevils strained to catch each word that spilled from his wise weevil lips. Nietzsche believed that if pity were to become the core of ethics, misery would become contagious and happiness an object of suspicion. The youngsters scratched away on their little notepads. Schopenhauer on the other hand believed that pity is and ought to be the supreme weevil virtue. But long before them, Socrates asked the key question, why should we be moral? He had lost a leg in Weevil World War IV, this professor, and carried a cane. His remaining 5 legs were in excellent condition. Airbrush graffiti sprayed on the back wall of his classroom said, "Evil weevils always make the cut." Other creatures crowded into the already crowded classroom. An alligator with a human skin purse. A grasshopper with good intentions. A fish on a fast. A fox with a flag. A maggot with a manifesto. A neocon newt. An icon iguana. A communist cow. An owl with an alternative. A lizard on TV. Hello and welcome, you're watching Lizard. News at 9. There's been a blizzard on Lizard Island. The baby was the beginning of something. This much the kidnapper knew. Her bones had whispered this to her that night, the said night, the concerned night, the aforementioned night, the night hereinafter referred to as the night, when she made her move on the pavement. And her bones were nothing if not reliable informants. The baby was Miss Jebin returned. Returned, that is, not to her. Miss Jebin the first was never hers, but to the world. Miss Jebin the second, when she was grown to be a lady, would settle accounts and square the books. Miss Jebin would turn the tide. There was hope yet, for the evil weevil world. True, the happy meadow had fallen. But Miss Jebin was come. Naga asked Tilo for one good reason why she was leaving him. Did he not love her? Had he not been caring? Considerate? Generous? Understanding? Why now? After all these years? He said 14 years was enough time for anyone to get over anything. Provided they wanted to get over it. People had been through much worse. Oh that, she said. I got over all that long ago. I'm happy and well adjusted now. Like the people of Kashmir. I've learned to love my country. I may even vote in the next election. He let that pass. He said she should think about seeing a psychiatrist. Thinking made her throat ache. That was a good reason not to think about seeing a psychiatrist. Naga had started wearing tweed coats and smoking cigars. Like his father did. And talking to servants in the imperious way that his mother did. Termites on toast, gaudy loincloths, and the Rolling Stones were a forgotten fever dream from a past life. Naga's mother, who lived alone on the ground floor of the big house, his father, Ambassador Shiva Shankar Hariharan, had died, advised him to let Tilo go. She won't be able to manage on her own, she'll beg you to take her back. Naga knew otherwise. Tilo would manage. And even if she didn't, there would be no begging. He sensed she was drifting on a tide that neither he nor she could do much about. He couldn't tell whether her restlessness, her compulsive and increasingly unsafe wandering through the city, marked the onset of an unsoundness of mind or an acute, perilous kind of sanity. Or were they both the same thing? The only thing he could attribute her newfound restiveness to was her mother's bizarre passing, which he thought odd, given that it was a relationship that had barely existed. True, Tilo had been at her bedside during the last 2 weeks in hospital. But other than that, she had seen her mother only a few times in the past several years. Naga was right in one sense but wrong in another. Her mother's death, she died in the winter of 2009, had released Tilo from an internment that nobody, including she herself, had been aware of because it had passed itself off as something quite the opposite of peculiar, insular independence. For all of her adult life Tilo had defined and shaped herself by marking off and maintaining a distance between herself and her mother, her real foster mother. When that was no longer necessary, something frozen began to thaw and something unfamiliar began to take its place. Naga's pursuit of Tilo had not turned out as planned. She was meant to be just another easy conquest, yet another woman who succumbed to his irreverent brilliance and edgy charm and had her heart broken. But Tilo had crept up on him, and become a kind of compulsion, an addiction almost. Addiction has its own mnemonics: skin, smell, the length of the loved one's fingers. In Tilo's case it was the slant of her eyes, the shape of her mouth, the almost invisible scar that slightly altered the symmetry of her lips and made her look defiant even when she did not mean to, the way her nostrils flared, announcing her displeasure even before her eyes did. The way she held her shoulders. The way she sat on the pot stark naked and smoked cigarettes. So many years of marriage, the fact that she was not young anymore and did nothing to pretend otherwise didn't change the way he felt. Because it had to do with more than all that. It was the haughtiness, despite the question mark over her stock, as his mother had not hesitated to put it. It had to do with the way she lived, in the country of her own skin. A country that issued no visas and seemed to have no consulates. True, it had never been a particularly friendly country even at the best of times. But its borders were sealed and the regime of more or less complete isolationism began only after the train wreck at the Shiraz cinema. Naga married Tilo because he was never really able to reach her. And because he couldn't reach her he couldn't let her go. Of course that raises another question: why did Tilo marry Naga? A generous person would say it was because she needed shelter. A less generous view would be that it was because she needed cover. Although his was only a small part in the story, in Naga's mind, before and after Shiraz sometimes took on the overtones of BC and AD. After the midnight call from Biplab Dasgusta in Dachigam, it took Naga a few hours and several discreet phone calls to make the necessary arrangements to get from Aaduz to the Shiraz. Curfew had been declared. Srinagar was locked down. Security was being put in place for the funeral procession for the people who had been killed over the weekend, which would rage through the streets the next morning. There were shoot-on-sight orders. Moving around the city that night was next to impossible. By the time Naga managed to organize a vehicle, a curfew pass, checkpoint waivers and an entry permit to the Shiraz, it was almost dawn. An orderly was waiting for him outside the cinema lobby, near what had once been the ticket booth and was now a sentry post. He said the Major Sahib, Amrik Singh, had left, but that his deputy would meet him in his office. The orderly escorted Naga to the back of the building, up the fire escape to a dim, makeshift office on the first floor. He asked Naga to take a seat, saying that Sahib would be there in a minute. When he entered the room, Naga had no means of knowing that the figure in a faran and balaclava sitting on a chair with her back to the door was Tilo. He hadn't seen her in a while. When she turned around, what alarmed him more than the look in her eyes was the effort she made to smile and say hello. That, to him, was a sign of breakage. It wasn't her. She wasn't a woman who smiled and said hello. Her close friends had learned over time that with Tilo the absence of a greeting was actually a brusque declaration of intimacy. Thanks to the balaclava, what they later came to call the haircut wasn't immediately evident. Naga assumed the balaclava was just a South Indian's exaggerated response to the cold. He had a cache of jokes about South Indians and monkey caps that he used to tell with accents and aplomb, without fear of causing offense, because he was half South Indian himself. As soon as Tilo saw him, she stood up and moved quickly to the door. "It's you. I thought Garson. He called me. He's in Dachigam with the governor. I happened to be in town. Are you okay? And Musa? Was it?" He put an arm around her shoulder. She wasn't shivering so much as vibrating, as though there was a motor just underneath her skin. A pulse jumped on the side of her mouth. "Can we go now? Shall we leave?" Before Naga could reply, Ashfaq Mir, deputy commandant of the Shiraz Cinema JIC, walked in, heralded by the overpowering scent of his cologne. Naga dropped his arm from Tilo's shoulder, feeling guilty for an imagined misdemeanor. In Kashmir in those days, the difference between what constituted guilt and innocence lay in the realm of the occult. Ashfaq Mir was startlingly short, startlingly strong-looking, and startlingly white even for a Kashmiri. His ears and nostrils were shell-pink. He exuded an almost metallic radiance. He was smartly turned out, khaki trousers creased, brown boots polished, buckles gleaming, hair gelled and raked back off his smooth, shining forehead. He could have been Albanian, or a young army officer from the Balkans, but when he spoke, it was with the manner of an old-world houseboat owner, steeped in generations of legendary Kashmiri hospitality, greeting an old customer. "Welcome, sir. Welcome. Welcome. I must tell you, I am your biggest fan, sir. We need people like you to keep people like me on the right track." The smile that spread across his fresh, boyish face was a pennant. His amazed, baby blue eyes lit up with what looked like real pleasure. He sandwiched Naga's hand between both his hands and pumped it warmly for a good length of time before taking his place behind his desk and gesturing to Naga to sit down opposite him. "I'm sorry I am a little late. I was out all night. There's trouble in the city. You must have heard protests, firings, killings, funerals. Our usual Srinagar special. I just got back. My CO sir asked me to come and hand over ma'am personally." Though he called her ma'am, he behaved as though Tilo wasn't there. Which allowed Tilo to behave as though she wasn't there either. Even when he referred to her, he didn't look at her. Whether that was a gesture of respect, disrespect, or just local tradition was not clear. Not much about what happened in that room that day was clear. Ashfaq Mir's performance could either have been carefully scripted, including the manner and timing of his entrance, or it could have been a kind of practiced improvisation. The only thing that was unambiguous was the undertone of bustling, smiling menace. Ma'am would be personally handed over, but sir and ma'am could leave only when Ishfaqmir said they could. Yet he conducted himself as though he was a humble minion merely carrying out, in the most gracious way possible, a duty he had been assigned. He gave the impression that he had absolutely no idea what had happened, what Tilo was doing in the JIC or why she needed to be handed over. It was obvious from, if nothing else, the quality of the air in the room, it trembled, that something heinous had happened. It wasn't clear what, or who the sinner was and who the sinned against. Ishfaqmir rang a bell and ordered tea and biscuits without asking his guests if they wanted any. While they waited for it to be served, he followed Naga's gaze to a framed poster on the wall. "We follow our own rules.